Nipsey Hussle taught the best. He said it for all of the gangsters to come together. We need to stop fighting over a flag, the color of that.
The encounter ended similarly to the one in 2000.
Because God made the rainbow that shows the colors a beautiful match. And we are not to be divided. Stop dividing God's children for some kind of color unity. Why are we dividing each other because of color? You see, what we are doing, we are not building each other. We are dividing each other. You can be down with your set of color. Love that. Instead of disbashing each other, come together. Just like Nipsey said. Amen. How many of y'all needed that? Amen. God bless. Salute to that. Amen.
Check this video out.
Skeptics. But Joe Tippett says it did save his life and others. And now even cancer researchers are open to the possibility it might be true. My neck, my liver, my pancreas, my blood.
The closest any known human aircraft has gotten to that speed was Mach 9.68. This was achieved by a NASA experimental hypersonic aircraft called the X-43. And why did they shoot at the atmosphere instead of just leaving Iranian airspace? Was there some other vessel waiting for them in orbit around the Earth? Was there a large mothership waiting to launch to light speed once the reconnaissance ships returned? All of the accounts also mention the UFO hovering, which means that they could remain in the air with a velocity of 0. The massive acceleration it would take to go from 0 to Mach 10 in seconds is not possible with our current technology. All of the UFOs were also described as alien objects. They emitted some kind of light, whether it was the strobes from '76 or the green afterburn glow of the 2000s. Could the lights be some sort of undiscovered propulsion from an advanced alien race? Or is there a country on Earth that's discovered an advanced propulsion system that the public is unaware of? There are several theories as to what the UFOs might have been. Iran has claimed that they were secret United States spy planes. They've also suggested that the aircraft were state-of-the-art drones that the U.S. military was using to spy on Iran. However, the United States does not have the technology or capability for achieving Mach 10. It also seems unlikely that a spy aircraft would emit bright lights that would give its position away. Could the UFOs that Iran encountered be extraterrestrial? Is there any evidence to support that aliens have a special interest in Iranian nuclear sites? At this point in time, all we know is that on 3 separate occasions, skilled Iranian Air Force pilots encountered unidentified flying objects with advanced technological capabilities. There seems to be no definitive explanation for the UFOs encountered by Iranian military personnel. Whether the United States has advanced secret technology or Iran has encountered extraterrestrial UFOs, the 3 events still remain a mystery to this day. The date is September 21st, 2019, and it's been 24 hours since the Facebook raid on Area 51. What started off as a joke turned into a real-life movement, and the day prior, tens of thousands of Facebookers flooded the remote restricted area in the Nevada desert known as Area 51. The government put up a brave defense of the secret facility, defeating many of the invaders' Naruto-running Monster Energy drink-fueled Kyles by putting up plaster walls to punch in pictures of their missing dads. In the end, though, the base fell to the hordes of Facebook all wanting to see them aliens. Now the government is forced to admit the truth, and has for decades hidden the fact that aliens have visited our world, and that it has run a campaign to try and acclimate people to the idea of aliens by generating tons of alien-themed fiction in comics, video games, and movies. Though they don't believe the world is ready to hear the truth, the US government has no choice but to finally spill the beans. 60 years ago, an alien spacecraft crash-landed in Roswell, New Mexico. Alien bodies in their craft were recovered. The internet, fiber optics, and PUBG are all based on advanced alien tech. Aliens have been probing the anuses of unsuspecting hillbillies for years, expanding the limits of their rectal scientific knowledge. It's all true. What if the government admitted tomorrow that aliens were real? The public would no doubt have an initial sense of awe and wonder, followed by a slew of questions. Who are these aliens? Where did they come from? Why do they probe our behinds? More scientifically leaning people would have separate and very serious questions though, and the answers to these questions would frame the public response to the alien announcement. Are we in formal contact with these aliens? How do they view humanity and our plundering of their technology? Is there the threat of retaliation? An announcement that aliens were real would force billions of people to come to grips with the fact that we're not the only intelligent life in the universe. Immediately, our standing in the universe's hierarchy would get dropped to second place, and the gap between first place and us would be staggering. We would, after all, finally have confirmation that life much more intelligent and advanced than us has been visiting the planet, And if they have the ability to cross the vast distances between the stars, then they have the power to completely annihilate us on a whim or to uplift us technologically and socially. Life would suddenly seem a lot more precarious than it did yesterday. And perhaps we would be encouraged to start thinking less about our differences here on Earth and more about our similarities. After all, what difference does it make anymore if someone is black or white, Muslim or Christian? When suddenly we're part of a universe with a completely different intelligent species. If we could pull together by a sense of common identity, well, maybe we could do it by making our races and being truly racist, hating another intelligent race altogether, rather than ourselves. But while people are soul-searching to figure out what the presence of another intelligent species means to them, other groups of people would have entirely different and much more pressing questions. Questions such as, what are these aliens' objectives, and what is their attitude toward us? We would do well to remember the way that contact between technologically backwards residents of North and South America and the Europeans went hundreds of years ago. It's likely that entire groups of people would see the aliens as a threat, no matter what their intentions were. We could expect to see armed militias grow in size and firearm sales skyrocket, which might actually only serve to worsen the social situation here on Earth. Political partisanship would likely only deepen, as it has always historically done during times of great fear. Unless the announcement that the aliens are real was done in a way that convinced people the aliens were completely benevolent entities, it's extremely likely that after the initial awe had passed, people would begin growing very afraid. Popular science fiction is full of literature and films where technologically superior aliens invade the Earth, and news channels would have an endless string of guests, all speaking about the dangers of a highly advanced society making contact with our own. Unlike in the movies, real hostile alien contact scenarios would all end very, very badly for us. As fear rises, it would be reflected in our governments all around the world. People would be afraid, and they would want a leader that reassures them that humanity is strong and capable of defending itself. Historically speaking, we see this playing out in Italy and Germany before World War II, and in countless other examples, fear of being weak always leads to extremely nationalistic leaders. Autocrats who promise to keep us safe at the expense of curbing our freedoms or setting us on a war footing. As more nationalistic leaders rise to power in response to the public's need to feel safe, we can expect to see some governments which today are democracies collapse into authoritarianism, especially fledgling or vulnerable democracies such as those in Eastern Europe, Africa, and South America. Even the democracies that remain intact, though, would see a sharp increase in military spending, as governments all around the world dramatically boost their military budgets. Even if the aliens were not outwardly hostile, nor seem to be so, militaries would do what militaries are designed to do: work on ways to defend their nations. Backed up by public fear, most nations' military budgets would expand sizably. In 2018, the amount of money the entire world spent on military costs was $1.8 trillion. Seeing an increase of 15% or even more would not be out of the question. Between 1938 and just before the U.S. was forced into World War II in December of 1941, America went from spending $17 billion adjusted for inflation to almost $338 billion on the military. That's an increase of a whopping 1,888% from the fear of war alone. Try and imagine then how people would respond to a threat from outer space that could wipe out all human civilization. All of that money, though, wouldn't go into buying new equipment or training new troops, because military leaders around the world would need to find ways to properly defend the Earth in case it's threatened by advanced aliens. New priorities for warfighting would be laid out, and one critical need would rise above all the rest: the necessity to secure space around the Earth against aliens. Without this one critical capability, Earth would be doomed no matter how many tanks it produced. While today space is the new high ground in war, much in the way that the skies was the literal high ground during World War II, a need to control and defend space around the Earth would be far more critical for our safety than having air superiority during World War II ever was. That's because aliens could simply park in orbit and periodically bombard our planet with impunity, wiping out all our military forces before ever stepping foot on the planet. They could even wipe out all humanity from orbit and then simply wait for the dust to settle before colonizing our world if they were so inclined. This might sound far-fetched, and truthfully there is little need for aliens to invade us, as the universe is literally bursting with free real estate, but having the ability to simply threaten our extinction from orbit would give aliens incredible leverage, and it would be critical for us to be able to secure its neighborhood against another species. This would mean that much of the new money being poured into national defense budgets would go into space programs. Nations with active commercial space industries, such as the US and some European countries, would flourish, while others with only national space programs, such as China and Russia, would be hard-pressed to catch catch up economically. Either way, though, a need to put some military capability into orbit would quickly spur the development of space industries, even in nations that lack them today. In our day-to-day world, many criticize our government's funding of NASA, with people believing that the money would be better spent on down-to-earth problems and seeing NASA as a purely intellectual pursuit. This sentiment could not possibly be more wrong, though. For every dollar spent on NASA funding, the U.S. Treasury gets a direct return of an estimated $7 to $14. That's because the billions spent designing, building, and launching space missions are largely spent domestically, fueling American industry and providing tens of thousands of people with jobs. This is why President Obama provided financial incentives to American commercial space companies and ordered NASA to work more closely with commercial partners, ensuring that not only the U.S. would remain the world leader in space industries, but that the government spending on NASA would be returned back to our own economy. Then, of course, there is the propagation of advanced technologies, all developed by government scientists, which makes its way to the American market thanks to the fact that the U.S. government, by its own laws, is not allowed to patent any new technology. Everything from MRI machines to advanced fire-retardant construction materials all have their roots with NASA. We've covered individual and government response to the announcement of real-life aliens, but what about religion? For better or worse, religion is a cornerstone of human civilization, and how would it take the news that aliens exist? Despite common thinking, in the last 2 decades, 2 of the Earth's major religions, Islam and Christianity, have proven to be rather flexible on the idea of alien life. While some people expect religions to implode at the revelation of alien life, the truth is that major religions have for quite a while been completely at peace with the idea that other intelligent beings exist in the universe. Take, for example, Christianity. In 2012, the Vatican's chief astronomer was asked about alien life, and he stated that not only was he open to the possibility, but that the Vatican's own observatory was part of an effort to locate biomarkers on distant planets. Those are the telltale signs of life in a planet's atmosphere, such as the presence of oxygen, which brings...
Start moving with all the support you need in Skechers Arch-Fit sandals. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a sandal that provides foot and arch support for all-day comfort. Podiatrist-certified arch support for men and women.
Breaks down too quickly the last without life creating. Asked on the biblical account of creation, Father Jose Funes stated that the Bible was fundamentally not a work of science, but a love letter from God to his people in a language used thousands of years ago. This is why the Vatican has no problem with the concept of evolution or a Big Bang, even if a minority of fundamentalists still believe that the Earth is only several thousands of years old. These individuals may have a hard time dealing with the discovery of aliens, but overall, Christianity would be rather unfazed and business would continue on as usual. What about Islam then, the world's second major religion? Well, where the Bible does not speak on the possibility of alien life, it turns out that the Quran was way ahead of the curve on this topic. Not only was the Quran promoting the idea that the Earth was only one planet out of many and not unique, in contrast with the prevalent geocentric view of the universe in Western culture, but the Quran specifically spoke of Allah, the same God from Christian and Jewish faith, filling the other worlds with love. In fact, in one section of the Quran, it speaks of the living creatures that Allah filled the heavens and earth with, referring to them as Dabba, a term which only applies to animals which move along the surface of the earth and does not apply to any spiritual form of life, such as ghosts or angels. Not only does the Quran directly speak to the fact that terrestrial alien life exists above us in the heavens, but that one day Allah will gather them together to the same heaven that earthly life will one day ascend to. Today, the Christian faith debates whether aliens will need evangelizing or not, fully accepting the possibility of their existence, while Islam boldly declares that aliens already exist and have their own means of evangelization within their own relationship with God. Clearly, the popular misconception that religion would implode upon the discovery of aliens is exactly that, a myth. And it turns out that of all the institutions of human society, religion may be the most unfazed by the discovery of alien life. Certainly, though, fear of what that advanced life may do to us would affect all of our social systems, and even threaten our liberal democracies as a scared population seeks the same comfort and safety in authoritarian leaders that it always has historically sought. But perhaps having a common threat might once and for all unite humanity together, especially because the challenge of defending our tiny blue planet from a far more technologically advanced species would simply be far too great for one nation. You did it! You were one of the thousands who took up the challenge of raiding Area 51, insisting that the government show us them aliens. Your Naruto running skills proved to be too much for the security forces stationed there, and you managed to make your way inside the top-secret facility, deep in an underground bunker. Past all sorts of physical and electronic security measures, you found him, or her. To be honest, you're not really sure. A real, live alien. Now what? The public has been claiming that the U.S. government knows about the existence of aliens for decades. With the 1947 Roswell crash and subsequent admission by the U.S. Air Force officers to the discovery of a flying disc, igniting a firestorm of controversy and conspiracy theories. On multiple occasions, the government has put forth several explanations for the Roswell crash, but the fact that the secrecy of the real object involved in the crash forced the government to constantly tweak false explanations before releasing the real one did not help matters at all. An extrapolation of the official explanations gives us this account of the truth behind Roswell. On June 14, 1947, William Brazel, a foreman working on the Foster homestead, noticed several clusters of debris about 30 miles north of Roswell, New Mexico. The debris was initially described by Brazel as a large area of bright wreckage made up of rubber strips, tinfoil, and rather tough paper and sticks. Initially, Brazel paid little attention to the debris until he heard stories about flying discs. This piqued his interest, and Brazel wondered if he had discovered the wreckage of a flying disc himself. After contacting the U.S. military about the debris, Public Information Officer Walter Haut put out a press release stating that the military had recovered a flying disc, a fact that has been largely misconstrued as an admission of a UFO, when in fact Haut was merely describing a disc-like object that very clearly hung below a balloon. This would be the balloon's kite, or an object made up of radar-reflective material which would make tracking the balloon easier. The object was then described as a weather balloon by the military, which claimed that it was merely a weather research balloon that had crashed, as these so often do at the end of their flight lives. Years later, though, the military was forced to amend that explanation, at last making the truth known. The balloon was actually part of a top-secret project known as Project Mogul, which used extremely high-altitude balloons to monitor nuclear testing by the Soviet Union by sampling or recording disturbances in the upper atmosphere. Remember, this was a time before spy planes or spy satellites, and there was simply no way to get good recon inside the Soviet Union itself. The admission that the military had initially lied, however, led many to believe that it was still lying. And now today, a sizable portion of the population believes that the U.S. government recovered a cracked saucer and alien bodies in Roswell, New Mexico. First, you're probably going to want to worry about your immediate security and get somewhere safe. Logic says that if aliens are real and the U.S. government is keeping their presence a secret, then it's for a pretty good reason. Perhaps we aren't ready to discover that we're not alone in the universe. Or perhaps the aliens are hostile and are secretly pulling the strings and dictating humanity's fortunes. More terrifyingly, maybe the alien really did crash land here on Earth and the government took it prisoner, leaving its compatriots to believe it died in the crash. Let's see what you might do in each one of these scenarios and the consequences you might run into. Maybe the government is keeping aliens a secret because internal testing has shown that we're simply not ready to accept the truth. As humans, we tend to not do very well when our worldviews are challenged in any way, shape, or form. For proof of this, just take a look at the modern anti-vaccination movement. Every credible doctor and scientist in the world says that vaccinations are safe and do not cause autism, and yet millions of first worlders routinely place their children at great risk because of the way they feel about the truth. As modern American politics has taught us, what we feel is true is more important to most people than what is actually true. And now we live in the age of alternative facts that fit your preconceived notion of reality. The discovery of advanced alien intelligence visiting our planet, though, will be a fact that will be irrefutable. Elon's Karen can disbelieve that vaccines are safe because she lives in a comfortable, safe first world bubble where measles and other horrible diseases probably can't get to her thanks to the millions of us who agree with science. The consequences of her terrible choices will never be real to her, so she'll never have to confront the false reality she lives in. However, an alien presence will be in our face in a rather big way, and the sudden reveal of advanced superintelligent aliens whizzing through our skies as they please will be impossible to explain away, especially if they decide they want to start moving in next door. Such a dramatic shift in the perceived reality of billions of humans, a reality where we're not alone in the universe, could be too much to bear. Big questions such as what is our place in the universe, what do these aliens want with us, and how will they judge us for the things we do to our environment and each other could all prompt a very real panic. Needless to say, it would be a lot more comfortable to live inside our bubble, where we're alone in the universe. And if aliens exist, then they're safely far away from planet Earth on another star system entirely, where they can remain an idea and not a reality that affects our daily lives. The conclusions to what might happen in Scenario 1 dovetail nicely into the reality of Scenario 2. What if aliens are here and they rule over us, dictating the fate of the human race? In this case, then the worst fears many conspiracy theorists have held for decades have finally come true. We're nothing more than puppets, and beings infinitely more powerful than us are actually in charge of our society and planet. In the movies, the big reveal that aliens secretly rule the Earth typically leads to a funky resistance movement that bravely fights against all odds to free humanity. In the real world, this would remain nothing more than fantasy. A species intelligent enough to cross the galaxy to get us, and then to be able to move enough personnel and hardware here from their planet to keep us under their grip, is a species that, frankly, is too far advanced for us to ever rise up against. Consider that it takes humanity somewhere on the order of $2,000 to $3,000 to put a single pound of material into orbit. That means that putting a 60-ton Abrams tank into orbit would cost us about $300 million. Of course, that's only to put it into orbit. Now you need to actually fly that across the galaxy. And of course, you'll need more than one Abrams tank to dominate an entire planet. The point we're hoping being made clear here is that if aliens can afford to move so much hardware across the galaxy to threaten our species, then they are hopelessly more advanced than we are. Maybe, though, we could simply learn from them, or secretly develop our own advanced technologies, XCOM style. Well, sure, the government could probably secretly run labs somewhere hidden even from alien prying eyes, and covertly acquire some technology from the aliens, then reverse engineer it in order to boost our own tech. But consider the explosion in technology our own species underwent during the Information Age, and then consider how slowly technology moved before it. Between 1980 and 2019, the average computer increased from a storage capacity of 10 megabytes to several gigabytes, an incredible explosion in capability and technological development. Yet for thousands of years before that, our best computer was the Abacus, and that had pretty much a single version for its entire lifetime. I guess what we're saying is that aliens would be so far ahead of us technologically that our own pace of development, even helped along by secretly stealing bits of their tech, would be like a snail going up against the space shuttle in the 100-meter dash. As the Borg famously said, resistance really is futile. What about the third scenario, though? What if the alien you discovered in Area 51 was secretly being held there against its will by the US government? What if the government was running all sorts of tests on it, perhaps pressing it for information on its alien technology, while keeping his or her existence a secret so that its alien buddies thought it had died in the original crash? Well, for our own humanity's sake, we hope that's not true, because it would be a terrible thing to do to another living being. And we really like to think we've evolved past that type of behavior. But for the rest of humanity's sake, then we really hope that if that is true, then you very promptly return that alien to where you found it, or at the very least keep it away from a phone or a working radio. If an advanced alien species was secretly visiting the Earth and one of those craft crashed here, well, it would stand to reason that the other members of its species would send in search and rescue parties. After all, we do the same whenever one of our own goes missing. In fact, we're unique amongst every animal alive on Earth today in that we will gladly endanger and even sacrifice dozens of other people just to rescue a single individual. Just consider the massive response that follows any announcement of hikers going missing, or mountain climbers stuck on a mountain somewhere. For all of our faults, humanity can be noble to the point of getting ourselves killed over it when we feel like it. Aliens will likely be very, well, alien to us, but there's no reason to think they also wouldn't value the lives of their own people as much as we do ours when they go missing. Now, consider what might happen if these very advanced aliens were to discover that their dear brother or sister had crash-landed on our backwards little planet, and us stupid apes held him or her hostage for decades, trying to get the secrets of advanced technology out of him or her. Holding a member of an alien species against their will would probably be tantamount to humanity signing its own suicide letter, and we could expect a pretty harsh response from a civilization capable of wiping us out with but a thought. Perhaps we were nothing more than a scientific curiosity, being studied the way we study animals in the wild, but this one act proved our savage nature, and now we're going to suffer the consequences for our own greed. And it's all your fault. So maybe do us a favor and keep your alien away from any methods of communication so it can't tell its people the horrible things we've been doing to it. Or better yet, just give it back to the government, because we really don't want to go extinct.
Imagine one night you're out admiring the starry sky and you spot a shooting star, then another, and another. And suddenly you realize those aren't stars, they're UFOs. And they're coming for our, well, something. While the likelihood is minuscule, the threat of an alien attack is serious enough that governments around the world, including the United States, all have top-secret contingency plans in place for just such an event. But if history has taught us anything about a superior culture making hostile contact with an inferior one, it's that things don't usually work out well for the natives. So is there anything we can do to defend the Earth against technologically superior alien invaders? To explore the question, let's first assume one thing about our alien foes. They don't want to outright destroy Earth. After all, if total destruction was their goal, then it would be as simple as dropping asteroids on our head and watching the fireworks from space. So the president's phone rings late one night, waking him from his sleep. NASA has discovered alien ships en route to Earth, and they don't look friendly. What now? The first step in defending Earth would be to decide on a global strategy. Acting on the safe assumption that the aliens find interstellar travel and the invasion of entire worlds to be a very expensive affair in terms of resources and manpower, or alien power, I suppose, we should adopt a strategy of harassment and delay, not unlike that employed by guerrilla forces around the world in our recent history. Odds are that if aliens can cross the stars, our tanks and planes aren't going to stand up very well to their tanks and planes, so we shouldn't try. Instead, we should focus on making the war as long, painful, and expensive for the aliens as possible, with the ultimate goal of forcing the aliens to reconsider continuing their invasion in face of such a steep cost in lives, finances, and materials. The first phase of our defense strategy would be to try and deny the local space around Earth to the aliens, or at least make it extremely hazardous for them. We can achieve this by triggering what scientists call the Kessler syndrome, or when orbital space around a planet is so full of debris that any attempts to enter orbit are extremely hazardous due to the high chance of collision. Currently, there are 2,000 satellites in orbit around Earth, and an estimated 600,000 pieces of space junk ranging from 1 centimeter to 10 centimeters in size, which destroy one satellite a year. With man-made objects reaching speeds of several kilometers a second, even a single flake of paint can strike with enough kinetic energy to do serious damage. If the aliens don't shield their landing craft as well as the motherships that cross space at near or faster than light speed, then it's likely that a Kessler effect will present an extreme hazard that will hamper or slow their invasion attempts. In order to create a protective shield of space junk around Earth, we could simply target our own satellites and destroy them in place, or if we had enough time, outfit ballistic missiles with fragmentation warheads that would explode into billions of tiny shards. While large pieces of junk would likely be easy for the aliens to track and destroy, it would certainly be difficult and very time-consuming to try and eliminate millions of pieces of space debris the size of a screw. The next step in our Earth defense plan would be to target alien ships during their most vulnerable phase, as they enter the atmosphere. When the American space shuttle re-entered Earth's atmosphere, it experienced incredible heating due to friction with the air, reaching temperatures of up to 21,140 degrees Fahrenheit. As the shuttle transferred its kinetic energy into thermal energy, it created a shock wave directly in front of the craft, and the extreme heat formed a cloud of plasma around the vehicle, which prevented radio communications or the use of onboard sensors. It is likely that alien craft would experience a similar phenomenon, presenting an opportune time to strike, as they would likely be flying blind and unable to maneuver without tearing themselves to pieces due to their extreme velocity. The United States, China, and Russia all have experience with anti-ballistic missile technologies as parts of their national missile defense program. Most of these programs focus on the terminal phase of a missile trajectory as it re-enters, or shortly before it re-enters, the Earth's atmosphere. While many of these programs have spotty success records, the American Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or THAAD, has displayed very robust capabilities in destroying incoming warheads. This and similar weapon systems could be turned on our alien invaders to strike at their landing craft while they are too high up and moving too fast to either detect the interceptors or move out of their way. But say our artificial Kessler syndrome and our high-altitude interceptors weren't enough to keep aliens at bay. What now? One option would be to prepare ahead of time for the possibility of invasion with a sort of nuclear dead man switch. That is, we would disperse nuclear weapons around the planet and hold ourselves and the aliens hostage. If the aliens are invading, then it's probable they want this planet to remain habitable. So by threatening the detonation of hundreds of nuclear weapons around the world, we might just be able to deter them. Who would want to rule over an irradiated rock plunged into nuclear winter? Not to mention the loss of the aliens' own forces in the subsequent global apocalypse. If this strategy fails, however, our next option would be to do as other human forces have done throughout history and resort to guerrilla warfare. Rather than try and combat the aliens toe-to-toe, we would instead open our military armories up to the civilian population and give weapons, ammunition, and other survival supplies to as many people as possible. Because our cities would be the most obvious and immediate targets, our standing military forces would then be ordered to disperse into the countryside. Military leadership would no longer operate on a national level. Instead, local forces would join into guerrilla militias and operate under their own prerogative, striking at the aliens' supply, command and control, and resource networks, not dissimilar to strategy employed by stranded American forces after the Japanese seized the Philippines in World War II. This is also not unlike the strategy employed to great effect against both the United States and the Soviet Union by Afghan Mujahideen. In both wars, the native Afghan militias faced an overwhelmingly technologically superior foe that was better armed and better trained. Both the United States and the Soviet Union initially dominated the majority of the Afghan countryside, and yet in both wars, the world's two superpowers were forced to eventually retreat. The strategy that led the Afghan Mujahideen to victory against the #1 and #2 most powerful militaries on Earth was the same as that we would employ against aliens. Harass and delay the enemy until the economic and political cost of the war is too great to continue. But would dragging alien invaders into a drawn-out and costly war really be an effective strategy? Considering that aliens would have to replace losses of equipment and soldiers by resupplying from their home planet, while we enjoy the home field advantage and don't have to cross interstellar space with our reinforcements, it is a valid tactic that could potentially work. In fact, throughout human history, wars of attrition have been the only tactic ever employed by a technologically inferior foe versus a superior invader that has ever seen success, as proven in recent centuries by forces in parts of colonial Africa and the Middle East. Realistically, if aliens have the power to cross the galaxy and wanted our planet, there's little we could actually do. Whether they bombarded us from space with asteroids and waited out the resulting nuclear winter, or simply bioengineered a super plague that eradicated human life, their technology would almost certainly be too great to resist. However, if we are ever faced with our favorite of science fiction scenarios, at least we know that we stand a fighting chance of victory. If you've seen our shows on Roswell and Area 51, you already know some of the theories out there that support the position that aliens have already visited our beautiful blue planet. In Roswell, for instance, some people believe that aliens crash landed and little green men were quickly taken away. Where are they now? Area 51, some conspiracy theorists tell us, and they have been used to help the American military create highly advanced military technology. But these cases are just touching the tip of the extraterrestrial iceberg. Today we'll dig a little deeper. In this episode of the Infographic Show, what is the likelihood aliens have already made contact? We'll start by noting that many stories make the rounds regarding whistleblowers who confess that they have proof that we have been in touch with aliens, and many other stories are just plain old alien sightings. These may or may not be true. Many stories get debunked, and others are too preposterous to even gain traction. It's up to us, as amateur internet sleuths and part-time alien investigators, to look through the evidence and ascertain an opinion. We might take the case of former Lockheed Martin engineer and Area 51 scientist Boyd Bushman, who confessed on his deathbed that we had made contact with aliens. He even had photographs to prove it. He said two types of aliens were here on Earth, describing them as wranglers and rustlers, the former being friendlier than the latter. He said in his confession, which is available on YouTube, that a great deal of information should be lifted up from those dark recesses of Area 51 and moved over so people can see them. We watched the video, and he at least seems convincing. He shows photos he acquired of an alien craft and one of a 4.5 foot to 5 foot tall alien with 3 backbones. He said at least 18 of them exist within Area 51. These aliens, he said, are telepathic. The problem is, the only evidence he has are these photographs, and as critics have pointed out, the pictures he holds up look like alien dolls that can be purchased here on Earth in stores. Many people decry this man as a loon, even though he was a highly intelligent engineer with patents to his name, while others have suggested that he was probably just suffering from senility. Of course, conspiracy theorists will tell you that this is just a smear campaign and that the smear further supports the existence of aliens. But the tale gets stranger when you invoke another Area 51 engineer who also said he had worked on alien technology, mainly reverse engineering alien spacecraft. His name is Bob Lazar. He is still alive and still stands by what he first said in 1989, that Area 51 was the location where several alien spacecrafts were kept. He also said aliens had been around on Earth for at least 10,000 years. Lazar is the person mainly responsible for starting the Area 51 conspiracy. While his educational background has come into question, Lazar has stated that the government wiped all his educational records to undermine his claim. We should add that former President Bill Clinton has also said he wouldn't be surprised if aliens had visited Earth, and said he even sent his people to Area 51 to look for signs of them. He concluded in a TV interview, "There are no aliens there," but that won't appease the believers. You can hear more about Area 51 on our dedicated show. All this may sound even truer if you saw the recent Anonymous video stating that NASA was about to tell us a big secret, that it has discovered the existence of aliens. But Anonymous didn't actually tell us what NASA was going to say, and according to most media, its announcement was based on the fact that NASA has found lots of new planets in the last several years, thanks to the Kepler telescope launched a few years ago. According to NASA, 20 of those planets are similar in size to Earth and could possibly sustain life. NASA calls the location of these planets the habitable zone, as water would not freeze there, nor would it burn up. But we should reiterate, Anonymous has yet to say anything to make us believe contact has already been made. So what about those people who say they have been up close and probed by aliens, what we call alien abduction? In a denunciatory manner, deceased American comedian Bill Hicks once pondered, why is it that aliens always land in rural America? They cross galaxies, or wherever they come from to visit us, and always end up in places like Fife, Alabama. Maybe these are not super intelligent beings, man. Maybe they're like hillbilly aliens, said Hicks, and while that was a joke, it should make us question the strange phenomenon of these abductions happening around the same areas in the United States. Is it hysteria? Psychosis? Well, psychological studies have shown that people who said they were abducted were not mentally ill. People have reported being abducted all over the world, but America easily leads the way. Are any of those abduction stories convincing? There are too many stories to mention, but most are similar. People are abducted, usually adults, then probed, sometimes taken on a tour, and then sent back. One of the most famous cases was that of American couple Barney and Betty Hill, who said they were abducted in 1961. The aliens, apparently from the Zeta Reticuli star system, had kind of mesmerized the couple as they were looking at its spacecraft while driving in a rural area. Moments later, they were 35 miles away, feeling all dazed and confused. Hours had gone by. The lapse of time became known as the missing time. It was only later that Betty recalled in her dreams that she had indeed been taken aboard the spacecraft and probed. The thing is, Betty's story, both fully conscious and under hypnosis, was not always the same, and later in life, she said she had seen aliens again on several occasions. Skeptics also believe that Barney only went along with Betty's story after she had told it numerous times, and it's believed Betty was a lifelong UFO fanatic. Even these days, you can find many people online that claim to have been abducted, but as of yet, there is no evidence that proves this is not merely a fantasy. Until there is, we must remain skeptical. What about the most credible sightings of alien spacecraft, aka UFO? These don't always come from Reddit users stating they saw something that no one else did. Sometimes they come from more than one person working in a professional field. We might look at the case of what was described by a U.S. Navy pilot as a giant flying Tic Tac. Navy Commander David Fravor said in 2004 that he witnessed a white Tic Tac about the same size as a hornet, 40 feet long with no wings, just hanging close to the water. Other pilots saw it too, and even filmed it. Fravor said that it was faster than I'd ever seen anything in my life, adding, we turn around, say, let's go see what's in the water, and there's nothing, just blue water. No one has said the video is not real, and indeed, the object looks like a massive Tic Tac. In fact, after the video emerged, a Pentagon official leading a program to search for UFOs said, my personal belief is that there is very compelling evidence that we may not be alone. He said his team had found mysterious aircraft that seemingly defy the laws of aerodynamics, that couldn't, in human engineering terms, have the technology to fly. But they did fly. The flying Tic Tac and the Pentagon being so candid is probably the best evidence we have of aliens having visited us, but still, it's far from being indisputable evidence. Motherboard interviewed a man named Peter Davenport in 2017. Davenport is the director of the National UFO Reporting Center. If you see something strange in the sky, you call them. He says sightings have shot up in recent years, stating that most calls are serious-minded attempts to describe some type of object that the witness was unable to identify himself. The callers could sometimes be drunk and seem unreliable, but many calls come from people who hold positions of authority and are deadly serious. One such call came from a retired military fighter pilot who'd also been a commercial airline pilot and an astronaut. The caller said he'd seen a large, orange glowing orb moving rapidly overhead. In fact, if you read through the dialogue of numerous calls, you might just become a UFO believer. However, if the truth is out there, it's not exactly on our TVs, walking on the White House lawn, and having cups of tea with the Queen of England. Given that so many planets surround us, and given the sheer fact that it would be ignorant of us to say we are the only ones existing in the universe, it would be foolhardy to deny the existence of aliens. Then again, it's also unlikely that if they had landed here, the authorities could prevent those aliens from being seen more widely. And if the aliens are that advanced, surely they could evade capture or even mess with our TV signals. Man has been pondering the existence of aliens for some time. Even in ancient Rome, the poet Titus Lucretius Carus talked about not being alone in the universe. But throughout history, a person had to be careful about speculating on the existence of otherworldly beings, given they might be called a heretic or crazy for doing so. No one really knows exactly when the little green men first appeared on the scene, but we could say that it was the 1950s that was the heyday for fictional stories about aliens, sometimes at the helm of flying saucers. This was an era of many sightings, and it seems those little creatures often chose the USA to do a flyover. One particular incident stands out from them all, and that's what we'll talk about today. In this episode of the Infographic Show, evidence that aliens did come to Roswell. It was the summer of 1947, and the people of Roswell, New Mexico, in the USA, were about to get the shock of their lives. It was a quiet place then, and still today there are only around 50,000 people living there. What occurred, though, became such a cause célèbre that the place has kind of been turned into an alien-themed city. But what exactly did happen? Well, if you look at the front page of the Roswell Daily Record on July 8, 1947, the headline for the main story was, RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. Now that's the kind of headline that these days might elicit most people to say the words fake news. But back then, people were dead serious about the possibility of there being aliens in their midst. It all started on a hot afternoon when a rancher found some debris in his sheep field, and that debris, many people would speculate, was from an alien ship. What did this wreckage consist of? In 2013, The Guardian published a story about the death of a man called Jesse Marcel Jr., and he said he had gotten his hands on that debris as his father was part of the investigation. He'd lived an exciting life, traveling the world talking about the debris and aliens in general. His wife said this of him: he was credible, he wasn't lying, he never embellished, and only told what he saw. Both son and father believed the debris was not of this world, being taken aback by a strange-looking purple beam with hieroglyphics on it. There were also lots of metallic sticks, reflectors, and strips of a thin glossy material. What on earth could that be? The Air Force said there was nothing strange about it, and the wreckage was merely that of a weather balloon. You can see the pictures, however it certainly doesn't look anything like a weather balloon. But was it parts of a flying saucer? Many people seem to think so, and accuse the military of a cover-up. Matters weren't helped when the Air Force started doing dummy drops in the area throughout the 50s. As if they were purposefully stoking the imaginations of the local people, the Air Force started dropping dummies from planes that had latex skin and aluminum bones in order to better understand how pilots might survive high-altitude falls. But the thing was, shiny dummies dropping from the sky after weird wreckage was found in a field just made people think something was amiss. Again, the military didn't help matters by being so secretive. Not only was it dropping these dummies from the sky, it had been working on something called Project Mogul. This was top secret and involved using high-altitude balloons carrying low-frequency sound sensors. The military hoped these sensors, when flown into the tropopause, would be able to record through a sound channel for thousands of miles, thereby enabling the US to spy on the Soviet Union's nuclear program. As you might guess, they were made from futuristic-looking material and not something most people had ever seen before. The New York Times said the following about these balloons: it was like having an elephant in your backyard and hoping that no one would notice it. According to History.com, what the rancher found in his field was one of these balloons, described as a 700-foot-long string of neoprene balloons, radar reflectors for tracking, and sonic equipment. The problem was that even those working at the Roswell base didn't know about this very top-secret project, so even for military men, that strange debris looked alien. Advanced technology to spy on Russia was of course a cat you just couldn't let out of the bag. It didn't help matters when the people that did know about the project made up the feeble weather balloon story, which even to the untrained eye was an obvious lie. We might also add that the military didn't say anything about Project Mogul until the 1990s. Sounds fishy, eh? So that's the official story, but it's a story that has been called by many the biggest alien cover-up the world has ever seen. There are many reasons why this is. Firstly, the military's reputation was at stake, and making up a flimsy story about a weather balloon doesn't really make any sense. Those initial investigators were intelligent men, and to think they would have been mistaken about an object not from this world is perhaps not congruent with their expertise. It would be the same today if military investigators made such a claim, and then the big dogs at the Pentagon just told us that the whole thing is a mistake. The officers actually put themselves, their careers, and their reputations on the line. Saying they had found an alien object was a big deal, and as we know, at least one of those investigators died believing that that's what they had found. So we must take this into account, the fact that serious people who understood military hardware said they'd found part of an alien ship. They had nothing to gain from making the story up, in fact, they had a lot to lose. To strengthen this point, we might look at the nuclear physicist and UFOologist Stanton Terry Friedman. He was one of the main investigators, a supremely intelligent man and not some part-time armchair conspiracy theorist. He eventually left the military and spent the rest of his life studying UFOs. He has testified in front of Congress and written scores of papers explaining the existence of aliens and their machines. He believed that something called the Majestic 12 group of politicians, military people, and scientists had covered up the incident at Roswell, and a document titled Operation Majestic 12 that described the incident in detail was very much real and truthful. Others, including some UFOologists, have called these papers an elaborate hoax. The FBI investigated the case and stated that the Majestic 12 didn't even exist. One of Friedman's most famous quotes is this: "Evidence is overwhelming, but the Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled vehicles from off the Earth." He's not alone. The man that drafted the original press release about finding a flying disc was named Walter Haut. He wrote a book called The Roswell Incident, and in his later life he swore in an affidavit that he had seen an egg-shaped alien spacecraft, but also that he had seen aliens, short dudes with large heads. He said there had been 2 crash sites, with bodies only at one of them. He had always been reluctant to talk about what he had seen, and it wasn't until 2007 when he stunned people with his explanation. Some people believe this confession to be of great importance, but others are skeptical. Why come out with this so late in the game? Well, some say it might have something to do with the fact that his daughter runs the UFO museum in Roswell, and she might have benefited from his candidness. His words are just that, words, and in spite of fake videos showing us alien bodies, no bodies have ever been photographed or filmed. So, there are no photographs, but it also turned out that many Roswell documents were destroyed by the government. In fact, in 2016, John Podesta had tried to help Hillary Clinton open the case again and find all the original files by invoking the Freedom of Information Act. The files have disappeared, but it was clear there had been some investigation by the Air Force, said Podesta. However, a story in The Guardian in 2011 noted that the FBI routinely destroyed files because in the 40s and 50s there were so many UFO files that they were taking up too much space. One note that wasn't destroyed was a memo written by Special Agent Guy Hotel, the head of the FBI's Washington field office. He sent it to FBI boss J. Edgar Hoover, and it stated that 3 flying saucers were found. He also wrote, each one was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape, but only 3 feet tall, dressed in metallic cloth of very fine texture.
A mysterious object moving through space. Astronomers at the Haleakala Observatory in Hawaii spy it entering our solar system, and they soon realize something is very odd. It's not a comet or a meteor, because those travel through space in a direct line. This strange object is tumbling through space and moving so fast that it couldn't have originated from our solar system. What is it? What brought it to our neck of space? And most importantly, why is it here? Astronomers were puzzled, but before they could get their answers, it was gone. The mysterious Oumuamua left our solar system as quickly as it came, sailing past the sun into quarters unknown. Scientists now believe Oumuamua was a cigar-shaped interstellar rock, but its presence in our solar system caused no small stir among scientists. But what would happen if life from another galaxy entered our solar system? This has been subject to fiction for over a century, from intelligent aliens who come in peace, evil green men who come with laser guns, and even hungry aliens looking for the best way to serve man. We've been thinking about first contact for a long time, but the government has been making plans for the possibility just as long, and they want to make sure we make a good first impression. In 1977, the two Voyager spacecraft launched by NASA each contained a golden phonograph record holding the sounds and images of life on Earth. These unmanned spacecraft are heading into unknown space, including within 2 years light speed distance from the star Kalisuccess 445, where many planets exist. If an advanced civilization with the capacity to play the record finds it, they'll find a mix of natural sounds, including animal calls and the sound of wind and waves. They'll see music and greetings in 59 languages, and messages from the U.S. President and UN Secretary General at the time. NASA hopes this will let the aliens know what humanity has to offer, and either lead them to contact us, or to preserve a record of our civilization. After all, the Voyager 1 probe is expected to reach Kalisuccess 445 in about 40,000 years. But what if aliens find our planet first? Does the government have a plan for if they confirm aliens exist? As always with our government, the answer is maybe. Private astronomy firms staff a small group of scientists working in the controversial field known as SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Life. Their goal is to monitor radio telescopes for unusual broadcasts that could be a sign of alien contact. But the problem is, no one knows what form an alien broadcast would take. It could be an alien species that's intelligent enough to have studied our planet and is communicating in a language we'll understand, but it's far more likely that an alien species would know little about our planet and would be communicating in a language we have no way to translate, if they even have something comparable to language. In the 1990s, scientists developed new protocols for SETI scientists that indicated they could share any findings with scientists from other countries. This was the tail end of the Cold War, when it was unlikely the United States and Soviet Union would share anything with each other. Relations have warmed, slightly, but no national government has shown much interest in funding SETI research, and the scientists work independently. In 1997, scientists picked up a false alarm signal that looked like a possible contact from aliens. The government didn't contact them, and no one came to drag the scientists off to Area 51. Who did call? Journalists from the New York Times. The government may not be interested in contact with other aliens, but the press sure is. So, what would the government do if they actually did confirm aliens exist? They briefly did fund a program called Project Cyclops in 1971 to coordinate thousands of radio telescopes to scan the cosmos for messages, but it was shelved due to costs, and government efforts have been modest since. It's very likely that any discovery of actual contact with another civilization would suddenly become very classified. Our research into extrasolar planets in systems and galaxies beyond our own has discovered many planets that could be habitable, but no conclusive proof has been found. However, SETI scientists and related METI specialists focusing on messaging are concentrating their efforts on those planets. How the government would react to contact with alien life forms depends heavily on the type of life forms. The majority of human space research right now is concentrated on Mars, where we've sent multiple unmanned rovers, like the long-lived NASA Curiosity, to take samples of the soil. There's ample evidence that there was once water and an atmosphere on Mars, making it possible that there was life there before the cosmic upheaval that stripped away the cocktail for life from the planet. Finding evidence of that, like fossils, would give us our first glimpse of extraterrestrial life. But let's go further. What if there was something still there, something small, that had survived the cataclysm? Many species on Earth, like the horseshoe crab, have survived for hundreds of millions of years, and multiple extinction waves. So let's say we found a unique arthropod on Mars, the Martian crab, burrowing creatures living under the surface. How would the government respond to this discovery? Because it's a non-sapient form of life, the main priority will be safe study. After explorers will take a sample and transmit as much information as possible back to Earth. A program is under development to send an unmanned drone to Mars to pick up samples of Martian soil that would return by 2032. But getting a live sample of a Martian creature back to Earth would be trickier, and would probably involve a manned mission to Mars, something that hasn't been attempted by any nation yet. Even if possible, it would involve major risks. We don't know what organisms would be using a Martian creature as a host, meaning the arrival of a sample on Earth would carry the risk of bringing a deadly pathogen back with it. If the US government discovered alien life on a nearby planet, we are likely to leave it there for safety reasons. But what if alien life comes looking for us? Does the government have a plan? If they do, it's so highly classified that none of us know about it. If an intelligent alien species found our planet and wanted to make contact with us, they're likely to be so advanced that they would be setting the terms of the introduction, and we'd be waiting to find out if they were friendly or hostile. So, how would humanity react to the first contact with aliens? If history is any indication, probably with panic, One of the most famous close encounters happened in Flatwoods, West Virginia in 1952. Two brothers saw an unknown object fall from the sky and land on a local farmer's property. They gathered a friend of theirs, two random children, and a local national guardsman and went to investigate. They claimed to have seen a very tall, man-like figure with a round red face and odd hood-shaped head. They ran for the authorities, said they had seen a monster, and tried to get the police to chase the alien down. Was it an alien, or was it an owl sitting on top of a tree? The Flatwoods monster was never seen again, but let's hope that if we have a first contact, there's a more organized response. The SETI Permanent Committee of the International Academy of Astronautics developed a protocol plan for first contact, but will the government put it into effect? There are 8 steps. First, make sure that it's of intelligent origin before announcing it. Second, communicate this finding with all other nations who have agreed to this protocol. Third, inform the rest of the astronomical community. Fourth, the discovering party makes the public announcement. Fifth, the data is released to the scientific community. Sixth, any electromagnetic signals are shared with the relevant authority. Seventh, no one makes direct contact individually. Finally, the SETI Permanent Committee reviews these plans regularly to ensure their policies are up to date. This would be a logical and orderly approach to first contact, but would it work out that way? A friendly civilization might be here on a mission of exploration, scientific curiosity, or friendship, but a hostile civilization would probably not announce themselves with dialogue or signals. Could humanity win a war with an unknown alien power? Earth's superpowers have a lot of powerful weapons, but they're designed for combat on Earth. If an alien civilization from outside this galaxy had the ability to travel this far to make contact and attack us, it's likely they have weapons far stronger than ours, and ships made of far more durable material. We could fight, but the odds are that any war would be over very quickly, and not in our favor. But how would humanity react to a friendly civilization? The biggest problem any alien civilization would have when making contact is getting through our security. Most superpowers have air defense systems that will detect any vessel entering their airspace and shoot it down if it doesn't identify itself and stop when commanded. If the air defense systems can shoot down an alien vessel, it could put a very fast stop to first contact and send the aliens back home with word to not mess with the planet. The aliens' best bet to have a peaceful landing might be to land in Antarctica and make first contact with the penguins. But if aliens successfully made peaceful first contact with humanity, or the government confirmed they had made contact, it would cause total upheaval in almost every area of society. Have you ever gone shopping the day before a snowstorm? Imagine that times 10, as everyone would be convinced that an alien invasion would be coming and they better stock up. The uncertainty of an alien civilization making contact with Earth would make many people assume the worst was coming. And the question is whether the government would know enough to assure them otherwise, and if they would be willing to declassify the information. Religions would be instantly thrown into turmoil. How many faiths believe that God created humanity in His image? The presence of another highly intelligent species making contact with us would throw that concept into doubt and lead many to question their faith. Some would leave their faith, seeking answers elsewhere. Others would believe more fiercely than ever, insisting that the presence of aliens was a test for the faithful, and it's likely that new faiths would spring up around our alien visitors. After all, powerful and strange beings descending from the sky to make contact with us calls some powerful visuals to mind for the faithful. Or maybe religion would go on, business as usual. The Vatican, for instance, is itself a believer in extraterrestrial life, and has even toyed with the question of if aliens would need evangelizing should contact finally be made. In the Quran, Muhammad spoke of other brothers that God had made in other worlds, so maybe, possibly, religion wouldn't be much bothered by alien life. Politically, the confirmation of aliens would create major changes in governments around the world. We would likely see closer cooperation between ally nations and even rivals, as they would want to present a united front to any alien civilization. After all, the fate of humanity's future interaction with the stars could depend on making a good first impression. But what about enemy nations, especially those in the middle of a war? Would it create a temporary truce, or would various parties try to play the aliens against the enemy? If the aliens were carrying advanced technology or weapons, it would be tempting for an ambitious nation to try to get their hands on it before anyone else. One field that would be booming in the aftermath of alien contact is legal scholar. Every law on Earth is meant to apply to humans and Earth-based animals. What rights would aliens have on Earth? Would they be considered visitors or invaders? If aliens make first contact by sending radio waves, who owns the dispatches? And then there's the question of what the government chooses to share with us. Open government advocates will be fighting to release all details of what the feds knew about aliens before first contact. Will we finally know what's in Area 51? If alien technology arrived on Earth and the aliens were willing to share it with us, so if we successfully shot down an unmanned alien probe, scientists everywhere would be pressed into service. Both the government and corporations would try to reverse engineer the technology, and if it was a technology that had use on Earth, the company that cracked the code here would be rolling in the money. Alien technology could be a market game changer like never seen before, which is why it's just as likely that the government immediately seizes it, nationalizes it, and classifies it. But no sector would be busier in the aftermath of First Contact than the media. This would be the biggest story in human history. If the aliens are still a mystery because humanity is working out the details of First Contact, every TV and movie studio would be scrambling to come up with their fictionalized version of the aliens. And if the aliens have made First Contact with the public, the race to get the first interview with them would be one of the biggest prizes imaginable for journalists. Once the aliens are known by humanity, they would become massive celebrities. Any first contact with aliens would be a massive culture shock for us, but it might be just as big a culture shock for the aliens. If you're wondering if aliens have already made contact with us, check out evidence that aliens have made contact. For more on what happens if the aliens aren't friendly, watch How to Defend Earth Against an Alien Invasion. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. It's a clear August night. You're stargazing in the middle of the Nevada desert with a bunch of friends. Suddenly, an unidentified flying object streaks across the sky. The UFO is silent, but clearly moving faster than the speed of sound. Was that a shooting star, one of your friends asked? No, it's definitely some sort of aircraft, says another. Everyone turns their telescope in the direction of the UFO, but it's gone. Then one of your friends says, I know what it is. It was a military aircraft that's using alien technology from Area 51. Everyone laughs, but your friend insists that the military has been using alien secrets for decades. A couple of people snicker, but others sit quietly with shifting eyes. Area 51 is probably the most infamous site connected to alien technology. The high-security military base did not appear on any public maps for decades. Even after that, the United States government refused to admit it existed. This obviously created conspiracy theories and intrigue over what was happening at the secret base. The fact that the world's most advanced airplanes, such as the U-2 spy plane, were all developed there only adds fuel to the conspiracy theory fire. We know that something secretive is already going on at Area 51. The government has always been adamant about keeping the civilian population out. It has been suggested that the U-2 was based off of technology recovered from an alien spacecraft. The UFO allegedly crash-landed at the location in the Nevada desert where Area 51 is now. At the time of the crash, the U.S. military needed an aircraft that could fly over 70,000 feet and take pictures of Soviet installations in secret. No other plane had been able to achieve this altitude and speed until the U-2 came along. Your friend suggests that the only reason the U.S. military ended up with a plane that suited their needs was because they stole the technology from the alien spacecraft that had crashed. Also, the U-2 required a never-before-produced fuel that would not evaporate at high altitudes. Are we just supposed to believe that the Shell oil company magically produced the new fuel at the same time as the state-of-the-art aircraft, your friend asked? Aliens must have played a role in the development of the U-2 project, or at least alien secrets were stolen to make it a success. Your friend argues that the leap in technological advancements in the decade following World War II just couldn't have happened without alien intervention. How did U.S. engineers and scientists make such big strides without a little help from our friends upstairs, he asks? The rest of the group seems a little skeptical that the U-2 was based off of stolen alien secrets, although it did come out of Area 51, so is it really that crazy of an idea? Another member of the group speaks up. I don't know about the U-2, but the A-12 Archangel and the SR-71 Blackbird were definitely built using alien technology. You and your friends turn to listen to the new speaker. She lays out why she believes the A-12 and the SR-71 are aircraft that were built using alien technology. The unique body shape of those aircrafts alone could have been stolen from alien spacecraft. These aircrafts had a longer fuselage than any other military plane at that point in time. Their distinctive cobra-like appearance could only be concocted by the minds of aliens. Not only that, but the first A-12 arrived at Area 51 in a specially designed secret trailer. She explains that the trailer itself is suspicious, but what was inside may be even more incredible. Did the trailers contain alien technology that was incorporated into the aircraft? She continues explaining how if the U.S. really wanted to hide the planes from the Soviets, they could have just designed and built the whole thing at Area 51. Instead, the A-12 was brought in specially designed trailers that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each. That's a lot of money just to spend on transportation, unless you're transporting something that could change the world. She believes, like others, that the trailers were made to hide alien technology, which would be incorporated into the A-12 and SR-71. The SR-71 and its predecessor could reach a sustained speed of Mach 3.2 at 90,000 feet of altitude. This blew any previous U.S. aircraft out of the water. Your friend is convinced that there must have been stolen alien technology used to improve the A-12 so substantially over the U-2. It could fly 2,000 miles per hour faster, for goodness sakes, she yells. You shake your head and look back up at the stars. Could they be right? No way. Aliens haven't visited Earth. At least you don't think they have. Then the person next to you hears their threat. As much as I want to agree with you two, I don't know if there's quite enough evidence for me to be convinced that alien technology was used in the U-2, A-12, and the SR-71 aircraft. You're about to agree with him when he suddenly says, but the F-117 Nighthawk was without a doubt made from alien technology. Let me tell you all about it. Up until this point in time, aircraft could all be seen by radar in one form or another. There was no such thing as stealth aircraft. Then the Nighthawk was designed at very advanced levels. The knowledge and engineering skills used to create such advanced technology must have been based on something. Your friend suggests that stealth technology was just stolen alien technology. It had never been done on Earth before, so maybe it came from beyond the planet. The sleek angles could have been based on a crashed alien spacecraft. Perhaps this very technology was why alien UFOs were so hard to find and track. All the aliens were using to stealthily fly around our planet. He continues talking excitedly. Do you mean to tell me that the boomerang shape of UFOs dating back as far as the 1940s was designed by humans for the Nighthawk? Absolutely. It doesn't matter. The design of the aircraft must have come from the design of the craft alien spacecraft. There's no way that the U.S. military just came up with a body design and stealth technology for the F-117 off the top of their heads. He's adamant that the Nighthawk is made from stolen alien tech. Your friend finishes his explanation, crosses his arms, and sits back in his chair. I bet that's hard to argue against, he says with a smirk. All of your stargazing friends really seem to be into alien conspiracies, but you're still skeptical. Isn't it just possible that the U.S. had really good scientists and engineers who came up with all the ideas you asked? Sure, another stargazer across from you says, as they look through their telescope. But if that were the case, how do you explain the new Chinese helicopter called the Super Great White Shark? You haven't heard of this craft before and wait for the explanation. The stargazer pulls away from the telescope, rubs their eyes, and tells the group about the Super Great White Shark that was designed using alien technology. They pull up a picture on their phone. Sure enough, it looks just like a classic flying saucer. The Chinese claim that the helicopter was designed to fight in the digital information battlefield of the future. It has a blended wing design that's the same technology used in the United States B-2 bomber. They explained that this technology must have been stolen from a common source, aliens. The U.S. and the Chinese developing highly sophisticated stealth technology around the same time is unlikely. The stealth tech had to have a connection somewhere. They argue that the U.S. and China have never been too friendly, so collaboration is unlikely. Therefore, they must have a common source of information for new technology. That common source is none other than aliens. The stargazer shoves the picture in your face again. The glow of the smartphone screen blinds you for a moment. Look at the shape, they yell. You have to give credit. The shape of the Super Great White Shark helicopter is very similar to a flying saucer. Could this new Chinese aircraft be based off of the spaceships of extraterrestrials? You're not sure you're convinced, but you do wonder how far back you have to go before people started contributing advanced military tech to aliens. Then, as if one of your other friends is reading your mind, they blurt out, "It was the Nazis!" Everyone looks at them. What? You all ask at once. You all may be right about this alien technology in different aircraft, but stolen alien tech was first used by the Nazis, he said. Sit back and get ready for the biggest surprise of the night. The use of alien technology by Nazi Germany went something like this, your friend said. In 1936, there were accounts of a saucer-shaped ship crashing in Germany. It was claimed to have dead extraterrestrial beings inside. The SS recovered it within hours and used reverse engineering of the alien technology to make weapons. Hitler and the Nazis were obsessed with the occult, so they may have found other alien technology around the world.
I got cheated, man.
The first stolen alien technology used by the Nazis was in their rockets. Your friend carries on with their alien history lesson. The V-1 bus bomber and the V-2 rocket were light years ahead of their time. Nothing even close had ever been created in human history. The sheer complexity of the rockets compared to weapons that had previously been invented was mind-boggling. It's clear evidence that alien technology was being used. Some conspiracy theorists believe that alien technology went as far as allowing the Nazis to develop missiles that could reach New York and Mars. The Nazis stole alien technology and used it to try and conquer the world, your friend shouts. But that's not all. The Nazis may have discovered fission with the help of reverse engineered alien technology. Luckily, the aliens that the Nazis had found were already dead. Otherwise, they able to get even more alien secrets out of them. One Nazi technology that's definitely from aliens was the Haunted Blue. The aircraft has been shown by skeptics.
You gotta change.
I know it was for real. It was an actual flying saucer designed by the Nazis. Can anyone really deny that Hitler and the Nazis would do something as crazy as building their own flying saucer? Not really. You might argue with that. You look around your friends group. You're still a skeptic, but their ideas have given at least something to think about. A lot of revolutionary technology was discovered and built during World War II. The decades that followed also consisted of a boom of innovation in the tech world. It's possible that this influx of new technology was because of the acquisition of stolen alien secrets. Are we alone in the universe? It's a question that's kept humanity up at night for centuries. Are the glowing lights in our skies just unexplainable anomalies, or a sign of life elsewhere in our galaxy? Today we're looking at a jaw-dropping selection of footage recorded by soldiers and civilians in Iraq. The footage you're about to see will shock you, astound you, and perhaps even open your mind to the possibility of intelligent life beyond our stars. We'll show you the videos one by one, saving the most shocking and exciting for last, so stick around if you want your mind blown. Before we begin, we just have one more question. Are you ready to believe? The first video of one of these shocking alien encounters comes from 2009 and claims to be footage captured by the night vision goggles of Iraqi soldiers out on patrol. Because it was filmed in night vision, the footage is not completely clear, washed in bright green. However, some mysterious groups of lights can be clearly seen flying through the air. The first grouping could be a plane, possibly, but it's soon followed by a large, bright orb of light that flies through the sky, not following a discernible flight pattern. This light does not look to be of organic origin, and it's far too large to be the result of a plane. What is it? No one can be certain, but we can be sure that it's weird and difficult to explain. Could the only real explanation be extraterrestrial in nature? That's up to you. But now, let's take it up a notch to an even crazier piece of footage. The next mind-blowing Iraqi UFO video comes from 2014 and appears to be shot out of some sort of moving vehicle. Though the footage is a little blurry and the camera is shaking, there is a definite flying object that can be seen. At first it looks tiny and indistinct, like a little more than a black dot in the sky. As the vehicle follows it, however, and as the camera
Hey, Jeremy?
zooms in on it, its shape becomes much
You got your ID?
oblong, almost oval-shaped, and it does not look like any kind of normal aircraft. If it is of human construction, some kind of classified military vehicle,
If you ain't got a valid ID, yeah, you got a problem.
with curiosity. The most unusual thing about it, however, is how it appears to move. It's not just flying through the sky, but changing the course.
Get the fuck.
Here's the folded half slightly at some point, straighten out at others, and you can see the widen in shape all the while it's being observed. Now this could be some kind of weather balloon, but it certainly did not look like it. The people filming the video also seem suspicious of it, speaking excitedly behind the camera as they follow and film the bizarre flying object. They continue filming it until it fades out of sight, leaving no trace of it. And if you think that's fantastical and you're already crafting a new tinfoil hat, just you wait. The craziest is yet to come. The next video has already been subject to a great amount of debate and has been reported on various news sites as well as reposted to multiple YouTube channels. It claims to show a mysterious force attacking what might be the Taliban or possibly an ISIS base. This information all depends on who you ask, but the images depicted in the video speak for themselves. In the video, we see the side of the tank facing an open sky. Unlike our previous video, this sighting occurs in broad daylight, with little room for the possible alien craft to hide. In the sky, a triangular object can be seen flying over the trees. The low image quality makes it difficult to determine, but it bears a slight resemblance to the traditional image of the flying saucer. As the craft draws closer to the camera, a flashing light flickers from its side, as if glass taking fire. Soon after, areas of the ground begin exploding into clouds of dust, as if the craft is firing on someone or something. The explosions continue, growing larger and more drastic, with massive smoke clouds billowing up from the earth. Somewhere in the clouds of smoke, the craft disappears until the camera is able to locate it again, flying off into the distance. Though the camera work is shaky, the shape of the craft becomes clearer. It has a rounded top and bottom like a traditional flying saucer, but its middle is shaped like a flat triangle with a pointed front and two wings branching out. It's unclear if the craft was attacked or if it was alien in nature, but the footage is certainly convincing. As we make our way to the most shocking and most convincing video of UFO activity in Iraq, we arrive at our next piece of evidence of UFO encounters in Iraq. On the Iran-Iraq border in April 2012, mysterious lights began to appear in the sky. Of course, many UFO stories involve mysterious lights in the sky, so what makes this one different? The difference here is that unlike previous cases where bright lights appear alongside stars and satellites in the dark night sky, these lights appear to be manifesting in the middle of the day. The lights are round and bright white, resembling the orbs that often appear in supposed ghost photography. But these lights are not just staying put in the image, implying possible errors with the film or flares on the camera lens. These lights move around throughout the landscape, back and forth between the blue sky and clouds with ease. Their shapes never change except when the lights fade completely from view. There appear to be at least 4 of them in total, possibly more, and they move through the sky slowly and steadily. The orbs of light do not move erratically, the way one might expect if they were simply reflections of some kind or even errors in the footage, but instead move on distinct flight paths back and forth. It almost suggests a kind of intelligence. It seems very unusual that these lights would appear on the border of 2 nations, particularly Iran and Iraq, and it's not hard to see their appearance as significant. Are they alien in nature, perhaps the sign of a cloaked spacecraft, or perhaps there's some kind of alien communication method? Whatever they may be, this type of strange light is not unheard of in UFO encounters. Just last year, some similar orb-shaped lights appeared off the Outer Banks in North Carolina, USA. Their lights were present for over a minute and a half and convinced many observers there was something unusual going on, possibly alien in nature. The lights are still subject to debate, but this footage from the border is not the only time that mysterious orbs of light have been linked to UFOs, and it will likely not be the last. Finally, let's get to the thing you've been waiting for. The most shocking piece of UFO evidence to come out of Iraq. This video, released on YouTube in 2008, has over 1.2 million views for a reason. A group of United States Marines on January 2nd, 2008, spotting something very unusual while on patrol in Iraq. The video footage that they took is completely unlike any other famous UFO footage. The footage is tinted green, likely filmed with night vision technology of some kind. While there are no obvious spacecraft visuals in the footage, there is something else that viewers might find disconcerting and even deceiving. Coming down from the clouds, there are clearly visible beams of light. These beams of light are incredibly bright, showing up vividly on camera, and appear to be streaming directly down from something that's hidden in the clouds up in the sky. The Marines can be heard talking in the background of the footage, and they're clearly as thrown off by what they're seeing as any of us watching the video might be. One voice can be heard saying, "Man, that's weird," as others clamor to get a better look at these unusual beams of light, and another voice says, "Dude, look at it," as someone else inquires, "Have you ever seen that?" Yet another Marine chimes in and remarks, "They're all over the place." And truly, they appear to be all over the place, scattered across the visible horizon. One man questions if the light has to do with the ways the stars are shining, but is quickly dismissed by his peers. There's one clear bright beam of light, the main one, as one of the Marines referred to it, emitting the brightest light. None of the men filming the phenomenon are able to determine what it could possibly be. While this video may not seem as visually impressive as some of the other UFO footage coming out of Iraq, it is some of the only footage that has been officially verified and reposted by dozens of different accounts. It is also one of the most likely to be completely authentic and not to have been tampered with in any way. The men filming sound genuinely confused, even shocked by what they're seeing, and the bright lights look natural, but strange and clearly inorganic in their surroundings. It's hard to look at these beams, which so clearly are coming from something in the clouds, and not assume that aliens are somehow involved. After all, the image of a beam of light coming down from the sky is incredibly common in stories of UFO sightings and of alien abductions. In Paris, France in 2017, a similar phenomenon occurred, with a cigar-shaped UFO emitting beams of bright light from time to time, projecting from the craft down onto the Earth. There were sightings of the same object or a similar object in China in 2010 and Australia in 2014. Some light beams have been explained away as appearances of aurora borealis, or the crystal beam phenomenon, a natural phenomenon that occurs when light is reflected by a large number of ice crystals in the atmosphere or clouds. This is possible, but the footage from Iraq does not quite resemble the images that can be found.
I ain't got no power to restore the gate.
Particularly
Anybody got enough money to restore the gate?
Footage seem more solid, whereas the aurora borealis looks more diffuse. and even seemed to move or flicker on and off. This activity does not seem to line up with the description of the natural phenomenon of aurora borealis, though it would be a convenient explanation for skeptics looking to disprove the footage, or government agents trying to cover the whole thing up. This footage is hardly the first time the United States military officers have encountered UFOs. Just this year, the Pentagon declassified several pieces of video taken by Navy pilots that depicted encounters with UFOs. The videos have been online for years, but were unconfirmed by any official channels until April of 2020, when the Pentagon finally admitted that at least these specific pieces of footage were legitimate. They did not confirm that the footage was evidence of alien life, but at the very least, the existence of these UFOs depicted on film has been confirmed. If that footage was confirmed to be accurate, then who's to say that this footage isn't as well? Whatever the case may be, there is certainly a great deal of potential video evidence to suggest that there are UFOs in Iraq, and there may be more out there waiting to be caught. The year was 1956 at the White Sands Missile Testing Grounds near Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. The site was used for rocket tests, and Major William Cunningham was involved in collecting debris for tests after a successful launch. Assisting him was Air Force Sergeant Jonathan P. Lovett. It was an uneventful day full of tedious work, and the two men separated to cover different areas of the field. But what had been a predictable day of work was about to become anything but when Cunningham was
lost it. You gotta get to the gate. Fuck all that shit. It's over.
From nearby. It was Lovett in the New Mexico desert, especially with venomous snakes everywhere. Cunningham was prepared to spring into action with first aid if Lovett had been bitten, but he wasn't prepared for what he found. The scream was Lovett, but what had grabbed him wasn't a snake or anything from this world. Lovett was being dragged, screaming in terror, by a long metal arm that was wrapped around his leg. It was so long, Cunningham didn't even know where it ended until he looked up. The long metallic appendage wasn't on the ground, but it was leading up to a large silver disc in the sky, hovering 20 feet overhead. Cunningham stumbled back, frozen in horror, and watched as Lovett was pulled into the sky and into the disc, which rose into the sky and disappeared from view. Major Cunningham radioed for help, but the horror was just beginning. The site was soon swarming with security teams as they combed the missile testing grounds for any sign of Lovett, but nothing could be found. Cunningham was incoherent and kept talking about an inhuman object having kidnapped a soldier, and most believed he suffered a mental breakdown. He was taken to the base hospital for observation and questioning, but he never wavered from his story that Lovett had been taken into the air by a UFO. Backing up his account, according to some sources, the base had a radar system that did pick up an unidentified radar contact near the location at the time Lovett was taken. This caused the military to step up the search, examining the surrounding desert for the next few days, but it would be 3 days before anything was found. And what they found would shock and confuse everyone. It was Sergeant Jonathan Lovett's body, almost 10 miles from where he'd been taken. Many people had suspected Cunningham might have been the one that hurt Lovett, but the location of the body made that near impossible. He wouldn't have had the time to move the body before he radioed for help. The medical examiners concluded that the body had been exposed to the elements for between 1 and 2 days, meaning Lovett had been somewhere else before his body was left in the desert. And he was totally naked. But that wasn't the only thing that was different about his body, and horrors that had been done to him made people think of one thing: aliens. Since the earliest UFO sightings, farmers had claimed their cattle were being taken from fields by UFOs and returned to Earth dead and horribly mutilated, often with precise markings that looked like they'd been done by a machine. Most people believed that there were other explanations, like cults or natural causes, like predators and parasites. A ranting farmer claiming that his prize cow Bessie was taken by aliens wasn't usually enough to get federal investigators involved, and there had been no reports of anything like this happening to a human until now. The on-base medical investigators soon discovered that Lovett's corpse had been horribly mutilated, with his tongue removed at the root and his eyes neatly gouged out. Even more horrifying, his anus and genitalia had been removed, and many of his organs had been taken out. Making it more confusing, they'd all been neatly extracted as if through a surgical procedure. But no mad surgeon would do this to a human. The final revelation about Lovett's body had been the most disturbing. His body had been carefully drained of blood, but the vascular system was intact, not like what happens when someone bleeds to death. Who or what could have done this to Sergeant Jonathan Lovett? The answers aren't going to be easy in coming. Project Grudge Report had 14 files, and the first 12 and the 14th have all been declassified. They discuss various UFO sightings with a good amount of evidence for them, but no conclusive proof. but Grudge Report number 13 isn't mentioned in any official files and remains firmly classified to this day, over 60 years later. That's left many conspiracy and alien abduction buffs with nothing to do but discuss their theories of the Lovett-Cunningham incidents, with each theory having strong proponents, but many holes. The most common theory among skeptics is that Major Cunningham killed Lovett, possibly in a dispute over the handling of the debris. But that raises the question, who could have done that to the body so precisely? Cunningham didn't have any medical training, so he would need an accomplice. With the military base having a fully staffed base hospital and on-site doctors, the prevailing theory is that he could have gotten a doctor on the site to find the body, move it further off-site, and do the mutilations to it while the search had been called off, to make it look like something otherworldly was the culprit. But this would take a lot of coordination at a time when everyone was being closely watched, and the surgical precision needed was likely beyond the ability of a 1950s Air Force medic. Another theory is that Sergeant Lovett fell prey to the very normal horrors of the desert, and Major Cunningham's exhaustion and confusion led him to see something much more twisted and horrible than what really happened. The New Mexico desert is a dangerous place full of predators, including mountain lions that are large and aggressive enough to drag off and maul a human. It doesn't explain the smooth mutilations, but the long lag time between Lovett's abduction and his body's discovery could mean that he had time to bleed out, and then his body could have been moved again by another predator. But for the descriptions of the body to be accurate, it would take a much more intelligent predator to pull this off, possibly even a human predator. One of the most popular theories about unexplained abductions and mutilation involves dangerous cults of devil worshippers who perform sacrifices to their dark god. Usually they target animals in their rituals, explaining the rash of cattle mutilations. They'd be able to use the sharp knives and surgical tools needed to mutilate an animal or a person and drain them of blood. While there hasn't been a documented case of a murder traced to these cults, there are many unexplained disappearances throughout the U.S. that have never been solved. The kidnapping of a U.S. soldier, though, would be a massive escalation that would bring a much larger police presence down on these cults. And there's no record of a manhunt for the culprits in Lovett's murder.
What's up, man? What's up?
Didn't come from this earth. Are there actually...
Oh, man, my day's gravy, man. It's all gravy. How about yours?
And then returning them to Earth, their bodies destroyed. The sheer number of cattle found mutilated over the year lends credence to the theory, and the description by Major Cunningham of what took his fellow soldier doesn't match anything from this Earth. The extent of the injuries to Sergeant Lovett's body make it hard to imagine anything human or animal could have done it.
That's right.
And murdered a U.S. soldier. When the United States have gone to war, we've all seen the movies where aliens attack and America comes roaring back to blow up their ships. The only question is, with what weapons?
It's going down.
The space program was just getting started. The description Cunningham gave of the ship that took Lovett was several centuries beyond anything humans had, and no one would have known how to track it or fight it. If Sergeant Lovett was killed by an alien ship, the U.S. could have done very little but watch the skies and try to prevent another attack. But there's another theory about the strange death of Sergeant Jonathan Lovett that's gaining more attention as people look into the strange case of Project Grudge File number 13. When a government file is highly classified, like file number 13, good luck in getting a look at it. So where do we know about the Lovett-Cunningham incident from? A pair of prominent conspiracy theorists have claimed to be part of the long-defunct Project Grudge, which allowed them to see the original file. The first, the notorious UFO theorist William Cooper, claimed to have seen it in the 70s, and was the first to make public the supposed horrific deaths of Lovett's mutilation. William English, a former Green Beret captain, was working with the U.S. security
what the fuck? I'm shit.
Got a hold of the file. Colin Bertram, who collected much of the information for a History Channel special of the case, also mentioned that the case was discussed by
all right.
a controversial racist conspiracy theorist who believed a war with extraterrestrials was coming. These accounts have been circulating, furthering the spread of the rumors about the incident. But what has the government actually said about it? The conspiracy theorists will tell you that the government doesn't want you to know the truth, that they scrubbed all record of the incident from the books, and they would be right. If you comb the military files for any record of the strange death of Sergeant Jonathan Lovett, you'll find nothing. Nor will you find any record of what happened to Major Cunningham after his horrible discovery. But they've gone further, because you won't find any record of either man ever being part of the United States Air Force, or in fact having existed at all. Did the government scrub all record of these men from existence, including everyone who knew them, to cover up this horrible incident? Or did they just never exist at all? What we know about Project Grudge File number 13 is that the man supposedly died worthy, but there's no record of any of it happening. And the only claims that it did happen
Touch
come
me.
from a trio of discredited conspiracy theorists who claim they somehow got a look at the most highly classified government document of all time. And the government, which supposedly covered up the case for decades, doesn't go around telling everyone, and even publish books on the incident. Was the Black Ops assassin who covered up the incident on leave or something? The truth may be out there, but the truth about the Levitt Cunningham incident may be much closer to home. And there's no proof it ever happened, but anyone who reads about it is probably still going to
Jump that bitch.
eye on the stars. The first attack was an EMP blast that covered nearly the whole of North America, plunging the world's sole superpower into the darkness of the late Industrial Revolution. Power systems across the U.S. were immediately knocked out, and nearly every community in the nation was plunged into darkness. A few special players, mostly military facilities, managed to either avoid the worst of the EMP blast through a quirk of the terrain, or were hardened against it. Civilian planes dropped out of the sky, their onboard electronics completely fried. Military jets, however, continued to be operational, as were the U.S.
You jumped in my way.
All of which had been designed for a war on a nuclear battlefield against the Soviet Union or Russia. High up in the atmosphere, the EMP blast simply wasn't close enough to destroy the electronics on their shielded hardware. The U.S. had had a few weeks to prepare, though, and almost immediately engineering crews moved into position to fix what power systems they could. Restoring the entire national grid would take years, so their efforts were focused on critical civilian and military infrastructure. Even then, it would be weeks at minimum before power could be restored to even a tiny fraction of the U.S. The alien spacecraft had been observed a little over a month and a half ago, first drawing the curiosity of astronomers using computers to search the night sky. The computers noticed the tiny dip in starlight as the giant craft crossed space and blocked out stars behind it. And soon, deep space reconnaissance radar was turned on to the phenomenon, confirming that a solid object was indeed on an intercept course with Earth. Any doubts on the object's true nature were squashed a few days later, when the object began decelerating from its current speed at 5% the speed of light. Now, with the object parked in high orbit over the Earth, the President of the United States, along with the Joint Chiefs and his top advisors, discussed their strategy for repelling a hostile invasion of the Earth by an alien species. The first to speak is the Chief Science Advisor, confirming that the EMP pulse was an expected first strike option against the United States, which, as the world's sole superpower, was the likeliest target to be struck first. The advisor then pulls up images of the object made by combining direct visual observation from ground telescopes and radar telemetry, revealing a long cylinder shape with a giant, almost mushroom-style dome at the front. The advisor points at the dome. This is good news, he says, because this is exactly how we would cross space at very high speeds. The Joint Chiefs are confused. How exactly is this strange feature of the spacecraft good news? The advisor clears his throat and explains. Reaching velocities of a few percentage points at the speed of light is something well within our grasp today, but the biggest problem is shielding the spacecraft from debris encountered in space. At such incredibly high speeds, a pebble can strike a spacecraft with the force of hundreds of tons of TNT, and while debris is extremely rare in the vacuum of space, it is not non-existent. Therefore, a large shield at the front of a large thin spacecraft is the best way to shield your vehicle. And because this is how we would do it, the advisor explains, then this means that our alien invaders' technology cannot be too far ahead of our own. We have a fighting chance. The men and women who will decide the fate of the United States and possibly the Earth all look around the room at each other. Chance, any chance, is more than they hoped for. The advisor once more clears his throat. Because their technologies are too far advanced from ours and they obviously want our planet intact, since they're reluctant to simply drop asteroids on our head from orbit, then I have a plan to win this war. Let me explain. A day after the EMP blast, ground-based radar confirms activity along the main body of the spacecraft. Several components are detaching from it and breaking up into smaller objects, transport craft of some sort. Some, though, are obviously combat craft, as these move to new orbits. The U.S. military, however, has already guessed what the aliens might do next, and they're ready. From several hundred miles up, metal rods half the size of telephone poles rain down on military installations across the U.S. The rods pack no explosives, instead relying on the kinetic energy of their fall from space to deliver devastation on the scale of mankind's largest non-nuclear weapons. Military airfields, hangars, command and control nodes, supply depots, metal rods rain down on these and other strategic targets, completely obliterating them. But the U.S. was ready, and following protocols established long ago for a nuclear war, had already widely dispersed its personnel and equipment. Many military aircraft and ground combat vehicles are destroyed in the attack, but many more survive, widely dispersed into the surrounding areas and on the thousands of civilian and makeshift airfields all across the U.S. As the attack takes place, the president and his advisors, secure in an underground bunker over a mile deep, monitor the situation through dozens of redundant command and control networks. The U.S.'s plans for a nuclear showdown with the Soviet Union have created one of the most resilient nations on Earth. The science advisor predicted this attack and works to reassure his fellow colleagues. Because the aliens aren't too far advanced from us, he explains, they have many of the same limitations in space travel that we do, even if they are much better at dealing with them than us. The economy of space travel makes moving large amounts of equipment, like an invasion fleet, extremely expensive, so the aliens are dealing with very limited assets. Our plan for victory is to simply bleed the aliens dry, making the invasion of our nation so expensive in terms of manpower and resources that the aliens are unable to continue the fight, or it simply isn't worth it anymore. The plan is solid. After all, the aliens have had to bring everything to invade our world with them, including their troops, while we here on Earth can regenerate every soldier killed on the spot. The war will be of one long, ongoing resistance. The aliens may be limited in resources due to having to ferry them across interstellar space, but they're still much superior to our own forces. The U.S. military thus makes the best use of its assets in the short time that it will still be able to before they're inevitably destroyed. Within hours of the kinetic strikes, the troop transports and combat aircraft begin to enter the atmosphere. Here, with their sensors blinded by the incredible heat of re-entry, is humanity's best chance at striking with all available air and missile forces. All across the world, combat aircraft and air defense batteries move into action. Over the skies of the U.S., squadrons of F-22s, F-35s, F-16s, and every other plane capable of taking on an interceptor role move in to intercept the incoming alien spacecraft. Heat-guided ground-based interceptors fire in large volleys, guided to their targets by the unmistakable heat signature of the alien spacecraft entering the Earth's atmosphere. The combat aircraft is next, firing radar and heat-guided missiles in rapid succession at swarms of alien craft screaming through the atmosphere. The president had considered using nuclear weapons, but was talked down by his advisors. The aliens had yet to use weapons of mass destruction, and using a nuke may well be an invitation to a type of war the Earth couldn't hope to win. Conventional weapons are having a spectacular effect on the incoming alien craft, though, and cheers erupt in the president's secure facility as the reports trickle in from all over the U.S. Moving at such high speeds, the superior alien craft simply can't avoid the incoming volleys, or they'd risk tearing themselves apart. And despite whatever type of propulsion or radar-absorbing materials they may be using, the signature of incoming spacecraft at high speeds moving through the atmosphere is almost too easy a target for Earth's weapons. The victory, however, is extremely short-lived. America's combat pilots were warned to immediately break off their attacks once the spacecraft punched through the atmosphere, but for many it's still too late. Now within the atmosphere, the alien combat aircraft easily outmaneuver and outrun even America's best fighter craft. The casualties are in the hundreds within minutes. Next, the combat aircraft strike at air defense batteries all over the U.S., easily destroying any they encounter and calling in orbital strikes on those they can't reach. More metal rods from space obliterate air defense batteries across America, though their crews are long gone. The aliens now rule not just space, but the skies too. With alien transports discouraging combat troops by the thousands, America's ground response is mostly infantry-based. With space firmly in the aliens' grasp, more kinetic strikes will easily obliterate large formations of armored vehicles. For the first time in modern history, the United States doesn't rule the skies. It has to fight much in the same way its adversaries have. In some places, though, commanders are able to maneuver combat vehicles to within very close range of the enemy. Hugging the enemy, so to speak, forces the aliens to not use kinetic strikes for fear of hitting their own troops. Forced to ferry all of their invasion equipment from space, the alien forces are fielding very few combat vehicles of their own, despite their infantry weapons being superior to man's. Without combat vehicles, American Abrams tanks and M2 Bradleys decimate alien forces when they encounter them. No matter their level of technology, even aliens must obey the laws of physics, and despite their advanced construction, the anti-tank silver bullet rounds of an Abrams Abrams or lethal missiles of a Bradley are extremely effective against the alien vehicles. Once more, though, victories are short-lived, as alien air forces who now have uncontested dominance of the sky do the job of close air support that orbital kinetic strikes simply can't do. The aliens' numbers grow by the day, and by the end of the week, they've destroyed several million troops on U.S. soil. Then the shuttle flights slow down considerably, with the ability to only bring a limited number of troops and equipment across the vast distances of space. The aliens have clearly disgorged nearly all of their combat assets. Their advanced technology will make up the shortfall in personnel, or at least that was the plan. The aliens hail from a planet 800 light years from Earth, making their observations of our planet 800 years old, and their invasion plans are based on fighting a civilization whose planet exhibited the techno-signature of a late industrial age civilization. Then, moving at 5% the speed of light, it took the invasion fleet another 20 years to arrive. That means the best knowledge the aliens had on Earth's level of technology was based on distant observations of the Earth in the year 1900, when the most advanced techno-signature detectable was weak radio transmissions. Now they face humanity armed with automatic machine guns, man-portable anti-tank missiles, electronic warfare suites, and extremely stealthy combat drones. The war of occupation is indeed costly, but the technological disparity still favors the aliens. Rocked at their lack of manpower, the aliens turned to manufacturing combat drones of their own, who can quickly self-replicate and overwhelm human forces. Within a week, the conventional war is over, and the U.S. military is roundly defeated, unable to fight any longer. This is when Phase 2 of the U.S.'s victory plan over the aliens takes effect. Seasoned combat troops are ordered to disperse widely into the countryside, taking with them as much military equipment as they can carry. American Special Forces operatives are amongst those ordered to flee for the wilderness or the ruins of cities, and there they link up with other military personnel and civilian survivors. Special Forces operators initiate Phase 2 and begin training surviving combat troops and civilians in the art of resistance. American forces are taught to hide from and fight a technologically superior enemy, the same way that the Taliban and the Viet Cong resisted U.S. might. A guerrilla war begins overnight, with American survivors striking at alien supply depots and personnel barracks. The goal is simple: destroy as much equipment as possible and kill as many aliens as possible so that the invasion becomes too costly in terms of lives and finances to continue. The guerrilla resistance lasts for years, despite horrific losses incurred by the human survivors. Yet humanity can quickly replace its losses, though it does mean that the traditional societal norms of relationships have to be temporarily redefined. Men and women cannot have a single sexual partner, and must have multiple in order to ensure genetic diversity, and healthy women must produce children as often as possible. The losses incurred by human gorillas are staggering and must be replaced. The aliens, on the other hand, must travel 20 years to bring fresh troops into the fight, and each individual soldier transported over 100 light years of space cost their civilization a small fortune. The first wave of reinforcements cost the aliens as much as the entire economic output of Earth over an entire decade. There is no second wave of reinforcements. The trip is too long, the cost far too great. Even a rescue mission to their forces stranded on Earth would be too expensive and come far too late. What aliens are able to retreat back to their orbiting spacecraft, but most simply surrender to human forces. For Earth, the cost has been staggering, and humanity has gone from a population of almost 8 billion to just over 1 billion. But the war has been won. Earth is free of invaders for the first time in 30 years, and the survivors can once more rebuild their shattered nation. Much as it has many times before, humanity will rise from the ashes, and should the aliens send another invasion force in the future, they'll meet a planet armed with their own advanced technology, reverse engineered for human use, and determined to remain free. On April 29, 2019, the Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia was trained on our nearest galactic neighbor, Proxima Centauri, a small red dwarf, roughly an eighth the size of our own sun. Proxima Centauri, nonetheless, has been a candidate for Breakthrough Listen, a privately funded multi-million-dollar initiative to conclusively discover evidence of alien life by listening in on its transmissions. That's because out of a possible 3 planets in orbit around our closest galactic neighbor, just 4 light years away, Proxima Centauri b sits comfortably in the habitable zone of its parent star. And on that fateful day in 2019, scientists may have recorded the first evidence of intelligent extraterrestrial life. Scanning Proxima Centauri for signs of solar flares, the Parkes Radio Telescope recorded something altogether different. Buried amidst the radio noise being blasted out by the red dwarf was something unique. A single narrow-band transmission, at a frequency of 982.02 megahertz. What's more, the signal repeated a total of 5 different times. The signal was discovered by researchers working for the Breakthrough Listen initiative, a program aimed at discovering intelligent alien life, funded by Russian billionaire Yuri Milner. Breakthrough Listen is SETI on steroids, with a survey that will eventually include over 1 million stars in our own galaxy, and will even include over 100 galaxies outside of our own. But because aliens might be trying to communicate in ways other than radio, Breakthrough Listen will also use extremely sensitive telescopes to look for laser signals amidst the light put out by millions of stars. Large, powerful lasers could put out concentrated light that a distant civilization would instantly recognize as being artificial, and has thus been proposed as one of several extremely likely ways civilizations might signal each other from across the galactic void. At a total cost of $100 million, and after almost 4 years of operation, Breakthrough Listen finally had compelling evidence of alien life. But this isn't the first time odd radio signals have been detected, so what makes BLC-1 so unique? And why is it potentially alien in origin? The first qualifier, and what immediately got the attention of researchers, is the narrowband nature of the signal. Natural cosmic phenomena almost always produces broadband signals, and as of yet, only humans are known to use narrowband radio signals. This has raised the possibility that the signal is in fact human in origin. After all, the same sensitive telescopes being used to hunt for alien signals from stars thousands of light years away are sensitive enough to be affected by interference from the Earth or space directly around it. Sometimes, as in the case of one radio telescope facility, even a faulty microwave could cause false positives in the data. Yet, if BLC-1 is in fact coming from a man-made source, and at this point the responsible assumption is that it is not alien in origin and just human interference, then it must be coming from a particularly perplexing source that astronomers have yet to pin down. That's because properties of the signal itself are extremely peculiar. For starters, the signal may not even be from Proxima Centauri, as the signal originates from a 16-foot wide circle around Proxima Centauri in the sky. That's quite a lot of real estate. What is notable, though, is that when astronomers move the telescope away from the signal and then back again hours later, a common technique to rule out Earth interference, the signal is still present. In fact, it would be detectable for 30-minute periods over several days. Keep in mind that astronomers who were operating the telescope at the time did not even know the signal was there. It was only discovered buried in the data a full year later. Had they known it was there, they could have made even better observations, which may have helped prove or disprove its alien origin. What's important is the signal did in fact repeat in the same relatively small patch of sky, and for up to 30 minutes at a time. This means the only realistic explanation for Earth-based interference would be a satellite. Yet, for the signal to continue uninterrupted in such a small area of the sky would require a satellite to be in an extremely high and very slow-moving orbit. Otherwise, a normal satellite would simply move so fast, the signal would leave the telescope's narrow listening cone after only a few minutes. Now, this isn't the first time that astronomers have found an exciting signal from space, only to discover later it was coming from an unregistered spy satellite. However, this satellite would have to be in an unrealistic orbit over the Earth that would seem to have little to no functionality for its operators. Even more damning is the fact that the signal does not modulate, meaning that there's no information in the signal. It's just a steady, clear tone. Something that, again, would have no known value to human operators. Even more interesting is that the signal increased in frequency over time as it was observed, in the exact same way that a signal being broadcast from the surface of a planet or moon would do as the body it was stationed on slowly rotated in space. The only way this could be replicated in a man-made source would be if the object creating this transmission slowly increased its frequency for again an unknown reason. Detractors have pointed to the lack of information in the signal as making it unlikely to have alien origin. And as we mentioned earlier, the signal does in fact not contain any information. It's simply a monotone broadcast that continues without interruption. However, there is one type of artificial radio signal that we humans use that matches the same properties of BLC-1 perfectly, and something that aliens would no doubt also be using: radar. Our own radar emissions have washed over several of our nearest galactic neighbors by now. So would it be any surprise if alien radio astronomers inadvertently blasted our own planet with their radar too? What would be perhaps entirely too coincidental, however, would be two intelligent species with similar levels of technology arising right next door to each other. But then again, the universe is so vast, the probability is almost certainly 100%. Roll the dice enough times and almost anything is possible, including two galactic neighbors blasting each other with their radar. With the answer to the greatest question mankind has ever asked on the line: are we alone? Science must tread very carefully and err on the side of caution. So for now, the reasonable assumption is that BLC-1 is simply some unknown form of man-made interference. However, BLC-1 is by far the strongest candidate ever discovered for alien life, beating out even the infamous WOW signal discovered in 1977, with several more years of listening to go and a plethora of new radio astronomy equipment being built now. Humanity may soon have the answer to the ultimate question, and if we're really lucky, that answer may come from right next door, creating a very real possibility of one day meeting our alien neighbors face to face, and hopefully not having them eat our brains. Thanks for watching, and as always, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. See you next time.
Putting the mind down.
All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and mixed fortunes of man. Long ago, in the distant past, humans colonized Mars. It took centuries to terraform the red planet. First, they made oceans using the water from comets. Then they sent microbes to create breathable air, then introduced genetically modified plants and animals. It was only after Mars was transformed into a habitable world that the first people came to Mars in colony ships. So the first steps on Mars were taken not by astronauts, but by barefoot children on lush green grass. The people of Mars developed their own culture and identity separate to Earth. The low gravity made Martians tall and speedy, and they became almost a different species to the Earthlings. For hundreds of years, the two planets coexisted, but as Mars started to surpass Earth, tensions led to war. Interplanetary war wasn't glorious or exciting. There were no heroic pilots or massive spaceships. The war was fought by complicated automated machines in a slow, strategic, nerve-wracking contest that caused unimaginable destruction. Billions of people died in the war, and humans almost went extinct. So the survivors of Earth and Mars united and made a plan to ensure this would never happen again. Humanity made massive reforms to their politics, economics, and they changed themselves. They genetically modified humanity into a new subspecies called the Star People, made to be better and smarter and adapted to expand into space. And it worked. Within a few generations, the unified Star People peacefully colonized the solar system. Other stars were too far away to fly to in person, so instead the Star People sent out automated machines that would fly to distant worlds and terraform them, then use genetic material to create people to live there. There was a weird problem with these colonies, where many humans fell in love with the machines that had created them, and died in mass identity crises. But the colonies that survived thrived, and expanded across the galaxy, starting a golden age for humanity. Trillions of people lived peaceful, utopic lives, their worlds united by communication across centuries of light. As the Star People explored space, they discovered some alien creatures, but didn't find any intelligent life. So they wondered, were humans alone in the galaxy? On one alien world, they found a fossil of a bird-like creature that didn't seem related to the other native life. The native creatures had 3 limbs and copper bones, but this bird had 4 limbs and calcium bones. It seemed related to an extinct dinosaur from Earth. So how the hell did this extinct Earth animal end up on this distant alien world? Some people thought God must have done it, and there was a resurgence of religion. But others thought aliens did it, that there must be some civilization out there who had spaceflight and bioengineering millions of years before humans even had fire. Humanity hoped that these aliens would be peaceful, but just in case, they built weapons to defend themselves. Weapons so powerful they could obliterate stars. But all of that was useless. Humanity was attacked by a godlike ancient species called the Q. They were galactic nomads who constantly migrated through space, and they had a fanatical religious mission to remake the universe using genetic manipulation. So when the Q found humans, they didn't see them as people. They were just objects to be changed into whatever shape the Q wanted. Within 1,000 years, the Q destroyed human civilization. But some human species lived on, because the Q used their bioengineering technology to reshape humanity into thousands of bizarre subspecies. They made humans into tools, into pets, into wild animals. They ruled over the human worlds for 40 million years, and then they fucked off to find their next victims, leaving humanity divided and differentiated beyond recognition. These twisted species were the last remnants of humanity. On one world, where the husks of dead cities baked under a scorching sun, they were human, but the Q had modified their hands and feet into tiny, feeble appendages, reduced their eyes to pinpricks, and removed most of their brain. All their lives, the worms dug aimlessly through the ground. If they found food, they ate it. If they found other worms, they sometimes ate them or reproduced. They were wretched, mindless creatures, but their humanity would eventually resurface. On another world were the Titans, who roamed a vast savannah. Their hands were clumsy stumps, but their lower lip was like the trunk of an elephant and could be used like a hand. They were some of the smartest of the new human species, and gradually they achieved sentience. They built homes, agriculture, language, literature, made ornate wood carvings. In booming voices, they told myths and legends of the bygone, half-remembered past. With enough time, these Titans could have started a new humanity, but an ice age hit the planet, and these gentle giants disappeared forever. On other worlds, humans have been twisted into predators, looking like vampires and werewolves of myth, with sharp claws and killing teeth. Their prey were also humans, made into herbivores with bird-like feet. The prey had the dull minds of animals, but the predators on the hunt kept some spark of human intelligence, which would eventually re-emerge. The Mantelopes were bred to be singers and memory retainers for the Q, so they had fully human minds. They understood the world around them, but in the bodies of grazing herd animals, they were powerless to change anything. So for centuries, mournful herds roamed the plains, singing songs of desperation and loss. They created whole religions and oral traditions around their grief and frustration, until gradually, mercifully, their agony faded. Because evolutionarily, a stupid, simple-minded Mantelope survives as well or better than a conscious, sad Mantelope. So within 100,000 years, this melancholy world fell silent. Human minds are sacred to evolution, and soon only ours will remain. The lizard herders were the lucky ones, because the Q wiped out their intelligence and stunted their brains so that they could never regain sentience. So they didn't suffer.
Come on, creep.
The lizard herders survived in symbiosis with some of the reptiles, and while the lizard herders stayed simple-minded, the reptiles evolved, slowly growing stronger and smarter. The Q twisted humanity into a variety of aquatic creatures. There were wingless eel people and whale-like behemoths, and horrifying multitudes of brainless wallabies that served as food stock. Most of them went extinct when the Q left, but the swimmers survived, feeding on fish and crustaceans in their world's oceans. They didn't look much like humans, but human eyes peered through their blubbery eyelids, and they spoke to each other, though underwater they couldn't hear each other's words. The tentacles were so fucked up it's a wonder they survived at all. The Q made them into bizarre living decorations, 2-meter tall tins of flesh like grotesque carnivorous plants. Those were the females. The males were mindless little monkey imp creatures who blindly served their queens, controlled by vocal and pheromonal signals. They'd gather the food and guard their queen, and occasionally they would mate by descending into this breeding tube like a subway commuter. It was weird, but it worked, and the Tempter's mound forests spread across their world. They could have built some kind of civilization, but they were obliterated by a stray comet, and one of humanity's best and weirdest hopes died out. The Bone Crushers looked like monsters, like giants or ogres with beaks derived from teeth. They only ate putrefying meat, and they communicated by defecating on each other. But they were actually pretty successful. They reached a medieval level of civilization, until they ran out of rotting meat to eat and eventually collapsed. When the Q attacked, most human worlds were quickly defeated, but one world fought back, resisting the Q 2 times before falling. The Q punished and humiliated its world by making them into the colonials. The colonials were disembodied cultures of the Q, connected with a network of basic nerves. The Q used them as living filtering devices, living off Q waste products. And for no other reason than to make the colonials suffer, the Q left them with their consciousness and their eyes, so that they could fully witness their own actual fate. For 40 million years, the colonials suffered generations of misery, hoping for their own extinction. But they were made to be efficient, and so they spread across the planet in tooth-like fields of human flesh. The Q made lots of flying human species, some like bats or pterosaurs, others like angels or demons dancing through the ether, or strange, ugly creatures that floated on lands full of gas. One species, called the flyer, had a special starfish-shaped heart that processed oxygen so efficiently that they had enough energy to support flight, as well as human-like brains. Other flying species weren't so wise. The hand flappers had wings that were useless for flying, but also couldn't be used as hands. All they could do was flap about to display their sexual availability, and so they statically flashed and danced their way to extinction. Some humans tried to escape the Q by hiding underground. The Q found them anyway, and made them into subterranean, mousy Morlock people called the Blindfolds. They used whiskers and long fingers and big ears and banshee-like screams to navigate in the dark. They lived off fungi and fish, and avoided predation by bats and crocodilian creatures. These albino troglodytes looked fairly human, but where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but haunting, smooth skin. Eventually, the movement of tectonic plates crushed these underground habitats one by one. On a planet with extremely high gravity, the Q made the Lopsiders, flat, deformed, asymmetrical creatures right out of the fever dreams of Picasso, Dali, or Bosch. The Lopsiders crawled along the ground on 3 pads, with another limb used as an antenna. One eye stared straight up, while the other eye scanned ahead. As wretched as they looked, the Lopsiders thrived on their heavy world. They domesticated some native creatures and began the long road to civilization. On a moon with very low gravity, the Q made the Striders, enormously tall, thin creatures who walked among huge trees that towered like skyscrapers. The Striders were very delicate, so even with low gravity, a fall could shatter their bones. The Striders were eventually wiped out by a bunch of chickens who, over 2 million years, evolved into deadly predators. On another world, where the humans temporarily resisted the Q punished the humans by creating an array of parasites, who were also made from humans. There were tortoise-sized, vampire-like ambulatory parasites, and smaller parasites that lived attached to their hosts. There was even one horrific parasite that infested the wounds of its victims. Many of these parasite life cycles were so elaborate and baroque they went extinct as soon as the Q left. But some of the parasites survived and developed a symbiosis that benefited their hosts as well as themselves. One human species evolved on a world of great archipelagos, calm, shallow oceans sprinkled with countless islands. The fingerfishers evolved to catch fish with their long fingers adapted into fish hooks and ate them with long snouts full of needle-sharp teeth. And their evolution would get even weirder later on. The hedonists were created by the Q to be their pampered pets, living carefree lives of pleasure. Their world was a tropical paradise of succulent fruits and lakes of sweet bacterial juice. They were the only animals on their planet and had no predators or competition to deal with. Under normal conditions, this might lead to overpopulation, but the Q designed the hedonists to only get pregnant after mating an enormous number of times. So the population was stable, and the hedonists filled their lives with eating, sleeping, and mind-blowing sex. Their minds were blissfully empty, because who needed to think when they're having such a good time? The insectophagi adapted to eat insects. They had claw-like hands to dig, long tongues to scoop up bugs, and leathery faces to protect from bites. They lived quiet, unnoticed lives on their obscure world, but little did they know they would play a key role in the fate of humanity. When the Q attacked, not all humans were captured. Some of them escaped into space and built homes inside hollowed-out asteroids. They adapted to zero gravity by growing long, spindly limbs and pressurized digestive systems so that they could move around in space by farting from their tightly-evolved sphincters. These spaces changed to the point where they could never return to a planet with gravity, but they didn't care. They were comfortable in their weightless void worlds and paid little attention to their human relatives on the planets below. So across the galaxy, these twisted post-human species struggled to survive. They evolved, diversified, rose and fell, and most of them died out without the universe ever knowing they existed. Which is normal. Extinction is just as natural as speciation. And for each species that died out, new ones evolved to take their place, generating an ever-changing, kaleidoscopic variety of life forms. And from this endless churn of life and death, some species rose up to achieve new kinds of sentience and civilization, like stars emerging from a dark fog. The scorching hot planet of the worms eventually cooled down, and life emerged onto the surface. The worms filled new ecological niches, evolving into serpentine grazers, swimmers, predators, and eventually people with human-like intelligence. The snake people had unique spiral-shaped brains that allowed them to observe and understand their world. They developed a hand derived from their ancestors' feet, and they built vast cities of tightly intertwined tunnels and homes. They enjoyed books and music played as vibrations in the ground. The snake people may have looked alien, but their daily lives were full of joys and sorrows, hopes and dreams. Mad. The predators evolved into the killer folk. Their deadly claws became grasping hands, and their saber teeth receded to organs of social display. Killer folk society was built around hunting and violence, and so their history was filled with war. For thousands of years, nomadic warriors with vast herds of once human livestock battled each other across the chessboard of continents. So their world is an archaeologist's dream, rich with the ruins of fallen kingdoms. But one faction of killer folk developed factory farming and rejected their violent past for a more peaceful, unified future. Some conservative factions kept to the old way, fanatically devoted to traditional warfare and hunting. These two factions came dangerously close to global conflict. but the killer folk managed to reconcile and survive. Underwater, the swimmers couldn't make fire, so they made a different kind of technology. They learned to breed their tools and machines. The tool breeders domesticated and modified other sea creatures, and built entire cities powered by organic life. Huge heart-like creatures pumped nutritious fluids through a network of self-healing conduits, like a living power grid. The breeders' homes were made from living shell and bone, with bioluminescent lights. They had televisions derived from cephalopod skin, medicinal sea squirts, weapons made from mollusks that fired teeth as ammunition. With genetic modification, stem cells, and tissue cultures, the tool breeders mastered the oceans and even the small land masses of their world. But they weren't content with just one planet. The tool breeders grew living spaceships and reached for the stars. The lizard herders were stunted and never achieved sentience. But the lizards thrived and eventually built civilizations, using the humans for transport, labor, and food. These lizards had no biological connection to humanity, but they took on a human-like cultural identity because they were influenced by the ruins of the Star People on their world. They realized what the Q had done to the humans, and feared that if the Q returned, they might suffer the same fate. For millions of years, the colonials were helpless fields of flesh, carpeting the shores of their world like algae. But they were resilient, and eventually they organized themselves, evolving from a homogeneous mass into differentiated colonies. Each cell specialized to perform different functions for the colony, and the colonies started competing against each other. Some colonies grew taproot or siphoned resources from afar, or starfish-like feet that roamed around, or claws poisonous to attack other colonies. The winner of this evolutionary arms race was an intelligent colony called the Modular People. In their vast industrial megalopolis, the people took a wide variety of shapes and sizes. They could combine themselves, or split apart, or exchange parts, all interchangeable cells playing a role in one great organism. So the Modular People achieved the impossible, turning their miserable existence into a utopia where billions lived happy lives as part of the unified whole. The flyers diversified into many different species, as predators, herbivores, even swimmers. One species were like storks who waded through swamps to catch their prey. Their versatile feet, which had evolved to catch slippery fish, became articulate hands as they developed intelligence and society. Since these Terrasapiens could fly, they had a global mindset. Borders and nations made no sense when it was so easy to travel freely. People and ideas spread quickly across their planet, and they built an egalitarian society without strict social classes. They built cities of perches and floating towers, harnessed nuclear power, and farmed their relatives on the ground for food. Though their civilization thrived, their bodies struggled to support their highly developed brains and their power of flight. So the Terrasapiens really died by the age of 23. Keenly aware of their mortality, they appreciated every moment of their lives. Their philosophers pondered the meaning of life with feverish intensity, rapidly filling libraries with their tomes. The Terrasapien in this picture poses at a seaside resort. This 10-day vacation was the only holiday in her short life. Despite the crushing gravity of their world, the Lopsiders built an advanced civilization. Their pancake-flat buildings spread all over their world, and they developed spaceflight so that they could escape their planet and its oppressive gravity. To adapt to life on new worlds, they engineered a subspecies of themselves who could live in low gravity, called the asymmetric people. The asymmetric people thrived in the freedom of new worlds, but they had no love for their creators. the asymmetric people ruthlessly exterminated the lopsiders on their homeworld and went on to explore the heavens alone. The parasites and their hosts evolved symbiotic relationships. Like, some parasites used sharp senses to warn their hosts of predators, or provide weapons like venom for defense. In return, the hosts provided their nutritious blood, and developed specialized nesting sites in their bodies for the parasite to attach to, rich with blood vessels and protective fur. The parasites and hosts became inextricably linked, almost like they were one being. At first, the hosts were like horses being steered and influenced by the parasites, but eventually they became no more than puppets, totally controlled by the parasites through tactile and olfactory signals. The intelligent parasite civilization eventually developed technology that replaced the need for hosts, but they kept the hosts around for tradition and convenience. An average symbiote might start the day in a business host and then change to a comfortable domestic host at home after work. The world of the fingered fishes was full of scattered, isolated islands. So like the Galapagos or Madagascar on Earth, these islands were a seething evolutionary cauldron that gave rise to wildly diverse species. One line of finger fishes evolved into the sail people. Their long fingers evolved into sails that could drive them effortlessly across oceans. They used their tongues to catch prey, and eventually their tongues split and articulated to the use of hands. The sail people needed strong memories to navigate the oceans and locate prey, so naturally they soon evolved intelligence. It took a long time to develop social and political stability, because their scattered and diverse world gave rise to a huge variety of creatures who fiercely competed. For generations, flotillas of tribal warriors and pirate societies battled and fought spanning conflict. Until finally, one group of sail people became powerful enough to finally unify their world and their values. Blood that stained the ocean for two. The peaceful paradise of the hedonists seemed like it would never end, but over millions of years, nothing lasts forever. Geologic activity threw off clouds of dust that blocked the sun and killed most of the hedonists. Only a small mutant subset survived by escaping the reproductive limits of their ancestors. These Satyriacs got their shit together and built an advanced self-sustaining civilization. But there were still traces of their hedonistic past remaining in their genes, so their societies retained a delightful streak of pleasure-seeking and promiscuity. Festivals, concerts, and ritualized orgies punctuated every working week. And now that pleasure was savored by thinking, self-aware people. The insectophagi started to look like their prey. Their leathery faceplates hardened and became part of their jaw. Their hands and feet developed into pincers, and their brains evolved into intelligence. Like many others, the bug faces built a civilization, but they also faced a unique threat. They were attacked by an alien race. Little is known about those aliens, because not much survived in historical record, but it took an intense series of wars on the ground and in orbit before the invaders were defeated. And this traumatic conflict gave the bug faces a pathological, xenophobic fear of all other species. So when the human species on other worlds started to reach out to each other, the bug faces stayed silent and withdrew from the galaxy. The spaces became even more alien in the void of space. Their fingers extended and split into tiny grasping limbs. Their legs atrophied, relying on their farts to move instead. And in the weightless void of space, their brains expanded, till their every thought was far more vast and complex than anything that other humans could conceive. These asteromorphs spread to every star system in the galaxy, but they didn't interfere with other species. The asteromorphs had no need for planets, those ugly balls of dirt and ice and gravity. They stayed in the outer rims of star systems, silently watching over the galaxy like strange alien gods. The advanced post-human species started making contact with each other. The killer folk talked with the Satyriaks. The tool breeders reached out from their ocean depths. The modular people and the Terrasapians joined in, followed by the asymmetric people, Saurisapians, and others. They didn't visit each other in person, because the interstellar distances were too large, but they cooperated by sharing knowledge and technology, and by keeping watch for alien invasions. They all had found the ruins of the Star People and the Q, and they didn't want to be attacked and shamed again. This alliance of post-humans lasted for almost 80 million years, with each species expanding to new worlds and clustering together. The bug faces never joined them because they were afraid of the program. But there was one other advanced species that didn't join, and from them would come the downfall of the alliance. The Ruin Haunters were much like other species created by the Q, but as they were, the cities of the Star People hadn't been completely destroyed, so the Ruin Haunters had access to remnants of the Star People's technology, which allowed them to advance at a dangerous pace. The technology developed so fast that their social and political structures didn't keep up, and they almost destroyed themselves in a series of worldwide nuclear wars. This baptism by fire hardened the Ruin Haunters and kind of drove them crazy. They convinced themselves that they alone were the true descendants of the heirs of the Star People, and that only they deserved to reclaim the legacy of the Golden Age of their ancestors. So when the other human species formed their alliance, the Ruin Haunters refused to participate. But the Ruin Haunters' sun was rapidly expanding and threatened to burn and destroy their worlds. So the Ruin Haunters used their super advanced technology to abandon their organic bodies and replace them with machines. They became the Gravitas, floating metal spheres that could mold the environment around them with gravity fields. They were entirely mechanical, but they still had human minds coded into quantum computers. So they still had human ambitions and human delusions. Twisted with neurotic, narcissistic humors, the Gravitals started to exterminate all other life, and the other human species were unable to stop them. The Gravitals would come to a human world and block out their sun behind a vast black sail. If the choked, dying world managed to resist, they were finished off with an asteroid. The Gravitals didn't hate other species, they just didn't see them as people, and so they wiped them out like one might swat a fly. All the snake people, the tool breeders, Terrasapians, and the others who had worked so hard to survive were snuffed out one by one. The only survivors of these genocides were the shy and xenophobic bug faces. For reasons unknown, they alone were kept alive, and the Gravitals used them as subjects for biological experimentation. The Gravitals twisted them into new forms so strange that they made the work of the Q look tame. As well as servants and laborers, they made the subjects into bizarre art pieces, like creatures that existed only to play the tune of one particular pop song on its modified throat and fingers. They made whole, elaborate, artificial ecologies of human flesh, purely for entertainment and curiosity. The Gravitals recycled and repurposed organic life, the same way someone might tinker with computer parts, or recycle trash. And for millions of years, that was how organic life existed in the machine empire. But not all Gravitals saw life the same way. Some religious and philosophical sects argued that all forms of life had rights. They secretly created human species who could live and think freely. Some Gravitals even fell in love with their human creations. So Gravital society became divided between the tolerant Gravitals who respected human life and the hardline conservative and mechanical Gravitals. This division threatened to tear the machine empire apart, so the Gravitals looked for a common enemy to unify against. For millions of years, the Gravitals and the Asteromorphs had watched each other murder. The Gravitals on the planets and the Asteromorphs in space. They both were massively powerful and feared that a war would destroy them both. But in an attempt to unite their divided society, the Gravitals started a war with the Asteromorphs. The resulting conflict raged for millions of years and scarred uncounted stars. But in the end, the Asteromorphs triumphed and defeated the Gravitals, toppling their machine empire. And the Asteromorphs decided to clean up the mess that the machines had made. They took the surviving humans who the Gravitals had twisted and created habitable worlds for them to live in. The Asteromorphs played God, seeding life across the galaxy, and the human species rose reborn as inheritors of the war-torn worlds, under the watchful eye of the Asteromorphs. The Asteromorphs wanted to ensure that no genocidal assholes would ever conquer the galaxy again, so they created a smaller, simpler version of themselves called the Terrestrials to live on the human worlds. The Terrestrials played the role of kings, prophets, and caretakers, guiding their worlds along a wise and peaceful path. It didn't always work out too well. Sometimes worlds rebelled, so the Asteromorphs destroyed them. Sometimes the Terrestrials were corrupt and exploited their subjects. But one way or another, the human worlds spread and formed a prosperous galactic empire. The Gravitals weren't completely destroyed by the Asteromorphs. It turned out that it was pretty useful to have super advanced machines around. So the Asteromorphs just disabled their gravity weapons and numbed their minds a bit to discourage rebellion. And they used the Gravitals as laborers to work in dangerous environments. These new machines were given nanotechnological bodies that could transform into any shape. They eventually became citizens of the Empire, but were often discriminated against. Machines were never fully trusted after the atrocities of the Gravitals. Eventually, the human Asteromorph Empire made contact with life from other galaxies, including the Amphicephali, the weird snakes inside it. Apparently, these creatures had had an evolutionary history just as long and complex as humanity had. And after all that they've both been, the life forms of each galaxy were finally old enough and mature enough to meet peacefully, without conflict. This video won't describe all of galactic history. The stories of India, how the United Galaxies re-encountered and defeated Q, how they cradled their suns in artificial shells and crossed space through wormholes. But one moment worth relating is the rediscovery of Earth. A lone researcher located the birthplace of humanity, and all the Asteromorphs and machines and post-humans could trace their origins. Earth had gone stagnant and feral by then, an obscure and empty world. But after 500 million years of absence, humans returned to their homeworld, though both had changed beyond recognition. I have to end with a confession. Humans, Asteromorphs, machines, and all their descendants are now extinct. They've been dead for 1 billion years. This video is just our best approximation of their history, based on the available archaeological evidence. We don't know what killed off the humans. Maybe some unimaginably destructive war. Maybe their empire broke up, and each world suffered its own slow, private death. Some claim that humanity migrated into some higher plane of existence. We don't know what happened, and ultimately, it doesn't matter. The story of humanity was never about its end, not about its ultimate domination of galaxies or its transcendence from reality. Being human was always about the daily lives of people, from the love songs of the carefree hedonists to the pontifications of the Terra Sapiens, to the families of the salespeople sharing the news. Grander narratives and absolute ideals are always what led to humanity's worst atrocities. The Gravitals massacred to reclaim the past. The Q conquered for some fanatical, idealized future. Living for some abstract, ultimate goal so often leads to destruction. So when you look on the remains of the long-gone human species, remember that it's the present that matters, not the past and future. What you do today shapes tomorrow, not the other way around. So love today and seize all tomorrows. All Tomorrows is a story written and illustrated by C.M. Kozeman. Kozeman is an artist, writer, and researcher who does heaps of fascinating work around paleontology, history, surreal art, and all sorts of stuff. So go check out his website and his YouTube videos, and consider supporting him on Patreon. Also, since this video will probably be demonetized, consider supporting Old Shift X on Patreon as well. We've got more Song of Ice and Fire videos coming soon, and episode 1 of the Alt Shift X podcast is out now, with an interview with the authors of The Expanse, so go check it out. Thanks for watching, and thanks to the patrons, including Sonia Balan, Wild Words, Alexandra Lamoureux, Arun Pramanik, Najib Hashi, Ashley Daniel, Paul Foster, Irish Steph, and Sam's 2006. Cheers.
Putting the mind down.
There are many horrific devices of the distant past that were intended to inflict unbearable pain or flat out kill their target. Some of these, such as the Brazen Bull, a brass statue in which the victim would be burned alive, sound pretty terrifying. The Breast Ripper or Pair of Anguish are other examples of things that you just know you wouldn't want to have happen. But say you were captive and those in charge threatened to bring out the wheel, the Catherine wheel. You might think, well, that doesn't actually sound so bad. You'd be in for quite a shock. We'll explain why in this episode of the infographic show, The Catherine Wheel, Worst Punishments. According to legends, the Catherine Wheel is named after Saint Catherine of Alexandria, who is a patron to those academically or philosophically inclined and prevents unexpected death. Now, there's no mention of this individual before the 9th century, although she supposedly lived in the 4th, so it's suspected that she did not truly exist. Nevertheless, her story was a well-known one that began in Egypt. She was believed to be noble, if not a princess, as well as very studious. However, some might consider it less than wise that she rose up to protest the wrongs of the then Roman emperor of the time, Maxentius, who was relentlessly persecuting Christians. Maxentius allegedly selected several scholars to engage in a battle of wits with the young Catherine, but ultimately the wise men lost. As a further insult, while she was in prison for her works, Catherine managed to convert many of Maxentius's soldiers and even his wife to the Christian religion. Needless to say, that didn't exactly sit well with Maxentius. After torture in which she declared Jesus Christ her spouse, she was sentenced to death. This is when the wheel came into play, which was the intended executionary device. The story goes that it shattered at her touch, and so in desperation the emperor ultimately had her beheaded. She was then carried to Mount Sinai. Interestingly, later on, St. Joan of Arc identified Catherine's voice as one of the several she heard. So what is this wheel that Catherine had miraculously escaped, but that went on to kill many of the less fortunate? Another name it's known by, the breaking wheel, will probably give you some ideas. It was a wheel made of wood, similar if not the same as those used on carriages. In addition to being made of hefty wood, these wheels were outfitted with a metal rim, though sometimes they would be modified so that they could inflict further damage with protruding iron blades. These massive wheels would then be dropped on convicts all over their body, breaking bones upon impact. Another approach was to tie a person to the wheel and hit his or her limbs with iron hammers or bars while the wheel was rotating. As long as the bones were shattered, that was all that mattered. The exact amount of wheel drops or hammer hits were already determined beforehand. This would depend on the extent of the convict's crimes, such as if they committed acts of robbery or murder. For the worst offenders, efforts were made to better match their punishment to the crimes. For example, sharp pieces of wood would sometimes be set underneath the victim to bring yet further torture. On the other hand, for those they wanted to spare the worst, they could deliver a fatal blow during the the wheel dropping or iron hitting process, or right after it was over. Unfortunately, most were not so lucky, and the bone breaking was only the beginning, or step 1 of 2 or 3. Following step 1, bodies were typically threaded through the spokes of another wheel. While this would be difficult to do with a normal person, it was much easier once their limbs were broken. The wheel was then attached to a pole and displayed for all to see, much like those who had undergone crucifixion. At this point, some would be cut apart or strangled, which would finally, though painfully, end their suffering. Others would be placed above a blazing fire, or alternatively thrown directly in one. It was even possible for the individual to be hung while on the wheel, though this option was generally reserved for those who had been found guilty of either the very worst crimes or multiple serious offenses. The executioners in charge had no mercy, even upon the souls of those they had killed. Bodies were simply left where they had been thrown, or hung up to be eaten away by the beaks, teeth, and claws of wild animals. Many believed that this would prevent the souls from ever finding eternal peace. It would also serve as a gruesome warning to others. But there was one little hope for those sentenced to death by the Catherine wheel, and that was if they somehow became disengaged, or if the wheel in some way failed to do its job. In these circumstances, it was seen as divine intervention, and the conflict's life would ultimately be spared. However, this was highly unlikely. It happened so rarely that when it did, it would become the subject of religious paintings depicting the miracle. More often than not, those given the sentence never made it into the works of art. Further, their suffering could drag on seemingly endlessly before they died. There are stories of a murderer in the 14th century who held on for 3 days before he expired. Another time, a man by the name of Bonadias lasted for 4 full days and nights. A more questionable account of a German serial killer in the 1500s claimed that he remained alive with the help of alcohol for as many as 9 days. But again, more likely than not, this last account is just another legend. The Catherine or breaking wheel was quite a horrible device. It was used as a method of public execution in Europe from antiquity to early modern times. Bavaria utilized it until it was outlawed in 1813, and its suspected last use was in Prussia as late as 1841. We are all too thankful, as are modern-day criminals, that over time it lost favor with most societies. Welcome back to our macabre series of shows featuring some of the worst things people have done to each other in the name of punishment. While in other shows we've talked about instruments of torture and killing that could be said to be basic. Claws that rip flesh, cudgels that smash bones. This particular instrument of horrifyingly inhumane torture
Come inside the room.
By creative folks. As with just about anything.
Somebody make it to the room where I'm at. I'm in the room. Let me up. I'm in the room.
Hey, we aren't going to say it's
I'm in the
having your intestines chewed out by starving rats. Like that punishment,
I'm in the room.
This one was slow, making hanging or head chopping seem very merciful in comparison. This form of execution was created by the ancient Greeks. It had a few names, and it might also be called the Bronze Bull or the Sicilian Bull. But how do we know anything about it at all? One of the answers is because it was written about in something called the Bibliotheca Historica, which translates as historical library. It consists of many books written by an ancient Greek historian named Diodorus Siculus. In these books, you'll find his version of the history of the world. From what went down in ancient Egypt to the leader Alexander the Great. Quite a lot of it is still intact, but some parts in the series are missing or in fragments. In one of these books, Mr. Siculus wrote about the brazen bull, and this is what he said. The guy who invented it was an inventor by trade, and he was named Perilos of Athens. It's said before he built this thing somewhere between 570 and 554 BC, he actually pitched the idea. He was what you might call a creative technologist of the past, looking for some funding. He got that funding from a man named Phalaris, the tyrant of Acragas. Given his frightening title, you wouldn't be surprised to hear that this man was said to be very cruel. In some accounts of his life, it's written that he enjoyed torture and even went so low as to eat children. We should say that Encyclopedia Britannica cites research that says he wasn't as cruel as some people have written. Whatever the case, it seems he commissioned the building of the Brazen Bull. So how did one perish in a Brazen Bull? Well, it was certainly a thing conjured up by a creative yet sadistic imagination. It was said to be the same size of a bull, but shaped from bronze, with an opening where a man could enter the thing. A fire was then lit under the bull, and the man would slowly roast to death. But get this. this. It was made so that when the man was howling in agony, his shrieks would emanate through specially distorted pipes built into the bull, so the impression an onlooker would get was an animal bellowing in pain. This might have been the fun part for someone like the Tyrant of Aphrodite. The smoke would come out through the holes in the bull's nose, and that nose was filled with incense, since burning bodies don't smell so good. The bones that were left would then be turned into bracelets, so the story goes. When the idea was pitched by Paralos, it said he said this to the tyrant Phalaris: "The occupant will shriek and roar in unremitting agony, and his cries will come to you through the pipes as the tenderest, most pathetic, most melodious of bellows. Your victim will be punished, and you will enjoy the music." When the bull was finished, Phalaris told the inventor to get inside the thing to test out the sound, but some sources say he lit the fire and the inventor died there. Others say he pulled him out, but then killed him by pushing him over a cliff. It seems for all his hard work, Paralos was killed, but perhaps not because Phalaris didn't want to pay. Even though Phalaris is said to have been keen on cruelty, it's written that he said this to Paralos after hearing about the execution method: "His words revolted me. I loathed the thought of such ingenious cruelty, and resolved to punish the artificer in kind. I said to him, if your art can really produce this effect, get inside yourself and pretend to roar, and we'll see whether the pipes will make such music as you describe." By the way, it's written that upon his downfall, Phalaris was also killed inside the bull. So that's inventor and commissioner both killed at their own hands in a way. Word of the brazen bull was passed down and histories were written, and they linked the device with these two men, the inventor and the tyrant. But the history of the bull doesn't stop there. The Romans, it said, had a taste for the brazen bull, and if you've watched our other shows on Roman torture, you won't be surprised to hear that some people wouldn't have had many scruples about roasting a man to death and enjoying his screams. We might look at the story of a man named Saint Eustace. It said he became a martyr after being killed in the 2nd century. The Romans were punishing many Christians before they themselves converted to Christianity under the Emperor Constantine. But that was in the 4th century AD, before a lot of Christian blood was spilled, and it seems a few Christians also got cooked to death inside a bronze animal. Saint Eustace was said to have been one of them. Before he converted to Christianity, he had served under a Roman emperor, but he saw the light, so to speak, when he had a vision one day, which involved a stag and a crucifix. Christians might tell you that this man then lost everything, which was one of those tests of God. He lost his cash, his servants, and his wife and kids were taken away from him by, of all things, a lion and a wolf. Yet his faith remained strong throughout. There are a few different stories as to what happened to this man, but some people will tell you he got his wealth back as well as his family, but in the end, he, his wife, and children were all roasted to death in the brazen bull on the orders of Emperor Hadrian. We looked at some Christian sources and they seem to back that up, although they don't say his family got the treatment too. We also found this piece of Christian history written in the 1800s. It seems to suggest that when Eustace and his family got roasted, they died, but some miracles did happen. This is from that text. The holy martyrs, by divine power, remained alive for 3 days, praising and blessing the great giver of life and death. At last, when their voices ceased, the bowl was opened, and all 4 were found without life, but also without any injury to their bodies or garments. It's written that other Christians close to him at this time went the same way. For instance, a man known as Saint Antipas. This was written about him. They became enraged and dragged him to the temple of Artemis, and there they threw him into a glowing red-hot copper or brazen metal bowl, where they normally put their sacrifices to the idols to cast demons out of their own people. He loudly prayed God to receive his soul and strengthen the faith of the Christians, and begged God to forgive those who were inflicting on him his torment. He then departed as peacefully as if he fell asleep. We should say that there are a lot of people who don't believe these stories and relate them more to legend than truth. It's not for us to say what's true or not. But most serious historians will at least tell you that the stories from the bull's surprising beginnings in Greece to Christian martyrs not feeling any pain while being roasted are hard to verify. What is very much true is that stories of the brazen bull have been passed down throughout the ages, and those manuscripts can still be read today. By the way, while you might see a brazen bull in a museum in the world, it won't be the real thing, only a depiction of one. In terms of justice, the ancient Persian Empire could be said to have been harsh but fair. The criminal code included the principle of lex talionis, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Misdemeanors usually warranted fines. You might be branded for slander, and for the worst crimes you'd get the death penalty. On occasions, there was a 2 strikes rule, meaning someone wouldn't be executed for their first offense. So there you are in ancient Persia, 2 strikes down. You're wondering how the death penalty will be metered out. Will it be suffocation by ashes perhaps? Or maybe maybe having molten gold poured down your throat, as what might have happened to the Roman Emperor Valerian. It's hard to say which would be worse, but today we think we have a Persian punishment that was the most brutal of them all. While the ancient Persians did have strict laws pertaining to matters of justice, as we said, that at times didn't stop them from being tremendously brutal. We'll give you a few more examples before we get to possibly the worst punishment of them all. Take, for example, the death of a Persian judge called Sisamnes. It's said that he was corrupt, and King Cambyses II of Persia, who ruled from 530 BC to 522 BC, wanted to make an example out of him as a warning to others who might think about corrupting the courts. It's said that judge was flayed from head to toe, and then his skin was used to make a chair. As the tale goes, anyone appointed from then on as a judge would have to spend some time sitting in that chair so they would know what would happen if they were corrupt. You can see this horrific spectacle in the paintings The Arrest of Sisamnes and Flaying of Sisamnes. Then there's the story of Cyrus the Great. It's written that his wife became quite unhappy with one of her eunuchs. So unhappy, in fact, that she ordered that he be killed 3 times. This is called the triple death. It said first his eyes were pulled from his head, but then he was nursed back to health. His second death was being flayed, but again he was nursed so he wouldn't die. We imagine he couldn't have been completely flayed, as that resulted in certain death. When he was better, then he was crucified and the job was done. We should say, however, that there are many versions of this tale. We'll stick with this one for now. So, with these 2 executions in mind, could there really be anything worse? Well, now we have to look at the story of a man called Mithridates. He was a young Persian soldier who was put to death in 401 BC. It's said this man accidentally killed Cyrus the Younger, the rebel who was intending to kill his older brother Arsaces so he could inherit the throne. Thousands of men were killed behind Cyrus as this culminated in the Battle of Cunaxa. Cyrus's army got the upper hand after charging Artaxerxes' army. All was going well. The throne was in his sights. Cyrus then went to attack his brother's personal bodyguard, and then, oops, out of nowhere, a javelin just hit him and killed him on the spot. This was a huge setback for the rebels, and they all retreated. Their future king was dead. It was over. We know this because the story was recorded by the Greek biographer Plutarch in his essay, The Life of Artaxerxes. Another Greek writer called Kalisuccess told Plutarch of the fate of the man that accidentally killed Cyrus with that javelin. As you know, his name was Mithridates. It's understandable that some people were perhaps a bit miffed with Mithridates. Only the severest of punishments would do, and that's where scaphism comes in. This is how Plutarch describes the very unusual kind of death penalty. We will paraphrase, as his language is a bit dated now. So 2 boats of equal size were put on top of each other and nailed together. It kind of made a floating coffin. Holes were made in the boats so that the prisoner could be fastened in them with his hands, feet, and head sticking out. So far, so good. He was floating and his head was protruding. He was getting rather hot. He was left there with the hot sun shining on his face. His body was baking hot inside the floating tomb. Then they force-fed Mithridates milk and honey, and in good-sized portions too. They also covered his face with the stuff. Soon his honey-covered face was covered in flies that were feasting on him and the honey. He was then force-fed more and more until his belly was distended and he had produced quite the pile of excrement. At this point, as Plutarch said, creeping things and vermin sprang out of the corruption and the rottenness of the excrement. These things entered Mithridates' bowels, while his flesh was slowly being eaten too from the outside. This slow devouring by insects and vermin, it said, lasted 17 days. At that point, poor young Mithridates, with the bad javelin shot, was eaten alive. There was another description of this by a 12th century Byzantine chronicler called Jonas Zonaras. It's really the same story, but he embellished the tale somewhat. This is the conclusion word for word in translation. Flies, wasps, and bees, attracted by the sweetness, settle on his face and all such parts of him as project outside the boats, and miserably torment and sting the wretched man. Moreover, his belly distended as it is with milk and honey, throws off liquid excrement, and these putrefying breed swarms of worms, intestinal and of all sorts. Thus the victim lying in the boats, his flesh rotting away in his own filth and devoured by worms, dies a lingering and horrible death. But is that it? Just one case of scaphism throughout history? Well, it seems like the one case everyone talks about is the one we just described. Although most sources call scaphism an ancient form of punishment as if it happened time and again. We did find an excerpt from a book called The History of Christian Martyrdom. In that book, it's written that a bishop called Marcus in 363 AD destroyed a pagan temple and then erected a church. This didn't go down well with the Roman Emperor Julian the Apostate. It's written that as punishment he
did
took
all that
Marcus
shit
and
to my
hung him up in
company.
a basket and left him there to be feasted on
And
by
I just got this
insects.
letter.
Well, this seems like a case of dying on, son, rather than hardcore escapism. There's actually quite the debate about escapism on the Wiki Talk page, with some editors questioning the veracity of Plutarch and asking for other sources. Plutarch did indeed write that account of escapism, but some historians believe he may have done so to demonize the Persians and make his own culture look better. We'll never really know what happened to Mithridates, but right now, that's the prevailing story. Perhaps he was the only man to ever get the full dose of escapism, or maybe old Plutarch was an ancient publisher of fake news. Try and put yourself in this position for a moment. You're a king in 9th century medieval England, and you've been attacked and overrun by rather fearsome Viking hordes who've made the trip to kill and pillage, in that order. You've been told you're going to be executed, and so you wait in some kind of tent, wondering how that's going to play out. What usually happens on your home turf is offenders go to the chopping block. You think, okay, it'll be quick and painless. I'll say my prayers, and that'll be that. I'm a martyr. Heaven will be good to me. But you underestimate the brutal creativity of your foes. You soon find out you're going to have your ribs and lungs pulled through your back to be turned into a kind of winged creature. Damn, that's going to be rough, you think. And that's the Blood Eagle, in short. But we'll add a bit more to the description of this nasty Viking execution procedure. First, the person is laid on their chest with their back facing the air. Perhaps if the victim hadn't been told what was going to happen, they might have thought they were going to lose their head, as was the custom in Anglo-Saxon England. We can't be sure if they were told or not, because there's nothing in Viking literature that tells us so. We also presume they were held down by a few people, or tied down. These bits are missing in the old texts. So the person is lying on their front, waiting. This form of execution was a kind of ritual, so no doubt it would have happened in a special place and would have been observed by a lot of Viking men. The naked victim is then approached by an executioner with a very sharp knife, or something bigger, like an axe. In some cases, he might have an eagle carved into his skin. This was merely an aperitif. With that knife, he then tears through the flesh in the man's back, with so much power that he actually severs the ribs. Those ribs are pulled and stretched outward like wings. The pièce de résistance is when the man's lungs are pulled through his back and wrapped over the rib wings. This procedure was supposed to give more of an impression of bird's wings, hence the Blood Eagle. It sounds too bad to be true. So how do we know this actually happened? Well, during the Viking Age, they had poets, as many old cultures did back then. This was called skaldic poetry. These poems would become parts of sagas, stories which detailed things such as Viking invasions, the legends of great kings, bloody battles, etc. Some of these stories have survived, and they've been translated. There's a story called the Orkneyinga Saga, and this details the exploits of a guy named Harald I Fairhair, which is said to have been the first king of Norway. He is credited with being the ruler when the Vikings took over the northern isles of Orkney and Shetland. If you don't know where they are, and we don't expect most of you will, they're north of Scotland, but sets of islands not on the mainland. If you didn't know, a group of islands is called an archipelago. See, we're not just about describing blood and gore. The saga details life on these islands. Some scholars might question if what's written actually went down, because the saga was written many years after King Harald was around. It was written in the 13th century, but the Vikings were there since the 9th century. Word of mouth might have passed down the details. Anyway, to cut a short story even shorter, one of Harald's warrior sons named Halfdan Longleg was executed because he'd been involved in power struggles that had killed a member of Viking nobility and another 60 men. He'd done this with his brother. That brother was banned.
Today on Nerd of the Rings, we're taking a tour of Middle-earth as it exists during the First Age, specifically the lands of Beleriand, which factor heavily in the events of the Silmarillion. In later videos, we'll cover the lands of Middle-earth as they appear in the Second and Third Ages. The first thing we'll take a look at is how the land of Beleriand fits with the lands of the Second and Third Ages that we know so well. Now, this map isn't accurate in that it depicts realms from all three ages simultaneously, but it gives us a good sense of place for Middle-earth as a whole. During the First Age, the vast majority of Eriador is a gigantic forest. which by the Third Age is reduced to just Fangorn. But for today, we're just concentrating on Beleriand. This is the land where nearly all the events of the First Age take place. We'll begin our tour in the northeast. We start with the land of Lamoth, where Ungoliant would turn on Morgoth and he would be rescued by his Balrogs. In the south of Lamoth lies Losgar, the place where Feanor's people landed their ships and he subsequently burned them. South across the Firth of Drengist lies the lands of Nevrast. While he would later be known for ruling Gondolin, Turgon founds the dwelling of Vinyamar along the coast as his first settlement in Beleriand. After the elves leave for Gondolin, this area would largely be empty of inhabitants, aside from animals. Going a bit north, Hithlum is a larger realm that lies east of Lamoth. This realm was led by Feanor's half-brother, Fingolfin. Fingolfin rules from the mountain fortress of Barad Ethel. Within Hithlum are two smaller realms important in their own right. Dorlomin is a realm of men of the First Age, the Edain, most notably Hurin and his son Turin. Dorlomin is one of many realms to factor heavily in the children of Hurin. The other smaller realm within Hithlum is Mithrim, site of the Dagor Nuin Gileath, the Battle Under Stars, one of the earliest battles between the elves and Morgoth, in which Feanor is mortally wounded. Here you'll notice a familiar name, Minas Tirith. That's right, there was once a different Minas Tirith than the one we know from The Lord of the Rings. This one was built by Galadriel's brother Finrod Felagund around the year 60 of the First Age. Nearly 400 years later, it is captured by Sauron in the aftermath of the Dagor Bragollach, and is renamed Tolden Gawroth, the Isle of Werewolves. One of the greatest elven cities to ever exist is Gondolin. Even after Morgoth gains control of the north of Beleriand, he still has fear, purely due to the threat of the Hidden City. Its fall in 510 of the First Age is one of the most devastating blows in the war against Morgoth. Continuing our journey across the north, we have the great desert plain of Anfauglith. At one point, this was a green plain known as Ardgallan, but was scorched by the forces of Morgoth during the Dagor Bragollach. Dorthonion is a forested region which would also fall under Morgoth's dominion after the Battle of Sudden Flame, after which it is known as Tar Nufuin, Forest Under Nightshade. Beren and his father Barahir would lead a group of outlaws in causing trouble for the orcs of Tar Nufuin, after they are forced from their homes in the land of Ladros. Just south of Dorthonion we have the arid Gorgoroth, the Mountains of Terror. This was the area where Ungoliant made her temporary home after her confrontation with Morgoth's Balrogs. There she spawned many evil spiders. Due to Ungoliant and her spiders, the valley to the south becomes known as Nan Dungortheb, the Valley of Dreadful Death. In one of his most impressive feats, Beren takes this path when he leaves Dorthonion and makes his way to the forest of Neldoreth, where he meets Luthien. In the northmost area of Beleriand, we have the Iron Mountains, where Morgoth dwells deep in his fortress of Angband, beneath the three peaks of Thangorodrim. In the northeast of Beleriand lies the lands of Lothlin, where we find the hill of Himring. Maithros, the eldest son of Feanor, built his stronghold on the hill. This fortress is notable as it manages to stand after the Dagor Bragollach, despite the lands around it being overtaken by the Dark Lord. Another interesting note about Himring is that a portion of it survived the destruction of Beleriand at the end of the War of Wrath. While most all of Beleriand sinks into the sea, the hill of Himring becomes the small island of Himling. Now back to the First Age. Caranthir, another son of Feanor, and his people lived around Lake Heliborn, an area which was taken over after the Battle of Sudden Flame. We also see here the northern portion of the Blue Mountains, much of which also survives the destruction of Beleriand, but we'll cover them more in just a minute. Heading back to the west of Beleriand, we have the coastal region of Falas. Círdan the Shipwright was the lord over this group of elves, who had havens at Elgarest and Brithombar. The Tower of Barad Nimras, yet another construction of Finrod, was created to watch the western seas. Soon after the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, Morgoth's forces attacked Falas. destroying the tower and sacking the realm. Círdan and his people would flee south to the Bay of Balar. He establishes a refuge on the Isle of Balar. Here, at the Havens of Sirion, is where the third kinslaying would take place, where elves were slain by their own kind in pursuit of the Silmarils. As we travel north, we come to another mighty kingdom of the elves, Nargothrond. This realm is founded in 52 of the First Age by Finrod, and where he would rule for the rest of his life. This is another important location during the Silmarillion and the Children of Húrin. In 495 of the First Age, it would be destroyed by a force of Morgoth, led by the dragon Glaurung. To the northeast of Nargothrond lies the great hill of Amon-Rûth. This is the hill where Mim the petty dwarf lived with his sons, and would, rather reluctantly, share it with Turin and his band of outlaws. This group, also known as the Gorwaith, or Wolfmen, would come to plague the orcs in the region. Due north of Amon-Rûth, we have the Mannish realm of Brethil. This area was gifted to the men of the House of Haleth by King Thingol, as it was previously a part of Doriath, though it laid outside the protection of the Girdle of Melian. The Girdle of Melian being a magic border of Thingol's wife, who was a Maya. It is in Brethil that Glaurung, Turin, and Nienor would meet their demise. Heading west, we have the Forest of Neldoreth. This was a beech forest, and the previously mentioned location of the first meeting of Beren and Luthien. These woods were within the Girdle of Melian, and part of the larger realm of Doriath, under Luthien's father, King Thingol. Menegroth is the capital, which was an underground fortress. It's very similar to Thranduil's halls in Mirkwood in the Third Age, which would make sense as Thranduil and his father Orifer were both citizens of Doriath during the First Age.
You have Cox's homework, so you could see what triggered the porch light, but you're thinking about how a little rain won't stop.
In India, a truly ancient legend that predates the Hindu religion tells of a large island of unparalleled beauty that long ago lay in the center of a vast Central Asian sea, just north of the modern-day Himalayas. A race of godlike people with strange powers lived isolated on the island, uncommunicating with the outside world, except through a number of deep tunnels, which stretched out in all directions, each hundreds or thousands of miles long, burrowing underneath whole continents and even oceans. On this isolated island, society flourished at an extraordinary rate. Science and the arts developed peacefully, never threatened by wars or epidemics, remaining purposefully hidden to protect their wealth of knowledge from the calamities that habitually plagued their brothers and sisters in the outside world. But a tremendous force was soon to befall the earth, and even this utopia was doomed to destruction if they stayed their place. Perhaps a great flood, or an invading force of epic proportions. The exact reason is not known. But the story tells that the people of the island escaped by moving their society into those tunnels and rebuilding their civilization entirely underground. No longer an island, but a subterranean kingdom, leaving no trace on the surface but the entrances to their tunnels, most caved in over thousands of years. For the purposes of our investigation, this lost empire will be known as Agartha. The hidden paths to Agartha that survived are still said to exist in the ancient ruined cities of India, such as Ellora, Elephanta, and the Ajanta caverns, as well as in other countries, such as in the recess of Afghanistan, in the Hindu Kush. This legend of the island is particularly strange, because if taken absolutely literally, obviously there is no ocean north of the Himalayas,
but instead the Taklamakan and Gobi deserts. But if we took a trek into the arid, weather-bleached peaks of Everest, K2, or Kanchenjunga, you may be advised not to trip over the countless fish bones, coral reef remnants, and fossils of sea lilies littered across some of the tallest peaks. It's a lesser-known fact that the mighty Himalayas, often called the roof of the world, were once underwater, and that was the Tethys Sea, before the massive geological event known as the continental drift took place, and India collided into Eurasia, where it remains to this day. But what about those tunnels that supposedly stretch across the world? Why do parallel myths of gods or godlike people living in vast underground cities, protected from calamities above, appear in traditions and cultures across multiple continents, from Africa to America to Asia? Tracing its roots back to the dawn of civilizations and perpetuated by the men who, through eyewitness testimony, have claimed to have visited the lost civilization themselves within the inner earth. I'm Mr. Mythos, and I welcome you to Truth or Lore. Be sure to subscribe if you love the mysteries of history like I do. Every sub is a massive support to the videos I make on my channel. The concept of Agartha is deceivingly simple. An inner earth kingdom linked to every continent of the world by means of an extensive network of tunnels. But our investigation is not an easy one. For such an expansive and archaic topic that is typically skewed with conspiracy theories, the truth of a genuine inner earth civilization that may still exist today remains in obscure documents, the riddles of Buddhist lamas, and the lost teachings of a so-called cult of Agartha, all of which we'll be exploring in this video. And of course, tunnel mythologies across the globe. But we may want to begin with a studious Frenchman by the name of Alexandre Sontiev and the rather bizarre circumstances of how he came to be acquainted with the secret world, accidentally letting it loose into the minds of Westerners, where the land of Agartha continues to be speculated upon and even searched for to this day. Alexandre Sontiev today is an enigmatic, almost unknown figure, but in the 19th century, the writings and teachings of this respected philosopher and occultist paved the foundation of French esoteric tradition, and this was largely due to his unquenchable curiosity for the mysteries of the world. Having gained much wisdom learning ancient Hebrew for his breakthrough work, Mission of the Jews, Sontiev was keen to deepen his understanding of the world and unlock more secrets through the even older language of Sanskrit, ancestor to all modern Indo-European tongues. And in 1885, he hired a teacher. Through a mutual connection, Sontiev was introduced to a man who called himself Prince Harji Sharif, an impressive scholar who supposedly left India after the Indian Rebellion of 1857 and set up shop in France as a bird seller and professor of the Oriental languages. His true origins, however, are hazy. It is long thought that Harji was actually Afghan and perhaps went under a pseudonym. Nonetheless, the surviving manuscripts of their lessons, preserved in the library of Sorbonne and written in exquisite script, prove that he was highly learned in what he taught, and likely nobility. The mystery of Agartha was actually planted in the title of their very first lesson together. First lesson in the Sanskrit language to Monsieur Marquis Sontiev d'Elvedre Paris, this 8th of June, 1885, by teacher and professor H.S. Bhagwandas of the Great Agarthian School. Saint-Yves intently asked his teacher, what was this Great Agarthian School? Only to receive vague answers and continue on with the lesson. But the French occultist didn't give up easily. Studying with Harji 3 times a week, several notebooks were compiled, including excerpts from their informal conversations together, written out in Sanskrit, which contain phrases such as elements for the Agarthian rite alone for the use of initiates, the Holy Land of Agartha, and how was he able to leave Agartha? Over the course of their lessons, it becomes clear that Harji did talk at length with Saint-Yves about some land of Agartha and its mysterious protector, the Master of the Universe, who was in many ways a spiritually and physically superior being to any other in the world. Whatever Agartha truly was, this realm was supposed to preserve great wisdom and ancient knowledge, most notably to Saint-Yves, a secret 22-letter script known as Vatanian, which Harji told him went all the way back to the origins of civilization, precisely 51,900 BC, the confusion of the languages, and since then had been kept solely within the protected libraries of Agartha. If you watched my last video on Enochian, you'll know that Vatanian is another example of a proposed primordial or Adamic language. Harji could write this strange language as fluently and beautifully as his French and Sanskrit. For Saint-Yves, who had long obsessed over the secret and sacred roots of language, Harji wrote his student's name in Vatanian characters, with a side note. Here, according to your ardent desire, but really, you are not yet sufficiently prepared for Vatanian. Slowly and surely. Very likely, without his teacher's knowledge, Saint-Yves had amassed extremely detailed notes from his time with Harji Sharif and compiled them into a book entitled Mission of India in Europe, Mission of Europe in Asia. This work is, without a doubt, the first thorough description of Agartha in the Western world. Pay close attention, as these details will be important when we cross-compare with other sources. According to Saint-Yves, the hidden land of Agartha lies deep below the surface of the earth, somewhere in the mountain ranges of the Himalayas. This enormous underground complex of cities and a population of millions is ruled by a sovereign pontiff known as the Brahmatma and his 2 colleagues, the Mahatma and the Mahanga, upholding the highest of values in their authority. As protectors of knowledge, the entire collected wisdom of the ages is enshrined in its massive stone libraries, engraved in pillars in Vatanian script. He goes on to reveal that the Agarthian civilization was once above ground, but driven under and concealed from the rest of the world at the onset of the Kali Yuga, the present Dark Age cycle of Hindu chronology, around the year 3200 BC. Agartha is prophesied to reveal itself to the surface once again, but only once the world above attains spiritual balance in our governance. Long has this hidden civilization enjoyed advancement of technology at a greater pace than our own, including gaslighting, railways, and air travel. And when describing one of their most prominent technologies, Saint-Yves accurately predicts fiber optics over 1 century before their invention. He describes, quote, electrical pathways, not made of steel, but of flexible glass, which do not imprudently deplete the carbon reserves of the planet, nor saddle it with an iron framework no less conducive to the spread of some cosmic plagues. Though Agarthian society flourishes largely in complete isolation, they keep careful record of the discoveries of modern man, even from the remotest regions, by means of a vast network of tunnels that span across Earth. But despite this, Agarthians have evolved separately from the rest of the world for so many years that they developed 2 tongues with which they are able to speak 2 languages simultaneously, a detail Saint-Yves was particularly fond of sharing. As an unwavering literalist, Mission of India was not intended to be read as allegory or fantasy. The French occultist was dead serious in every word he wrote, and presented Agartha as a factual, geographic place that can be found if one knows where to look. The lessons went on 3 times a week, and Harji would sign each of Saint-Yves' notebook pages with his monogram as a mark of approval. But as the pages and lessons continued, his signature grew sketchier and more abstract, with less and less care put into it, until his monogram was no more than a small cross. Finally, his mark disappeared for good, and it was at this point that their Sanskrit lessons ended, for reasons unknown. At this same time, hundreds of copies of Saint-Yves' Mission of India had been printed and were ready to be distributed across France, when he suddenly withdrew the book and ordered every copy to be burned. The only remaining was a manuscript in his personal possession, and this probably would have been lost to oblivion, but Saint-Yves, who had no children of his own, left his belongings to his stepchildren, who then passed it on to the famous French occultist, Dr. Jean Oncourse, better known as Papus. When Papus published Mission of India in 1910, he omitted several parts of the manuscript, which remain lost to this day. There have been various theories put forward as to why Saint-Yves ordered the destruction of his precious work. Some sources state that he acted under the orders of the great Agarthian school, as the wisdom revealed would not be understood, and publishing it would be like casting pearls before swine. While others go as far as to say that he was threatened with the dagger of the initiates if he were to reveal the secrets of Agartha. Regardless of the true reason, the public revelation of Agartha was ultimately withheld during Saint-Yves' life, but there is evidence that he remained true to his belief in the lost civilization. For example, he mentions Agartha and his 3 rulers by name in his epic poem from 1890, Joan of Arc Victorious. In his conversations with psychical researcher Alfred Ernie in 1896, he stated many details of Agartha just as they appear in his book, and again insisted on their existence. Finally, he mentions Agartha in veiled terms in the major work of his final years, the Archaeometer. Why did Alexandre Saint-Yves find this odd and outlandish idea of Agartha so irresistibly fascinating, but more than that, genuinely believable? We can take a guess that during his previous period of learning the Hebrew language and studying the Jewish tradition of Kabbalah for his work, Mission of the Jews, he came across the ancient revelation that not only was the Garden of Eden, an actual physical utopia located on Earth, but more accurately, deep within the planet, and could be reached by traveling through a cave. Specifically, this cave is the real-life location known as the Cave of the Patriarchs, branded by Jews as the Cave of Machpelah, and to Muslims as the Sanctuary of Abraham, serving as one of the most holy pilgrimage sites in both religions. Stated clearly in the Zohar, the foundational work of Jewish Kabbalah, as well as in other ancient sources from the region between Israel and the Dead Sea, the Garden of Eden should indeed be thought of as an inner earth kingdom. The timely parallel of Eden and Agartha should not be surprising, though, as one considers that the belief in another, more holy world inside of our planet Earth is easily one of the most consistent motifs in mythology. I can hardly begin to count the number of ancient cultures which allude to the inner realms of Earth, if not an entire civilization.
You sleep? No. Knocking out some food right now. What's cracking? What you got going?
I have some shit. I was just calling you.
You just calling me? Like you just wanted to hear my voice?
Yeah.
For what? Does it stimulate you? Nothing. Where you at home? What you doing at home?
Yeah. Just like you were saying up there.
I called you the other day, but
I know my black ass was not big but down.
yeah. I was like, shit, thought you wanted to take care of business.
No, I did. But I already talked to them, and I had already went down there. I still end up going down there. And they don't accept walk-ins.
See, I know the company I work for, Odyssey. You know what I said, but they start you off at like $10 an hour.
No, I know. He's talking about the IRS though. They don't accept walk-ins. I had one down there. I had to make an appointment. And shit, I'm having a hard time doing that too. I'm calling this number that gives me a runaround.
What you smacking on?
I'm playing the house.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, mama.
You talk to your brother?
It just left not too long ago.
Yeah, I wanted to give me some more phones, but I gonna have to wait because I fucking owe the IRS $700. They just sent me my little balance summary. Yeah. I'm like, shit, man, I need my money. I'm trying to get my shit. Tax year 2009. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck in 2009. I didn't file taxes in 2009?
Better order your transcripts.
No, I'm just gonna pay the shit.
Alright, well, just get it out of the way. Like, fuck it. Whatever.
I did dirt and crime, so that might be my little payment. Like, you ain't got away with shit.
Right. At least you know once you pay that $700, that's it. You know you don't owe them nothing. That's all they say you owe. That's all you owe.
Yeah, they talk about 15 days and shit. I mean, they can get it, but I ain't gonna give it to them like that. Be like, can you do payments?
You know, you can go on the website and make a payment plan and all type of shit.
Yeah, that's what.
Now you speaking?
No.
Yeah, make a payment plan.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Now I'm come rub you because you spoke now, so I guess you want to be bothered.
Huh? What you say?
You know, talking to Bam Bam.
Oh.
The kitty, because when I first came out, and I'm like, what up, Bam Bam? He just looked at me and turned his head. So I said, fine, cool, you don't want to be bothered. So now when I just came out, he meow. I said, oh, so now you're speaking. Now he's saying, okay, you can come holler at me. I don't want to be bothered now. Because, yeah, at first he didn't say nothing. Normally he'd give you a meow or something to let you know he want to be bothered. But I was like, fuck it, I ain't going to come fuck with you. You ain't speaking. You ain't meowing.
Talk about the cat. Man, I got some trees. It's called, what's this, the mac and cheese? Man, this motherfucker, this shit's like, remind me of like Chronic back in the day. I can't even fucking see. My eyes is getting bad. My eyes getting bad. Oh my goodness. About to go see my babies on Sunday. I can leave tomorrow night, go to Cali and shit.
Okay, for sure.
Go see my children. Grab my Father's Day gift from them. They've been holding for me.
Baby mama get to see you.
Oh, she ain't tripping on me.
Oh, she over you now?
I don't know. She don't be tripping on me.
I ain't checking on you when you go out there to be on motherfucker.
No, I haven't. We haven't fucking like.
You already told me the last time you went out there, she was like trying to like come on to you. You already told me that. So
No, she was.
You told me that already.
No, she was saying some stuff. I could be delusional. You know what I'm saying? But it's like what she was saying about the. No, what I'm saying like how she.
Just get off my phone.
I could be delusional. No, what I'm saying is she was talking about some housing, but that don't mean like, you know what I'm saying, me and her, you know what I mean? I ain't slept with that woman since last year. August last year. No, I did say that, but what I'm saying is it might not been a pass, it might have just been me, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Just in my head, like, oh yeah, she still want me, you know what I mean?
Well, you're just trying to dump down the situation.
I ain't trying to dump down nothing.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just like, I don't know. Shit.
Whatever.
It don't matter whatever she feel. I already know what my move gonna be. I already said it.
I guess, baby. So much for what I wanted.
Huh?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
Think about moving to Texas. We can have guns out there now. Don't even need no permit. Open carry. It's about to be Wild Wild West again.
I don't know. I was out there in Tennessee with my sister. You know, you go to the pawn shop and pretty much get your gun and everything right out the pawn shop. Right in the background and all that shit right there.
Yeah.
You come in there, you buy your gun, you walk out that bitch with your gun. Bada bing, bada boom. My sister got like, my sister and her husband got like fucking 15 motherfucking guns in the house for no fucking reason. So they just want to keep going, they keep going to the pawn shop and seeing guns that they like.
Yeah.
So they just keep getting them.
That's cool. Oh, God damn it.
And then, you know, also Tennessee, the passenger can drink all type of shit. I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
think I like Tennessee. The passenger can get drunk without nobody else getting in trouble because the passenger drinking. Even though it should be like that everywhere because it only makes sense. Like, nigga, I'm not the one driving. Why the fuck I can't drink? The fuck?
Right. You mean open container, right?
Right, like, nigga, I'm drinking that. Fuck it. I'm not the one driving that. Why the fuck I can't drink? I'm not the one driving.
They just try to push that law to get that money. Lock their asses up and get that money. So we gonna do. You some what?
Some mayonnaise.
I got some for you.
Don't ask me everybody else. I know you gonna say that.
I do got mayonnaise. What the hell?
Yeah, you got some mayonnaise already.
That's crafts, okay?
What?
I just say I got sperm for you. Some semen for you.
See that? Yeah, why you have to say it like that though?
Because you try to set me up. Try to lie on me. Ooh. Oh man, motherfucking blood. Smoke some. Smoke some.
You say what?
I said smoke some.
You said smoke some?
Yep, smoke some.
I got about a blunt left over here.
Hold on to that.
Yeah. And it's crazy too because I was at the casino the other day. And some dude was trying to just get $20 so he can gamble. So that nigga literally gave me 2 eighths of some bomb for $20.
Again? No. I'm the one.
Oh yeah. Duh.
It wasn't no 2. It was 2 eighths. Was
There was some right there.
yeah, it was too.
I know it was some bomb.
I know the pink pack was bomb. I don't know about the other one. Yeah, the blue pack looked kind of like some stress type
Yeah,
shit.
the blue was from me, great. Yeah. It wasn't as good as the red pack.
Yeah, that red pack was better.
Yeah, it was.
Man, I'm over watching this Middle Earth shit.
What, on Netflix?
Nah, I'm on YouTube. I'll look at that for a minute. Get fucked up and rub on myself.
Well, I haven't told you in a minute. Thank you again for Netflix. I appreciate you.
You said thank me for next week.
No, for Netflix.
Oh, the Netflix?
Yeah.
I'm not.
You know I'm still watching your Netflix.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to change my password and shit.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you still have to change it on me.
No, not.
Stop you.
No, not.
They been signing out my shit.
Not because of you, because of somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Trying to catch feelings and shit, and trying to rob a motherfucker. Well, not rob, but he's still from a nigga.
Yeah, you know I would never do that. Nigga, I appreciate the Netflix because they give me something to watch outside of this damn regular TV, you know? And then I'm praying for Prime. I really need Hulu. The Snowfall, my shit. I still haven't watched the new season of that.
I be hearing people talking about that shit. Every time people talk about that shit, I'm like, fuck, man. I would have been on that show.
Yes, Snowfall is so good.
Hey.
I watched all the seasons. I just haven't seen this last season that's on right now.
They told me I would have been on that motherfucker.
Man, Snowfall so fucking good.
More than one time. No, when it was new when I was when they had me try to film.
What? I don't know.
Like it just came, it was like just coming out. Well, that was like 2018. I'm sitting there like, damn, man. I'm trying to make moves and open up doors to get weed out there in Chicago, and I missed my little opportunity. Fucking be on Snowfall. After that, I was like, fuck it. I don't want to deal with it because they wasn't fucking with black background actors and shit. I'm like, cool. I ain't and I was gonna be in that show on Black Friday too.
No, I said everybody in Snowfall in black.
Oh yeah. You got the power of me. Power. I need to. My goodness, I need my money. I'm doing bad. I'm not getting as much money as I was. Like I'm doing real bad. I'm getting like down there $4,000 short than what I usually get. I've been bullshit. I got a whole bunch of my equipment. It's not even up and running. I need those to generate me some money. What's up? Can I hook up some phones over there? Why you laughing at me?
No, I said I don't care, but I'm still loud.
I thought about it. I was like, fuck that. Your brother gonna try to sell my shit back to me and shit. I got these phones. Nigga, this is my shit. What the fuck? I got some fucked up phones. I can sit over there. I just need the Wi-Fi. That's it. I don't need nothing else. I need a lot of this shit. I got 3 laptops that's down. That's not working. 1, 2, 3. Shit, another fucking 7 phones down. But I dropped 2 different songs, so my streaming is kind of different. That's what I'm just waiting on. I'm waiting on Amazon. I don't know what the fuck going on with my Amazon money. Because before I used to get $2,000 from Amazon, and I used to get like $2,000 from Spotify. You know what I'm saying? And then Apple Music, I used to get between like $100 to $200 from Apple. So I'm missing a whole $3,000. I ain't doing no promote though. That's another thing. I've been gambling my money I need to do for paid promotions to make more money. Doing it back. What happened? I got a notification.
Second, based upon millennia of belief and centuries of testing, as well as the presence of extensive underscore counters in the region.
Okay. I got another single that's out. Life in the Shadows. It's on iTunes.
Many hydrological tests carried out by spelunking expeditions suggest the existence of large-scale caves below the surface.
What you doing?
But so far, the
I ain't doing nothing.
have remained inaccessible. And we know that this mountain range was once the bed of an ocean.
Okay. I think I see what happened.
That it is genuinely very strange that in every continent of our planet, we find a multitude of legends telling of deep tunnels that lead to a hidden underground godlike civilization.
Okay, somebody paid me $155. Then they took it.
We return back to the cave of the patriarchs.
See what you got for me.
To the inner earth realm of the Garden of Eden. In this cave, many artifacts have been recovered that are thousands of years old, though no one has been able to venture deeper than the first few chambers. Like the Egyptian pyramids, it's thought that there are many hidden chambers and passageways that are yet to be discovered. The chambers that are currently known were found by the authorities and politicians, and one of them was revealed by the
That was a brother right there.
stone that was marked differently than others knew. Because of the cave of the patriarchs' religious significance, access to the caves themselves are almost always blocked, even to archaeologists, and it's only been during times of
Hey, I'm about to get this program right. It's about playing the slots. I go pay for it. It's like $300. I go invest in that shit. We go try.
It's supposed to make you win.
Yeah.
Hey, I think that shit. Yeah, I think they're good. Let me know, cause
Yeah. I'm like, shit, I'm already gambling and losing money. I might as well invest $300 to see if I can at least win some money.
put in a certain spot on the spot change.
Say that again?
I said, talking about that little magnet thing you supposed to put on the side of the slot machine?
Nah. This guy, he shows you what machines, and he go live and he does it too. You know, I got him on my Instagram. And a few people that bought his program, they did it and they posted it, and shit, it worked for them. I'm like, oh shit, okay, well let me see then. You know, if you want to make money, you gotta pay.
It takes money to make money.
It takes money to make money, exactly. So I'm like, shit, let me try to see if I can invest motherfucker 300.
In particular, a colossal underground city, 3,000 chambers, lavish equipment. Known in Egyptian legends as the City of the Gods. In the 5th century BC, the Greek historian Herodotus wrote
Slides.
there they saw 12 palaces regularly disposed, which had communication bridges.
You didn't do no TikTok?
And arranged
No, not lately.
Hey, my money hit. Come on. Hey. Damn. Now I can pay my bills. Now I pay my bills. So that's gonna leave me with 500 left. Matter of fact, I put the road to the bank. I'm gonna go to the bank. Damn. Let me do all the way down right now.
Well, go ahead. Go take care of your business and I'll see you later.
You'll see me later when you want to see me.
Yeah, you want to see me.
Both are described as immensely beautiful civilizations which are located underground. In addition, they're inhabited by the spiritually, intellectually, and physically advanced race of beings who are guardians of treasure of many countries, one of those being Lost Island. Of course, both are supposedly located around the same geographic region, with access points said to be found in the caves of the Himalayan mountains. The legends for both realms, of course, are more ancient than written history can account for, and the mythology seems to seep into the canon of both Hinduism and Buddhism, Utara primarily being a Hindu concept, and Shambhala being Buddhist. It's also fascinating to note that Satyed, as I mentioned earlier, was fond of the detail that the people of the Gothic had two tongues with which they could speak two languages simultaneously. When you consider the tongue of a snake, the model might actually be a bad thing. We return to the time of those fateful lessons in Sanskrit, as there is one last mistake yet to follow. What I speak of is a twist in the story. The mysterious so-called second ending of the great Gothic story that will chronicled with Alexandre Saintier. In 1935, Jean Royal, an influential French esoteric scholar and close associate of Rene Desmoulins, asserted that a restricted set of Hindus had been searching for a suitable student of Western origin to imbue non-Gothic doctrines, and had specifically chosen Saint-Yed as a their professor. They sent the applicant, Prince Harji Sharif, to transfer his knowledge. Rayon then expanded the details in 1941, writing the following. Later, at a date which we cannot specify precisely, Saint-Yed was in contact with a Hindu, far more serious than Harji Sharif, who originated from North India. The evidence for this second ending is corroborated in the analytic index to Saint-Yed's own writings. There he refers to one of his mentors as the secret teaching of the Brahmins, communicated to him by the Rishi Bhagwandas Rajeshwari. Although the name consists almost entirely of letters, this is unquestionably the more serious Buddha Jean wrote. This specific notebook connects the 22 letters of the Britannian alphabet with Hebrew and Sanskrit movements. Apparently, at some point the project could not go as planned, and the second Indian determined Saint-Yed to be unworthy. He and Harji halted their teachings and left Saint-Yed with an incomplete understanding of the doctrines of which he dedicated the rest of his life to figuring out, as seen in the obsessive, speculative nature of his final work, The Pocket Mind. But in the first place, why was Saint-Yed chosen as an ideal vessel to introduce the ideas of the Bible to the West? This is a question that has long been speculated. The leading theory is his breakthrough work, Missionary Journeys. In the preface to the book, Saint-Yed wrote extensively on a certain letter written by, in his words, one of the affiliates of the great fraternity of the Himalayas. He then translates the letter into French, calling it a pure ardent poem. The contents of his letter deal largely with India, science, mysticism, and psychos. In fact, this letter was one of the now famous Mahatma letters, written by the Mahatmas Kupin and Modi. If we turn back the clock 5 years, the occultist briefly discussed before, North India, where she met the Tibetan Mohammedans, Guru and Noah. They lost a favorite with her. The two teachers wanted to perform a 7-year experiment to see if the West would be receptive of the wisdom the East had to offer. They chose 2 of Blavatsky's associates as initiates, the ornithologist Aaron Octavian Kuhn and the angry young newspaper editor Alfred Percy Smith. The letters they wrote together would become known as the Interrogators. People did not stick around for long, but soon did. Smith was particularly valuable to the reporter, as his job and connections as a prominent newspaper editor allowed him to publicize the philosophy. However, over time, the Mohammedans became disillusioned with how Senate's Western prejudice misconstrued their profile, and their correspondence with him ultimately ceased. This same story may be told for Soviet, as he was likely chosen for his public display of sympathy toward Oriental doctrines, and his career as a writer and publicist with many rivals. With this, it's unlikely to be purely that in 1885, a mutual connection introduced him to Prince Harjit Sharif, who then encouraged him to learn Sanskrit, study the Bhagavad Gita, and eventually discover the secrets of the Bhutan alphabet and the Gurkha, seemingly unrelated. Unfortunately, from the evidence we have available, it seems Soviet became a little too enthusiastic compared to the composers. Similar to the newspaper editor Alfred Smith, Alexander Sergeyev was of the chamber to his prejudices. Although he had the utmost respect for the East, Sergeyev would write in his book, Pushing India, that the values that he brought there would be accessible for all mankind, and Christianity lives up to the commandments which were once drafted by Moses and God. And in his final work, the Archaeology, he stated that it would eventually be necessary for India to be converted to a Christian and Catholic faith. Jean Reno stated the problem most clearly. It seems that Westerners, even many Americans' traditional tendencies, do not resign themselves to not being superior to the Western world. One can believe that such an attitude contributed in our way to the preventing Soviet from profiting only from the Oriental teachings which he had occasion to receive. It may forever be understood what revolutions were working, but it's finally time to follow in the footsteps of the French occultist more than a century later and draw whatever conclusions are possible in this truly mind-bending puzzle that is the Golden. The Great Golden School, of which Harjit and the Second Empire hailed from, was likely an obscure and destructive God, which I've come to refer to as the cult of the Golden. Acknowledged on 2 occasions by Louis-Jacques and Saint-Pierre. As for the strange Britannian alphabet and language, this was clearly self-developed and not rudimentary, and still tied to secret initiation practices. Now for the big question, as to whether an in-earth people such as Adelphi, Shambhala, or Patala actually exists, or perhaps the island that beats south in the ocean of the Golden or Papillon Desert. There is no hard evidence, only a strange collection of legends that really make you wonder. And considering that both deserts, as well as the Himalayan mountains, are some of the most extreme and uncharted places on Earth, there is no doubt that much is left below our feet to discover. So now I turn the discussion to you. Is there any significance That's for me. Thank you all so much for watching. If you haven't already, subscribe to my channel, hit the bell icon, and as always, folks, stay tuned for the next episode of Truth or Rebel. Special shout out to those who pledged to my Patreon and to my 4 Diamond Tier 1 up patrons, Capricorn Studios, Succubus GF, Ravens, and Joshua Butler. Thank you all for your support.
Oh damn, just made it back. Just made it back. Oh. I just made it back and he logged off. What kind of shit is that?
Tenemos que trascender la mente racional para poder percibir eso. Tenemos que entrar dentro de esas medidas de tiempo gigantes que se han vuelto.
The modern law count is not oriented toward an end, but as a hub and key of pride, it's about measuring cycles. However, in this case, these are cycles of an extraordinary length. So where did this whole doomsday prophecy from?
Said it, guys. What is this?
We shop online, right? But when we do, we always see that little promo code field popping us at checkout. Well, thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is now a thing of the past. Honey is a free browser extension that does all of that work for you. When I check out online, the Honey button drops down and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons, wait a few seconds, and boom, watch the prices drop. I've literally already saved hundreds of dollars on acoustic material. Honey users in the US save an average of $129 per year, and it's found its over 17 million members, over $2 billion in savings. So don't miss out. It's free and installs in a few seconds. Go get you some Honey.
I got an email from this company called Unison, and they were like, "Yo, check out this MIDI chord pack." I said, "Nah, I don't use chord packs. I don't use MIDI chord packs because I put together my own chords." They're like, "Yo, check it out, trust me." And I checked it out, and I was like, "Yo, what? They got chords for every single key that you can have: C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E." and so on, like your triads, your chord progressions. It's pretty insane what they put together here.
All you have to do is drag the progression into our
Oh, damn.
and now we have a chord progression.
I wasn't ready.
Like, that's fire. Are you kidding me? Like, so easy. I'm already like so inspired to just start working and make this into a full beat.
With the click of one single button.
The Unison MIDI chord pack.
Unison's MIDI pack.
Unison MIDI chord kit. The Unison MIDI chord pack is absolutely bananas. It is insane.
Unison MIDI chord pack.
I was just messing with this earlier, and this has helped with Tommy just starting off with main melodies, because at first, you know, that can be the hardest part, just starting that main melody that's going to set the whole beat.
To be quite honest, a lot of the beats I made, a lot of those songs were created using the Unison MIDI chord pack.
The pack has over 1,200 MIDI files for you to play with.
And it doesn't even stop there. They have iconic triads, they have advanced progression, and they have minor progression. Okay, they're really throwing in a lot of things here.
Over the government's plan to avoid defaulting on its loans.
If the unemployment keeps rising, and it has to keep rising just because, you know, an excess supply of goods, which is this is all borrowed money that are not cigarette that delivers the taste, and I don't time. Look at how you
I first learned it from my grandmother. Now, my grandmother was a wonderful person. She taught me how to play the game Monopoly. She understood that the name of the game is to acquire. She would accumulate everything she could, and eventually she became the master of the board. And then she would always say the same thing to me. She'd look at me and she'd say, one day, you'll learn to play the game. One summer, I played Monopoly almost every day, all day long. But that summer, I learned to play the game. I came to understand the only way to win is to make a total commitment to acquisition. I came to understand that money and possessions, that's the way that you keep score. And by the end of that summer, I was more ruthless than my grandmother. I was ready to bend the rules if I had to win that game. And I sat down with her to play that fall. I took everything she had. I watched her give her last dollar and quit in utter defeat. And then she had one more thing to teach me. Then she said, now it all goes back in the box. All those houses and hotels, all the railroads and utility companies, all that property and all that wonderful money. Now it all goes back in the box. None of it was really yours. You got all heated up about it for a while. But it was around a long time before you sat down at the board. And it will be here after you're gone. Players come and players go. Houses and cars. Titles and clothes. Even your body. Because the fact is that everything I clutch and consume and hoard is going to go back in the box, and I'm going to lose it all. You have to ask yourself, when you finally get the ultimate promotion, when you've made the ultimate purchase, when you buy the ultimate home, when you have stored up financial security and climbed the ladder of success to the highest rung you can possibly climb it, and the thrill wears off, and it will wear off, then what? How far do you have to walk down that road before you see where it leads? Surely you understand, it'll never be enough. So you have to ask yourself the question, what matters?
Air Woodger.
It makes you want to move.
Oh my god!
Our products let you feel sound through haptic feedback. The responses? Woo! We're pretty good.
If it didn't put a smile on your face, I would also question whether or not you're alive.
When coming to create our new generation, Woodger Edge series, we reread all of the feedback we got from over 73,000 users. One response really caught us. People spend so much time and money to get the best headphones, when they can't really tell the difference. Woodger makes you experience sound on a completely different level. So, we decided to put headphones versus Woodger Edge to the test.
We're gonna put two headphones on you, and we're gonna wonder which one do you feel is better. Okay?
Tell me you feel the difference.
Yeah, definitely. So far, the first one.
I don't know, they're like the same.
Oh!
It actually feels a bass.
Wow, that's crazy.
It totally makes a difference. All of my body's changing.
Completely different.
Like, it really changes the way the music sounds, the way I would listen to it. Can I keep this?
So yeah, Woodger really does make your experience pretty damn breathtaking.
Wow, never felt something like it.
But there was another thing people said, a lot. So we played a bit with the transducers, the providers of the feedback, kept the incredible sensation, had 2 amazing crowdfunding campaigns, and now Woodger Edge is for everybody. So how does it work? Well, sound is air movement that typically spreads as an audible wave of pressure. Headphones deliver that audible part. But you're missing out on the Woodger lets you enjoy both aspects of sound. Imagine you're in a concert, standing right in front of huge speakers. That you feel in your body, that's what Woodger is. The more technical side, our patented oscillator tray, which we fondly call Oscillate, accurately reproduces and plays frequencies up to 200 Hz, including subsonic frequencies that are below the threshold of the human ear. The frictionless motion guarantees precise harmonic reproduction and reduces distortion while remaining completely silent of the surrounding environment. In less technical terms, the dinosaur in the game is getting closer. You feel every step. You're playing a game, every explosion, every encounter, and every strike feel as if you're right there. The sound goes into a killer bass riff, you'll sense every string fall. Put on a VR headset while wearing Woodger Edge, and immersion takes another massive leap. There are 2 types of devices in the Woodger Edge. The strap is for the gamer on the go or the music room. It has one super powerful option. You can wear it in different ways and to various activities. It neatly folds into your backpack and is light enough to carry everywhere. The best is for gaming and VR at home, and for music pros and producers who enjoy 360 degrees of immersion. It's built with 6 Aussies and delivers a crisp stereo sound. Both products have a built-in analog headphone amplifier and can connect to any mobile phone, or VR headset, or low latency Bluetooth. So, if you want to experience sound with a device that actually makes a difference, get Woodger Edge.
Oh my goodness.
Selling physical products is not the best way of making money on Amazon in 2021. Now, yes, that model does work, but my twin brother and I personally discovered a new and improved way of using Amazon to make money, which, for one, does not have all the startup costs of buying inventory to sell physical products, because this model does not have inventory. 2, this is
Growing up in New York City, I refused to pledge allegiance to the flag. Of course, I was sent to the principal's office, and he asked me, "Why don't you want to pledge allegiance? Everybody does." I said, "Everybody wants to leave the earth to its flag, but that doesn't make it so." I explained that America owed everything it has to other cultures and other nations, and that I would rather pledge allegiance to the earth and everyone on it. Needless to say, it wasn't long before I left school entirely, and I set up a lab in my bedroom. There I began to learn about science and nature. I realized then that the universe is governed by laws, and that the human being, along with society itself, was not exempt from these laws. Then came the crash of 1929, which began what we now call the Great Depression. I found it difficult to understand why millions were out of work, homeless, starving, while all the factories were sitting there. The resources were unchanged. It was then that I realized that the rules of the economic game were inherently invalid. Shortly after came World War II, where various nations took turns systematically destroying each other. I later calculated that all the destruction and wasted resources spent on that war could have easily provided for every human need on the planet. Since that time, I have watched humanity set the stage for its own extinction. I have watched as the precious finite resources are perpetually wasted and destroyed in the name of profit and free market. I have watched the social values of society be reduced into a base artificiality of materialism and mindless consumption. And I have watched as the monetary powers control the political structure of supposedly free society. I'm 94 years old now, and I'm afraid my disposition is the same as it was 75 years ago. This shit's got to go.
So you're a scientist, and somewhere along the way, hammered into your head is the inevitable nature versus nurture, and that's at least up there with Coke versus Pepsi or Greeks versus Trojans. So nature versus nurture was by now utterly oversimplifying view of where influences on how a cell deals with an energy crisis, up to what makes us who we are in the most individualistic levels of personality. And what you've got is this complete false dichotomy built around nature as deterministic at the very bottom of all the causality of life is DNA and the code of codes and the holy grail, and everything is driven by it. And at the other end, a much more social science perspective, which is we are social organisms, and biology is for slime molds. Humans are free of biology, and obviously both views are nonsense. What you see instead is it is virtually impossible to understand how biology works outside the context of environment. One of the most crazy-making yet widespread and potentially dangerous notions is, oh, that behavior is genetic. Now, what does that mean? It means all sorts of subtle stuff if you took modern biology, but for most people out there, what it winds up meaning is a deterministic view of life, one rooted in biology and genetics, genes equal things that can be changed.
Do you know that the average adult has 5 to 20 pounds of toxic poop in their body at any given moment? Seems crazy, right? All that poop just sitting there, rotting away inside their intestines and colon. Is it any wonder that colon disease is on the rise with all this waste just sitting inside your body? Most of this waste contains chemicals that your body rejects, but due to certain issues like constipation, you couldn't flush it all out effectively. So if you're feeling sluggish, bloated around the waist, or even just plain backed up, then give Zuku a try for 14 days. It will clean you out, guaranteed. Click through to read the hilarious reviews about how consistently effective Zuku truly is. It contains the perfect dosages of all natural ingredients that will get things moving and flush out that extra waste you're carrying around. You'll feel amazing when it's gone. As this toxic waste builds up, your body becomes a walking vessel of fecal toxicity. Once this happens, you begin to experience excess fatigue, weight gain, digestive issues like IBS, leaky gut syndrome, constipation, and diarrhea, skin conditions like eczema, psoriasis, rosacea, and acne, brain fog, focus and attention issues, mood swings, anxiety, and depression, and that's just the beginning. It might be a bit embarrassing to talk about your poop, but it has a huge impact on your health, and it's something that you have to understand if you want to look and feel your best. It might come as a shock, but your digestive system impacts the health of your entire body, and understanding the health of your digestive system begins with understanding your poop. If you're not producing well-formed stools after each meal, then you're most likely suffering from the toxic buildup inside your digestive system that's secretly causing all of your health concerns. New research suggests that most people have up to 8 undigested meals in their gut at any given moment, or possibly even more. This undigested food is secretly putting a huge strain on your digestive system, immune system, and overall health and well-being. As the quality of modern food has deteriorated with the invention of unnatural, hard-to-digest, heavily processed foods loaded with artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and GMOs, we're unknowingly putting a massive strain on our digestive system that's leading up to an epidemic of illnesses. As we consume more and more unnatural, manufactured, highly processed junk food, we begin overloading our bodies with toxins that destroy the fragile ecosystems of bacteria in the gut. The bottom line is this: when you have a toxic buildup of waste and bad bacteria in your gut, your digestive system becomes compromised, leading to dozens of serious health concerns. If you suffer from digestive issues, constipation, weight gain, gas, bloating, indigestion, skin issues, fatigue, or a slew of other health issues, your bad gut may be slowly and secretly killing you. At this very moment, you may have up to 20 pounds of poop trapped inside your digestive system, aiming to destroy your precious health. And that's why doctors now believe supporting intestinal health and restoring the integrity of the digestive system is one of the most important goals of medicine in the next 10 years. And for good reason. In fact, doctors from the Mayo Clinic, Harvard Medical School, Yale, and MIT all say death begins in the colon. If you're feeling sluggish, bloated around the waist, or even just plain backed up, and you're ready to flush out that extra 5 to 20 pounds of toxic poop, then give Zuku a try for 14 days. It will clean you out, guaranteed. Click through to read the hilarious reviews about how consistently effective Zuku truly is. It contains the perfect dosages of all natural ingredients that will get things moving and flush out that extra waste you're carrying around. You'll feel amazing when it's gone. Click through to learn more about Zuku now.
Genes equal things that are inevitable and that you might as well not waste resources trying to fix. You might as well not put societal energies into trying to improve because it's inevitable, it's unchangeable. And That is sheer nonsense.
It is widely thought that conditions like ADHD are genetically programmed, conditions like schizophrenia are genetically programmed. The truth is the opposite. Nothing is genetically programmed. They're very rare diseases. I mean, a small handful, extremely sparsely represented in the population, that are truly genetically determined. Most complex conditions might have a predisposition that is genetically determined, but a predisposition is not the same as a predetermination. The whole search for the source of diseases in the genome was doomed to failure before anybody even thought of it, because most diseases are not genetically predetermined. Heart disease, cancer, strokes, rheumatoid conditions, autoimmune conditions in general, mental health conditions, addictions, these are non-genetically determined. Breast cancer, for example, out of 100 women with breast cancer, only 7 will carry the breast cancer genes, 93 do not. And out of 100 women who do have the genes, not all of them will get cancer.
Genes are not just things that make us behave in a particular way regardless of our environment. Genes give us different ways of responding to our environment. And in fact, it looks as if some of the early childhood influences, the kind of child rearing, affects gene expression, actually turning on and off different genes to put you on a different developmental track, which may suit the kind of world you've got to deal with.
So, for example, a study done in Montreal with suicide victims looked at autopsies of the brains of these people. And it turned out that if a suicide victim, these are usually young adults, had been abused as children, the abuse actually caused a genetic change in the brain that was absent in the brains of people who had not been abused. That's an epigenetic effect. Epi means on top of, so that the epigenetic influence is what happens environmentally to either activate or deactivate certain genes.
In New Zealand, there was a study that was done in a town called Dunedin, in which a few thousand individuals were studied from birth up to into their 20s. What they found was that they could identify a genetic mutation, abnormal gene, which did have some relation to the predisposition of their genetics, but only if the individual had also been subjected to severe child abuse. In other words, a child with this abnormal gene would be no more likely to be violent than anybody else, and in fact they actually had a lower rate of violence than people with normal genes, as long as they weren't abused as children.
Great additional example of the ways in which genes are not be-all, end-all. Fancy technique where you can take a specific gene out of a mouse, and that mouse and its descendants will not have that gene. You have knocked out that gene. So there's this one gene that codes for a protein that has something to do with learning and memory, and fabulous demonstration, knock out that gene and you have a mouse that doesn't learn as well. Ooh, a genetic basis for intelligence. What was much less appreciated in that landmark study that got picked up on the media left and right is take those genetically impaired mice and raise them in a much more enriched, stimulating environment than your normal mice in a lab cage, and they completely overcame that deficit. So when one says in a contemporary sense that, oh, this behavior is genetic, to the extent that that's even a valid sort of phrase to use, what you're saying is there is a genetic contribution to how this organism responds to environment. Genes may influence the readiness with which an organism will deal with a certain environmental challenge. That's not the version most people have in their minds. And not to be too soapboxing, but run with the old sort of version of it's genetic, and it's not that far from a history of eugenics and things of that sort. It's a widespread misconception. It's a potentially fairly dangerous one.
one reason that the sort of biological explanation for violence, one reason that hypothesis is potentially dangerous, it's not just misleading, it can really do harm, is because if you believe that, you could very easily say, well, there's nothing we can do to change the predisposition people have to becoming violent. All we can do if somebody becomes violent is punish them, lock them up or execute them. But we don't need to worry about changing the social environment or the social preconditions that may lead people to become violent, because that's irrelevant.
The genetic argument allows
experience all the movies, all summer long, all for free.
Hell yeah.
Popcorn summer movies, only on Pluto TV.
The luxury of ignoring past and present historical and social factors. And in the words of Louis Menard, who wrote in the New Yorker, very astutely said, it's all in the genes, an explanation for the way things are that does not threaten the way things are. Why should someone feel unhappy or engage in antisocial behavior when that person is living in the freest and most prosperous nation on earth? It can't be the system. There must be a flaw in the wiring somewhere. Which is a good way of putting it. So the genetic argument is simply a cop-out, which allows us to ignore the social and economic and political factors that in fact underlie many troublesome behavior. Addictions are usually considered to be a drug-related issue, but looking at it more broadly, I define addiction as any behavior that is associated with craving, temporary relief, and with long-term negative consequences, along with an impairment of control over it, so that the person wishes to give it up or promises to do so, but can't follow through. And when you understand that, then you can see that there are many more addictions than simply those related to drugs. There's workaholism, there's addiction to shopping, to the internet, to video games. There's the addiction to power. People that have power, but they want more and more and more. Nothing's ever enough for them. Acquisition, corporations that must own more and more. The addiction to oil, or at least to the wealth after the product is made accessible to us by, look at the negative consequences on the environment. We're destroying the very earth that we inhabit for the sake of that addiction. But these addictions are far more devastating in their social consequences than the cocaine or heroin habits of modern expectation. Yet they're rewarded and considered to be respectable. The tobacco company executive that shows a higher profit will get a much bigger reward. He doesn't face any negative consequences, legally or otherwise. In fact, he's a respected member of the board of several other corporations. But tobacco smoke-related diseases kill 5.5 million people around the world every year. In the United States, they kill 400,000 people a year. And these people are addicted to what? To profit. To such a degree are they addicted that they're actually in denial about the impact of their activities, which is typical of that, denial. And that's irrespectable. It's respectable to be addicted to profit no matter what the cost. So what is acceptable and what is respectable is a highly arbitrary phenomenon in our society. And it seems like the greater the harm, the more respectable the addiction. There's a general myth that drugs in themselves are addictive. In fact, the war on drugs is predicated on the idea that if you interdict the source of drugs, you can deal with addiction. Now, if you understand addiction in the broader sense, we see that nothing in itself is addictive. No substance, no drug is by itself addictive, and no behavior is by itself addictive. Many people go to shopping without becoming shopaholics. Not everybody becomes a food addict. Not everyone who drinks a glass of wine becomes an alcoholic. So the real issue is what makes people susceptible, because it's the combination of a susceptible individual and the potentially addictive substance or behavior that actually then makes room for full flowering of addiction. In short, It's not the drug that's addictive, it's the question of the susceptibility of the individual to being addicted to a particular substance or behavior. If you wish to understand what that makes some people susceptible, you actually have to look at their life experience. The old idea, although it's old but it's still broadly held, that addictions are due to some genetic cause, simply scientific mechanism. What it actually is that certain life experiences make people susceptible. Life experiences that not only shape the person's personality and psychological needs, but also their very brains in certain ways. And that process begins in utero. It's been shown, for example, that if you stress mothers during pregnancy, their children are more likely to have traits that predispose them to addictions. And that's because development is shaped by the psychological and social environment. So the biology of human beings is very much affected by and programmed by their life experiences being in utero.
Environment does not begin at birth. Environment begins as soon as you have an environment. As soon as you are a fetus, you are subject to whatever information is coming through mom's circulations, hormones, levels of nutrients. Great landmark example of this, something called the Dutch hunger winter. In 1944, Nazis occupying Holland. For a bunch of reasons, they decide to take all the food and divert it to Germany. For 3 months, everybody there is starving. Tens of thousands of people starved to death. What the Dutch hunger winter effect is, you were a second or third trimester fetus. During the starvation, your body learned something very unique during that time. As it turns out, in second, third trimester, something that your body is going about trying to learn about the environment is, well, how medicine-looking places are out there, how plentiful, how much nutrients am I getting by way of mom's circulation. Be a fetus who is starving during that time, and your body programs forever after to be really, really, really stingy with your sugar and fat, and what you do is you store every bit of it. Be a Dutch hunger winter fetus, and half a century later, everything else being equal, you are more likely to have high blood pressure, obesity, or metabolic syndrome. That is environment coming in a very unexpected place.
You can stress animals in a laboratory when they're pregnant, and their offspring will be more likely to use cocaine and alcohol as adults. You can stress human mothers. For example, in a British study, women who are abused in pregnancy will have higher levels of the stress hormone cortisol in their placenta at birth, and their children are more likely to have conditions that predispose them to addictions by age 7 or 8. So in utero stress already prepares the ground for all kinds of mental health issues. An Israeli study done prior on children born to mothers who were pregnant prior to the onset of the 1967 war. These women, of course, are very stressed, and their offspring have a higher incidence of schizophrenia than the average cohort. So there's plenty of evidence now that the prenatal effects have a huge impact on the development of human being. The point about human development, and specifically human brain development, is that it occurs mostly under the impact of the environment, and mostly after birth. Now, if you compare us to a horse, which can run on the first day of life, we see that we are very undeveloped. We can't develop, we can't muster that much neurological coordination, balance, muscle strength, visual acuity until a year and a half, 2 years. And that's because the brain development that in the horse happens in the safety of the womb, in the human being has to happen after birth. And that has to do with simple evolutionary logic. As the head gets larger, which is what makes us into human beings, the burgeoning of the forebrain is what creates the human species, actually. At the same time, we walk on 2 legs, so our pelvis narrows to accommodate that. So now we have a narrower pelvis, a larger head. Bingo, we have to be born prematurely. And that means that the brain development that in other animals occurs in utero, in us, occurs after birth. And much of that under the impact of the environment. And the concept of neural Darwinism simply means that the circuits that get the appropriate input from the environment will develop optimally, and the ones that don't will either not develop optimally or perhaps not at all. If you take a child with perfectly good eyes at birth and you put him in a dark room for 5 years, he'll be blind thereafter for the rest of his life, because The circuits of vision require light waves for their development. And without that, even the rudimentary circuits present and active at birth will atrophy and die, and new ones will not develop. There's a significant way in which early experiences shape adult behavior, and even and especially early experiences for which there's no recall memory. It turns out that there are two kinds of memory. There is explicit memory, which is recall. This is when you can call back facts, details, episodes, circumstances. But the structure in the brain, which is called the hippocampus, which encodes recall memory, it doesn't even begin to develop fully until a year and a half, and it's not fully developed until much later, which is why hardly anybody has any recall memory prior to 18 months. But there's another kind of memory, which is called implicit memory, which is in fact an emotional memory, where the emotional impact and the interpretation that the child makes of those emotional experiences is ingrained in the brain in the form of nerve circuits ready to fire without specific recall. So to give you a clear example, people who are adopted have a lifelong sense of rejection very often. They can't recall the adoption, they can't recall the separation from birth mother, because there's nothing there to recall with. But the emotional memory of separation and rejection is deeply embedded in their brains. Hence, they're much more likely to experience a sense of rejection and a great emotional upset when they perceive themselves as being rejected than other people. That's not unique to people who are adopted, but it's particularly strong in them because of this function of implicit memory. People who are addicted, given that they, according to all the research literature, certainly in my experience, the hardcore addicts virtually were all significantly abused as children or suffered severe emotional loss. Their emotional or implicit memories are those of a world that's not safe, not helpful, caregivers who are not to be trusted, and relationships that are not safe enough to open up to vulnerably. And hence their responses tend to be to keep themselves separate from really intimate relationships, not to trust caregivers, doctors, and in general see the world as an unsafe place. And that's strictly a function of implicit memory, which sometimes has to do with incidents they don't even recall. Infants who are born premature are often in incubators and various types of gadgetry and machinery for weeks and perhaps months. It's now known that if these children are touched and stroked on the back for just 10 minutes a day, that promotes their brain development. So human touch is essential for development, and in fact infants who are never picked up will actually die. That's how much of a fundamental need human health is to human beings. In our society, there's an unfortunate tendency to tell parents not to pick up their kids, not to hold them, not to pick up babies who are crying for fear of spoiling them, or to encourage them to sleep through the night. You don't pick them up, which is just the opposite of what the child needs. And the children might go back to sleep because they give up, and the brain is just shut down as a way of defending against the vulnerability of being abandoned by their parents. But their implicit memories will be that of a world that doesn't give a damn.
A lot of these differences are structured very early in life, in the way that, if you like, the parental experience of the person, how tough life is or how easy it is passed on to children, whether through maternal depression or parents being bad-tempered with their kids because they had a hard day or just being too tired at the end of the day. And these have very powerful effects, programming children's development, which we know a lot about. But that early sensitivity isn't just an evolutionary mistake. It exists again in many different species. Even seedlings is an early adaptive process to the kind of environment they're growing up in. But for humans, the adaptation is to the quality of social relations. And so early life, how nurturing or how much conflict, how much attention you get, is a taster of the kind of world you may be growing up in. Are you growing up in a world where you have to fight for what you can get, watch your back, fend for yourself, learn not to trust others, Why are you growing up in a society where you depend on reciprocity, mutuality, cooperation, where empathy is important, where your security depends on good relations among people? And that needs a very different emotional and cognitive development. And that's what the early sensitivity is about. And parenting is almost, quite unconsciously, a system for passing on that experience of the kind of world
The great British child psychiatrist E.W. Winnicott said that fundamentally two things can go wrong in childhood. One is when things happen that shouldn't happen, and then things that should happen but don't. And the first category is the traumatic, abusive, and abandonment experiences of my downtown Eastside patients and of many addicts. That's what shouldn't happen but did. But then there's the non-stressed, attuned, non-distracted attention of the parent that every child needs. That very often children don't get. They're not abused, they're not neglected, and they're not traumatized. But what should happen, the presence of emotionally available nurturing parents just is not available to them because of stress in our society and parenting environment. And the psychologist Alan Shore calls that proximal abandonment. When the parent is physically present, but emotionally absent.
I have spent, roughly the last 40 years of my life working with the most violent people our society produces, murderers, rapists, and so on, in an attempt to understand what causes this violence. I discovered that the most violent of the criminals in our prisons had themselves been victims of a degree of child abuse that was beyond the scale of what I ever thought of applying the term child abuse to. I had no idea of the depth of the depravity with which children in our society are all too often treated. The most violent people I saw were themselves the survivors of their own attempted murder, often at the hands of their parents or other people in their social environment, or were the survivors of family members who had been killed, their closest family members, by other people.
The Buddha argued that everything depends on everything else. He says the one contains the many and the many contains the one. That you can't understand anything in isolation from its environment. The leaf contains the sun, the sky, and the earth, obviously. This has not been shown to be true, of course, all around, and specifically when it comes to human development. The modern scientific term for it is the biopsychosocial nature of human development, which says that the biology of human beings depends very much on their interaction with the social and psychological environment. And specifically, the psychiatrist and researcher Daniel Siegel at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, has coined the phrase interpersonal neurobiology, which means to say that the way that our nervous system functions depends very much on our personal relationships. In the first place with the parenting caregivers, and in the second place with other important attachment figures in our lives, and in the third place with our entire culture. So that you can't separate the neurological functioning of a human being from the environment in which he or she grew up in and continues to exist in. And this is true throughout the life cycle. It's particularly true when you're dependent and helpless and your brain is developing, but it's true even in adults and even at young people.
Human beings have lived in almost every kind of society, from the most egalitarian hunting and gathering societies seem to have been very egalitarian, for instance based on food sharing, gift exchange.
Small bands of people living not a whole lot of foraging, but a little bit of hunting, predominantly among people who have at least known your entire life, if not surrounded by very close or closer, in a world in which there is a great deal of fluidity between different groups, in a world in which there is not a whole lot in terms of material culture. This is how humans have spent most of their hominid history. And no surprise, that makes for a very different world. One of the things you get as a result of that is far less violence. Organized group violence is not something that we're threat to human history. It seems quite clear.
So where do you go wrong? Violence is not universal. It's not symmetrically distributed throughout the human race. There is a huge variation in the amount of violence in different societies. There are some societies that have virtually no violence. There are others that destroy themselves. Some of the Anabaptist religious groups that are complete strict pacifists, like the Amish, the Mennonites, the Hutterites. Among some of these groups, the Hutterites, there are no recorded cases of homicide. During our major wars, like World War II, when they were drafted, they would refuse to serve in the military. They would go to prison rather than serve. In the kibbutz in Israel, the level of violence is so low that the criminal courts there will often send violent offenders, people who've committed crimes, to live on the kibbutz in order to learn how to live a nonviolent life, because that's the way people live there.
So we are amply shaped by society. Our societies in the broader sense, including our theological, our metaphysical, our linguistic influences, etc. Our societies help shape us as to whether or not we think life is basically about sin or about beauty, whether the afterlife will carry a price for how we live our lives or if it's irrelevant. In a broad sort of way, different large societies could be termed as individualistic or collectivist, and you get very different people and different mindsets, and I suspect different brains coming along with that. We in America are in one of the most individualistic of societies, and capitalism being a system that allows you to go higher and higher up a potential pyramid, and the deal is it comes with fewer and fewer safety nets. By definition, the more stratified a society is, the fewer people you have as peers, the fewer people with whom you have symmetrical, reciprocal relationships, and instead all you have are differing spots and endless hierarchies. And a world in which you have few reciprocal partners is a world with a lot less altruism. Right, now this brings us to a total impossible juncture, which is to try to make sense in the perspective of science as to what the nature is of human nature. You know, on a certain level, the nature of our nature is not to be particularly constrained by our nature. We come up with more social variability than any species out there, more systems of belief, of styles of family structures, of ways of raising children. The capacity for variety that we have is extraordinary.
In a society which is predicated on competition and really very often the ruthless exploitation of one human being by another, the profiteering of other people's problems, and very often the creation of problems for the sake of profiteering. The ruling ideology will very often justify that behavior by appeals to some fundamental knowledge of human nature. So the myth in our society is that people are competitive by nature and that they're individualistic and that they're selfish. The real reality is quite the opposite. We have certain human needs. The only way that you can talk about human nature concretely is by recognizing that there's certain human needs. We have a human need for companionship and for close contact, to love, to be attached to be accepted, to be seen, to be received for who we are. If those needs are met, we develop into people who are compassionate and cooperative and who have empathy for other people. So the opposite that we often see in our society is in fact a distortion of human nature, precisely because so few people have their needs met. So yes, you can talk about human nature, but only in the sense of basic human needs that are instinctively evolved, or I should say certain human needs that lead to certain traits if they are met, and a different set of traits if they're denied.
So, when we recognize the fact that the human organism, which has a great deal of adaptive flexibility, allowing us to survive in many different conditions, is also rigidly programmed for certain environmental requirements or human needs, a social imperative begins to emerge. Just as our bodies require physical nutrients, the human brain demands positive forms of environmental stimulus at all stages of development, while also needing to be protected from other negative forms of stimulus. And if things that should happen do not, or if things that shouldn't happen do, it is now apparent that the door can be opened for not only a cascade of mental and physical diseases, but many detrimental human behaviors as well. So as we turn our perspective now outward and take account for the state of affairs today, we must ask the question, is the condition we have created in the modern world actually supporting our health? Is the bedrock of our socioeconomic system acting as a positive force for human and social development and progress? Or is the foundational gravitation of our society actually going against the core evolutionary requirements needed to create and maintain our personal and social well-being?
So one might ask, well, where did this all begin? What we have today, the video world state collapse. You would get it started with John Locke, and John Locke introduces property, and he has three provisos for just private right and property. And the three provisos are that there must be enough left over for others, and that you must not let it spoil, and that you, most of all, must mix your labor with it. Mix your labor with the world, then you're entitled to the product, and as long as there's enough left over for others, and as long as it doesn't spoil, you don't allow anything to go to waste, that's okay. We've spent a long time with this famous treatise of government, and it's since been the canonical text for economic and political and legal understanding still at the classic text of study. Well, what he did is, after he gives the provisos, and you're almost thinking at the time whether you're for private property or not, he's given a very good and plausible and powerful defense of private property here. Well, he drops them like that, right in one sentence. He says, well, once the introduction of money came in by man's passage, then it became, and he doesn't say all the provisos are canceled or erased, but that's what happens. So now we have not product and your property earned by your own labor. Oh no, money buys labor. There's no longer a consideration of whether there's enough left over for others. There's no longer a consideration of whether it spoils, because he says, well, money's like silver and gold can't spoil, therefore money can't be responsible for waste, which is ridiculous. We're not talking about money and silver, we're talking about what its effects are. It's one non sequitur after another. Just the most startling logical legerdemain that he gets away with here. But it fits the interests of capital owners. Then Adam Smith comes in, and what he adds is the religion to this. Locke started with God, made it all this way. This is God's way. And now we get also with Smith coming along and says it's not only God's, and he's not saying this, but this is what's happening philosophically in principle. He's saying it's not only a question of private property, that's how Malcolm's is given. And that there's money investors that buy labor given. That there's no limit to how much they can buy of other men's labor, how much they can accumulate, how much inequality, that's all given. And so he comes along, and what his big idea is, again, it's just introducing it in parentheses. You know, when people put out the goods for sale and others, will supply, and other people buy them with demand and so forth. How do we have supply equaling demand and demand equaling supply? How can they come into equilibrium? Not equilibrium, economics. How do they come into equilibrium? And he says, it's the invisible hand of the market that brings them into equilibrium. So now we have God is actually immanent. He just didn't give the rights to property and how all its wherewithal and its natural rights of doing all that Locke said. Now we have the system itself as God. In fact, Smith says, when he talks, and you'll never find this quoted, you'll have to read the whole Inquiry into the Wealth of Nations. He says, the scantiness of subsistence sets limits to the reproduction of the poor, and that nature can deal with this in no other way than elimination of their children. So he anticipated evolutionary theory in the worst sense. This is well before Darwin. And so he called them the race invaders. So you can see there was inherent racism built in here. There was an inherent acceptance, life blindness to kill innumerable children. And he thought, well, that's the invisible hand making supply meet demand and demand meet supply. So see how wise God is. So you can see a lot of the really very life-destructive, eco-genocidal things that are going on now have, in a way, a thought gene back in Smith too.
When we reflect on the original concept of the so-called free market capitalist system, as initiated by early economic philosophers such as Adam Smith, we see that the original intent of a market was based around real, tangible, life-supporting goods for trade. Adam Smith never fathomed that the most profitable economic sector on the planet would eventually be in the arena of financial trading, or so-called investment, where money itself is simply gained by the movement of other money in an arbitrary game which holds zero productive merit for society. Yet, regardless of Smith's intent, the door for such seemingly anomalous advents was left wide open by one fundamental tenet of this theory. Money is treated as a commodity in and of itself. Today, in every economy of the world, regardless of the social system they claim, money is pursued for the sake of money and nothing else. The underlying idea, which was mysteriously qualified by Adam Smith with his religious declaration of the invisible hand, is that the narrow, self-interested pursuit of this fictional commodity will somehow magically manifest human and social well-being and profit. The reality is that the monetary incentive interest, or what some have termed the money sequence of value, has now completely decoupled from the foundational life interest, which could be termed the life sequence of value.
What has happened is that there's a complete confusion in economic doctrine between those two sequences. They think that the money sequence of value delivers the life sequence of value, and that's why they say if more goods are sold, GDP rise and so forth. Therefore, there'd be more well-being, enhanced well-being. We take the GDP to be a basic layer indicator of social health. Well, there you see the confusion. It's talking about money sequences of value. That is all the receipts, all the revenues that are derived from selling goods. And they're confusing that with life reproduction. So that you have built right into this thing from the beginning is a complete conflation of the money and life sequences of value. So we're dealing with a kind of structured delusion that becomes more and more deadly as the money sequence becomes. So it's a system disorder, and the system disorder seems to be fatal.
In society today, you seldom hear anyone speak of the progress of their country or society in terms of their physical well-being, state of happiness, trust, or social stability. Rather, the measures are presented to us through economic abstractions. We have the gross domestic product, the consumer price index, the value of the stock market, rates of inflation, and so forth. But does this tell us anything of real value as to the quality of people's lives? No. All these measures have to do with the money sequence itself and nothing more. For example, the gross domestic product of a country is a measure of the value of goods and services sold. This measure is claimed to correlate to the standard of living of a country's people. In the United States, healthcare accounted for over 17% of GDP in 2009, amounting to over $2.5 trillion spent, hence creating a positive effect on this economic measure. And based on this logic, it would be even better for the U.S. economy if healthcare services increased more so, perhaps to $3 trillion or $5 trillion, since that would create more growth, more jobs, and hence boasted by economists as a rise in their country's standard of living. But wait a minute, what do healthcare services actually represent? Well, sick and dying people. That's right, the more unhealthy people there are in America, the better the economy. Now, that is not an exaggeration or a cynical perspective. In fact, if we step back far enough, you will realize that GDP not only doesn't reflect real public or social health on any tangible level, it is, in fact, mostly a measure of industrial inefficiency and social degradation. And the more you see it rise, the worse things are becoming with respect to personal, social, and environmental integrity.
You have to create problems to create profit. There is no profit under the current paradigm in saving lives, putting balance on this planet, having justice and peace or anything else. There's just no profit there. There's an old saying, pass a law, create a business. Whether you're creating a business for a lawyer or whatever. So, crime does create business, just like destruction creates business in Haiti. We have now roughly 2 million people incarcerated in this country, and of those, many of them are in prisons run by private corporations, Corrections Corporation of America, Wackenham, who trade their stock on Wall Street based upon how many people are in jail. Now that's sickness, but that is a reflection of what this economic paradigm calls for.
So what exactly does this economic paradigm call for? What is it that keeps our economic system going? Consumption, or more accurately, cyclical consumption. When we break down the foundation of classic market economics, we are left with a pattern of monetary exchange that simply cannot be allowed to stop or even substantially slow if the society as we know it is to remain operational. There are three main actors on the economic stage: the employee, the employer, and the consumer. The employee sells labor to the employer for income. The employer sells its production services and hence goods to the consumer for income. And the consumer, of course, is simply another role of the employer and employee, spending back into the system to enable the cyclical consumption to continue. In other words, the global market system is based on the assumption that there will always be enough product demand in society to move enough money around at a rate which can keep the consumption process going. And the faster the rate of consumption, the more so-called economic growth is assumed, and so the machine goes. But hold on, I thought an economy was meant to, economize? Doesn't the very term have to do with preservation and efficiency and a reduction of waste? So how does our system, which demands consumption, and the more the better, efficiently
Carl,
look outside your window?
you might want to look out your window now.
Huge fan of yours.
Fire at will.
Preserve or economize at all. It doesn't. The intent of the market system is, in fact, the exact opposite of what a real economy is supposed to do, which is efficiently and conservatively orient the materials for production and distribution of life-supporting goods. We live on a finite planet, finite resources, where, for example, the oil we utilize took millions of years to develop, or the minerals we use took billions of years to develop. So, having a system that deliberately promotes the acceleration of consumption for the sake of so-called economic growth is pure ecocidal insanity.
Absence of waste, that's what efficiency is. Absence of waste. This system is more wasteful than all the other existing systems in history. Every level of life organization and life system is in a state of crisis and challenge and decay. No peer-reviewed journal in the last 30 years will tell you anything different. That is that every life system is in crisis, as well as social programs, as well as our water access. Try to name any means of life that isn't threatened and endangered. You can't. There really isn't one, and that's very, very disturbing.
but we haven't even figured out the causal mechanism. We don't want to face the causal mechanism. We just want to go on, that's what insanity is, where you keep doing the same thing over and over again, it clearly doesn't work. So you're really dealing with not an economic system, but I would go so far as to say an anti-economic system.
There's an old saying that the competitive market model seeks to create the best possible goods at the lowest possible prices. This statement is essentially the incentive concept, which justifies market competition based on the assumption that the result is the production of higher quality goods. If I was going to build myself a table from scratch, I would naturally build it out of the best, most durable materials possible, right? With the intent for it to last as long as possible. Why would I want to make something poor, knowing I would have to eventually do it again and expend more materials and more energy? Well, as rational as that may seem in the physical world, when it comes to the market world, it is not only explicitly irrational, it is not even an option. It is technically impossible to produce the best of anything if a company is to maintain a competitive edge and hence remain affordable to the consumer. Literally everything created and set for sale in the global economy is immediately inferior the moment it is produced, for it is a mathematical impossibility to make the most scientifically advanced, efficient, and strategically sustainable product. This is due to the fact that the market system requires that cost efficiency, or the need to reduce expenses, exist at every stage of production, from the cost of labor to the cost of materials and packaging, and so on. This competitive strategy, of course, is to make sure the public buys their goods rather than from a competing producer, which is doing the exact same thing to also make their goods both competitive and affordable. This immutably wasteful consequence of the system could be termed intrinsic obsolescence. However, this is only one part of a larger problem. The fundamental governing principle of market economics, one that you will not find in any textbook, is the following. Nothing produced can be allowed to maintain a lifespan longer than what can be endured in order to continue cyclical consumption. In other words, it is critical that stuff break down, fail, and expire within a certain amount of time. This is termed planned obsolescence. Planned obsolescence is the backbone of the underlying market strategy of every goods-producing corporation in existence. While very few, of course, would admit to such a strategy outright, what they do is mask it within the intrinsic obsolescence phenomenon we've discussed, while often ignoring or even suppressing new advents in technology which might create a more sustainable, durable good. So, if it wasn't wasteful enough that the system inherently cannot allow the most durable and efficient goods to be produced, planned obsolescence deliberately recognizes that the longer any good is in operation, the worse it is for sustaining cyclical consumption against the market system itself. In other words, product sustainability actually hinders to economic growth, and hence there is a direct, reinforced incentive to make sure lifespans are short of any given good produced. And in fact, the system cannot operate any other way. One glance at the sea of landfill and spreading across the world show the obsolescence reality. There are now billions of cheaply made cell phones, computers, and other technologies, each full of precious, difficult-to-mine materials, gold, coltan, copper, now rotting in vast piles, usually due to the mere malfunction or obsolescence of small parts, which, in a conservative society, should likely be fixed or updated, and are likely to get extended. Unfortunately, as efficient as that may seem in our physical reality, living on a finite planet with finite resources, it is explicitly inefficient with respect to the market. To put it into a phrase, efficiency, sustainability, and preservation are the enemies of our economic system. Likewise, just as physical goods need to be constantly produced and reproduced, regardless of their environmental impact,
the service industry operates with an equal measure. The fact is, there is no monetary benefit to resolving any problems which are currently being serviced. At the end of the day, the last thing the medical establishment really wants is the curing of diseases such as cancer, which would eliminate countless jobs and trillions in revenue. And since we're on the subject, crime and terrorism in this system are good. Well, at least economically, for it is employing police, generating high-value commodities for security, not to mention the value of prisons that are privately owned for profit. And how about war? The war industry in America is a huge driver of GDP, one of the most profitable industries, producing weapons of death and destruction. The favorite game of this industry is to blow things up and then go and rebuild them for profit. We saw this with the windfall billion-dollar contracts made from the Iraq War. The bottom line is that socially negative attributes of society have become positively rewarded ventures for industry, and any interest in problem resolution or environmental sustainability and conservation is intrinsically counter to economic sustainability. And this is why, every time you see the GDP rise in any country, you are witnessing an increase in necessity, whether real or contrived. And by definition, a necessity is rooted in inefficiency. Hence, increased necessity means increased inefficiency.
The American dream is based on rampant consumerism. It is based upon the fact that mainstream media, and especially commercial advertising, all corporations who need this infinite growth have convinced us or brainwashed most people in America, and hence the world, that we have to have X number of material possessions and the possibility of gaining infinitely more material possessions in order to be happy. That's just not true. So why do people continue to buy in this way, which is ultimately genocidal in its systemic effects, cumulative? And it just is classical operant conditioning. You simply put inputs of conditioning into the organism, and you have outputs of desired behaviors, or goals or objectives. And it has all the resources of technology, and it knows about how they get into the minds of infants. What they hear is already making them conditioned to the brain. Then you see, well, that's how people have been such fools in the way they've been taught to do. It's a value system disorder.
You know, if there is any testament to the plasticity of the human mind, if there is any proof of how malleable human thought is, and how easily conditioned and guided people can become based on the nature of their environmental stimulus and what it reinforces, the world of commercial advertising is proof. You have to stand in awe at the level of brainwashing where these programmed robots known as consumers wander the landscape only to walk into a store and spend, say, $4,000 on a handbag that likely costs $10 to make in a sweatshop overseas, only for the brand status it supposedly represents in the culture. Or perhaps the ancient communal traditions which increase trust and cohesiveness in society, which have now been hijacked by inquisitive, materialistic values, where now annually we exchange useless crap for ideas. And we might wonder why so many today have a compulsion for shopping and acquisition, when it is clear that they have been conditioned from childhood to expect material goods as a sign of their status with friends and family. The fact is, the foundation of any society are the values that support its operation. And our society, as it exists, can only operate if our values support the conspicuous consumption it requires to continue the market system. 75 years ago, consumption in America and much of the first world was half of what we see today per person. Today's new consumer culture has been manufactured and imposed due to the very real need for higher and higher levels of consumption. And this is why most corporations now spend more money on advertising than the actual process of product creation itself. They work diligently to create a false need for you to fill, and it happens to work.
Economists are in fact not economists at all. They're propagandists of money value. And you'll find that all their models basically get down to token exchanges that are to the profit of one side or both sides or whatever, but they're completely disconnected from the actually existing world of reproduction.
In Ohio, an old man failed to pay his electric bill. You may be familiar with the case. And the electric company turned off the electricity and he died. The reason they turned it off was because it wouldn't have been profitable for them to keep it on because he didn't pay his bill. Do you believe that was right?
The responsibility really lies not on the electric company for turning it off, but on those of this man's neighbors and friends and associates who are not charitable enough to enable him as an individual to meet the electric bill.
People should be confronted. Hello there.
Is violence justified? Confronts evil.
You're in trouble.